What's going on, internet? Analytic here, aka Dreams, and I would like to welcome you to mine because, of course, you're probably thinking to yourself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And you know, when it comes to that, obviously, you probably looking at the episode 151, and of course, it being 12 to 13 days into the month. You know, any other time, you'll probably be thinking, what is going on with the podcast? But ultimately, of course, you've seen that we've been active daily. And of course, we've been working on something that I am very excited to showcase to y'all. As when it comes to the Notorious Mass Effect, yes, ladies and gentlemen, besides the podcast milestone, which I really appreciate everybody for helping me get to that milestone, that metric, because ultimately it's not possible without y'all. So with that being said, of course, we got to clap it up for a little bit. You know, we got to clap it up. Because honestly, when it comes to 13 million downloads on my podcast, it is very insane that we got to this milestone. And of course, because of this episode coming out later than I would hope, we are a good amount past 13 million. As you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. As you can see right here, obviously, after I be a W Tech guy, there you go. We have surpassed 13 million downloads. And of course, with that being said, we are, and y'all are, due for a lot of fantastic content coming your way. As if you don't know, the reason why I wanted to even take this long as far as putting out the episode, because when it comes to showcasing my love for y'all's support, I definitely take it very serious. As far as creating something that I think y'all enjoy, I think I did that with the new installment of the podcast and the show. As you already know, covering the entire music industry, covering the entire gaming industry, but now we have something for the podcast that I am calling NME Plus. Y'all like my new sound effect? Y'all like that? Y'all like that? Anyways, with that being said, getting into what NME Plus is all about. Of course, when it comes to that version of the podcast, it's a lot of exclusive audio and video. And with that being stated, we have a lot of great content that will help you as a person, physically, mentally, things of that nature. As far as the Biggest Loser Analytic Dreamz edition. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am showcasing my whole entire journey as far as my workouts. I'm gonna showcase what I have as far as protein, vitamin regimens, smoothies, nutritious meals. There's a lot of things that you're going to be able to take from this overall transformation as far as the physical and mental journey of transforming your body through workouts, right? So with that being said, of course, I have something to show y'all. So when it comes to that, all of these additions to NME Plus is up now. Just go to Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. And then, of course, you'll be able to look at these segments specifically. But if you need more of a direct link, obviously, just click my link tree in my bio and then just go to the Analytic Dreamz NME Plus edition. So with that being said, now let's get into the first thing as far as me cultivating a very interesting let's just say it's a snippet for the overall transformation. So right here, let's be a W Tech guy again. There we go. So anyways, right here, as you can see, this is my first clip from the episode day 1 and day 2. Why does it keep playing? Hold up. When I tell you, all right, yeah, now it's just gonna keep doing that. But anyways, day 1 and day 2 is already out. Day 3 and day 4 is coming soon. We're gonna be breaking this down into, oh, they just played by itself. What in the world? We're gonna be breaking this down into weeks. So week 1 is already completed, already recorded, and day 1 and 2 of week 1 is already uploaded. So this is one of the snippets that I put out to promote that. So just gives you more of an idea of one of the inclusions as far as exclusive audio and video. When I tell you I'm a certified old man, I was not joking. So yes, we're about to get into my entire list of protein. Whenever old people tell you about vitamins working, let's just say you better listen to them. Elderberry, if you don't know, gives you a solid boost, maintaining your immune system. So anyways, as far as his quote, he said, imagination is more important than knowledge. That man dropping gems, ain't he? Hold up now. Whereas imagination embraces the entire world. So as you can see right here, hello. So I'm getting into my overall nutritious routine, and of course, and then I get into my workouts. I'm going all the way down, but I'm only coming up midway. Okay. 7 times, right? And this is all. This man a little personal trainer, ain't he? Anyways. But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. So anyways, with that being said, then we have the second inclusion of the exclusive video and audio for NME Plus, as you already get your fitness workout with the Biggest Loser. I'm calling it the Biggest Loser Analytic Dreamz edition, but we're really just focusing on a healthy lifestyle, not really just focusing on weight loss. There's a lot of things that help you when it comes to your physical journey and your mental journey. As you've seen in the clip, I also give daily gems in my narration of my workouts. So anyways, with that being said, then we're going to get into the second part of NME Plus, which is something that people actually been asking for quite some time, because of course the podcast name, you would think this will already happen, but ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you that it is finally here. I am currently diving into the Mass Effect Legend Edition. And when it comes to the Mass Effect Legendary Edition, you already know 13,000 million downloads is one of the things I was going off of as far as making that more of a celebratory inclusion into the content space, because of course when it comes to my Mass Effect playthrough, I've never did it on camera, so this is my first time ever. Part 1 is already uploaded, so this is why I took so long for the episode, because I wanted to make sure when I tell y'all about it that it's already uploaded. So I don't want to waste y'all time, and I always appreciate the people who take the time out of the day or night to check into the show, check into the overall content I'm giving. So this is exclusively for people who have been following the podcast for quite some time and would already receive the value to where they already know that if you subscribe, you already know you're in great hands. I'm giving you a whole package. Pause. Hey, yo. You guys. See, that's the problem. But I've already cultivated a package that I believe is high quality as far as your time and money. So with that being said, now let's get into the clip for my first ever Mass Effect playthrough. As you can see right here, this man is having the time of his life. You know what I'm saying? This man is out here having the time in his life in his favorite game of all time. You guys. See, that's the problem. Anyways, let's get into the clip right now. Downtown in Mass Effect, playing a game, making my way downtown in Mass Effect, playing a game that inspired my podcast.
I believe he will listen to you and let the matter.
Girl, don't touch me. Hey, hold up. Get your hands off me. I ain't consent to that. This man crazy, ain't he? Flirt with me one more time, and you get kicked off to Normandy. I also noticed an increase. You're straight platonic. You know what I'm saying? She thinks she Miranda or something.
I'll stand behind you and your report, Shepard. You're a damned hero in my books.
Yeah, I'm a hero. Two black men, gotta keep the peace. This man crazy. Throughout this whole playthrough, I was acting crazy. A lot, but I also cook. You ever had somebody cook for you?
Lots of.
All right, so y'all get the point. So that's a little bit of that clip as far as the Mass Effect playthrough. If you don't know, that is uploaded right now as we speak. So we're gonna be, I'm going to be giving at least 10 to 15 hours of content as far as Mass Effect gameplay, and we are gonna break it down like a kilo of Miley Cyrus. But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn. So with that being said, ultimately you already know when it comes to that, that Mass Effect playthrough is beyond enjoyable for me, and of course for people who have been asking for it, they already know that it's going to be a treat for them. As diving into it, I'm going for the completionist run. We're trying to do any and everything as far as Mass Effect involved, as far as the trilogy. So, and also I'm playing it on PC. So now, if you think about it, there's certain things in the game that you've probably never seen before. And I'm not even just talking about the base vanilla game. Let's just say I added a couple mods, and y'all may put me in goon or prison for some of them. You guys. See, that's the problem. So with that being stated, of course, then we're transitioning from my Mass Effect playthrough. We're transitioning from my Blueprint Fitness Edition, where I'm calling the Biggest Loser show. As far as the Analytic Dreamz edition, y'all get more of a glimpse into my personal fitness routine, and I'm taking it way. It's also accountability for me, because I'm taking it way more serious to show y'all And I have certain pictures. You know, I'm saying that for the people who subscribe. I have certain pictures to showcase that. I'm not just talking. I'm talking about certain workouts being more effective than others. So anyways, with that being stated, let's get into the not last, but one of the other editions of NME Plus, because there's a whole package. Pause again. Goodness.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I keep falling for it. So anyways, with this overall content that I'm giving y'all, I want it to be very worthwhile as far as you subscribing to the NME Plus, because I would not be doing this if I didn't think it was valuable and quality, right? So I took my time, cultivated a whole package of content. I'm gonna have to keep using package of content to showcase that I put some thought into this. It's a great overall time, and I feel like people are gonna enjoy it. So with that being said, I did want to say this before I get into the last installment of NME Plus. The people who was on Patreon, more specifically, let me see if I can find this right quick. So I said this during my Mass Effect Legendary playthrough as far as on NME Plus, but there was certain people I was wanting to point out as far as long time. Let me see. Is it right here? I don't think it's this one. There's a certain I was wanting to look at. Okay. I think it's this one. So anyways, let me play my music while y'all wait for me to find this. You know, sometimes I'm an old man. I say sometimes, all the time. But let me see if I can find this. So I think it's an audience. It should be. Ah, here we go. Okay, cool. So specifically, I'm not gonna dox you, but of course the people who are supporting for the Patreon, these three people I specifically wanted to point out because of them standing out amongst the rest as far as the Patreon being considered. So you already will know your name. Well, you should already know your name as far as what you use for Patreon. I'm just going to say the first initial and the last initial, right? And you already know who I'm talking about, because when you go to it and direct message me, I'll be able to tell you if you're on that list or not, because I have it right here. I see the full email, so no scammers trying to get this free gift, right? This is essentially for the top 3 supporters on Patreon. So for the first one, BL, and you know who you are. If you direct message me on Patreon, you could get either a free subscription to NME Plus, or, and that goes into my next point, or hold up, ladies and gentlemen, hold up. Gotta make sure I bring this up right. You know what I'm saying? All right, hold up. Or you can get an item, any item from the Notorious Mass Effect store. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have our own store. I'm blocking it entirely, so of course the L Tech guy, but let's do this again. So you can get any free item from the Notorious Mass Effect store, which showcases how much time I've been putting into the content, basically letting y'all know that I wanted to wait to put out this episode, so I had the full package already ready for y'all. I would pause it, but I didn't say it too many times. So as you can see right here, any of these items you can get for free. You know who you are on Patreon. Just direct message me, and you can either get one free item or you can get one full month subscription on NME Plus. So with that being said, the first one, as far as the top supporter on Patreon, was BL. The second one was, it's 3 names. So M is the first initial, the middle initial is G, and then the last initial is J. The reason why I'm saying it like that is because the people who are supporting on Patreon, you probably already know who I'm talking about. When you direct message me, I'll be able to cross-reference. I know the exact email as far as what I'm talking about. So, you know, no scammers. So anyways, and then TC, like I said with BL, well, all 3 of those, all of y'all. So the first one was BL, second one was MGJ, and then the third one was TC. I just don't want to say our names because I don't want to dox y'all, because, you know, Patreon gives me your first and last name and then your email. So that being said, you can either get one full free month for NME Plus, or one free item from the Notorious Mass Effect store, which showcases how much work I've been putting in, because I didn't even know about the Notorious Mass Effect store. That's probably what y'all saying right now. Well, now you know, because of course I was waiting to get this all straightened up so that I'll be able to show this off in its entirety. So of course you will be able to know that it's officially live. So with that being said, yes, ladies and gentlemen, we finally have our very own store. And with that being said, desktop mats, headbands, shirts, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm currently showcasing the website. We have tank tops for the women. We have hoodies, long sleeve shirts, and then of course we have the headbands. As you already know, I'm definitely a proponent of headbands, so I very much like this design of the headband. And of course, all the merch is still coming in. I currently have this right here. I have this desktop mat. Obviously, y'all can't see it, but it's in front of me. All of my other merch is coming in, but you know, of course I want to get this out there to let the people decide what they enjoy. And I think what I'm gonna do, the way I'm gonna run it like other fashion websites. We're gonna have limited releases, so that way I could tell who's really like OG supporters of the podcast, because you'll have certain stuff like this that won't be available like 3-4 months from now, because I have completely new designs as far as the Notorious Mass Effect store. And once again, just go to my link tree in my bio, as you can see right here, and just click on Enemy Store, and then guess what? It'll pull it right up. And then of course, for Enemy Plus is right here. You click on that, and then you'll be able to put in your info as far as subscribing to Enemy Plus. If you're already on Spotify, it basically connects to it. If you're not, it goes to any platform, but you specifically get the video version on Spotify. So you can still get it on Spotify through any other app, any other platform such as Apple or Amazon, but you just want to get the video element unless you come to Spotify. So I think that's a little confusing. You get the content regardless. You get the video on Spotify exclusively, which is not a separate charge. It's just you pay it on whatever platform to get access to the content. I'm just saying the video to the exclusive access is on Spotify, but it's not a separate charge. It's all one charge. So anyways, with that being said, now let's get into the final edition for Enemy Plus, which is, ladies and gentlemen,
then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
The underground trash rapper strikes again. This man wanted in on the Enemy Plus package that I was offering, and ultimately he got his slot in his placement into the overall content, because of course, as you can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, somehow, some way, I done had the underground trash rapper convince me to make an entire EP based off my podcast. So ultimately, it's a 5-track EP. One of the tracks we're about to get into right now, but this is the clip for the ultimate Notorious Mass Effect EP. So let's get into that clip right now. Enemy Plus, that's the first track of the Notorious Mass Effect EP, of course narrated by yours truly, but of course performed by the one and only.
Look, I never fold, just like my hunters when they stack. Hundreds of thousands I made off speaking on a track.
First off, I want to say that he completely extorted me to have a slot and a placement on Enemy Plus, but I'm gonna let it rock.
They hear my voice and start relating if they real. Just don't tell your girl, she start shooting like Belly Bill.
10,000 hours is more of the, and then of course I get into the track description. So really it's an entire Notorious Mass Effect project, but it's also narrated by yours truly, of course. So when it comes to that, you have a lot from fitness advice to exclusive gameplay walkthroughs such as Mass Effect, and of course you have music as far as adding to the replay value, because we're going to have monthly EP projects, and that's one of the clips I think I had in the tuck that I was about to put out to promote. I'm still going to put that out, but you know, it's in the tuck right now. A lot of stuff is in the tuck, which is why the content is going to be ever flowing at this point, because the massive support I get week in, week out. I wanted to do something special for y'all, but really for the real supporters out there, as when it comes to this content, it took me a lot of time to record it, took me a lot of time to put it together, to edit it. So ultimately I wanted to make sure that if I'm asking for something as far as extra people subscribing to the platform, to the exclusive version, I wanted to have something that they felt like was justifiable as far as exclusive content. Because when it came to Patreon, now we got to get into messy land. This is everybody's favorite topic. So what happened with the Patreon is I was running the Patreon, and as you can see right now, I don't know if you could, let me see. Let me see if you can see it. So as you can see in the bottom right, that's a completely new logo placement, right? It's subscribed to my NME Plus, right? That was where Patreon used to be. And let me tell y'all, when it comes to Patreon, it's a fantastic platform, but guess what? They ran out of storage. Whole time I'm looking at Joe Budden's leaked post as far as how much he makes monthly, thinking to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know this ain't Patreon telling me they ran out of storage. So ultimately, I guess I was just putting in too much work on Patreon. So I felt bad for the people who were supporting on Patreon. I felt bad for the ones that was getting slighted because I was trying to manage the storage. So now with Analytic Dreamz Video NME Plus edition, Spotify gave me unlimited storage, so I could post as much as I want for the people who subscribe to the content. So yeah, when it came to Patreon, I ran out of storage. So that was, you was probably wondering where's the updated post on Patreon. I wanted to get this together before I told you what actually happened. So yeah, the storage ran out. Ultimately now they have a whole new like model where they give you like a limited amount of storage every month. Like I don't like that. Like if I'm putting in work, I want the overall conglomerate to not be worrying about the budget, right? If I'm using a hosting platform, I don't want them coming to be like, hey man, yeah, the building's kind of leaky, so we may need you to pay for like, no, none of that. If I'm putting out content, I want to have the most storage possible because I'm trying to give my fans the ultimate experience. So now, NME Plus is completely crafted for people who enjoy Notorious Mass Effect. Like I said, fitness, exclusive gameplay walkthroughs. We're getting into the entire Mass Effect Legendary Edition trilogy, and we're getting into the PC version. So it's going to be stuff you've never seen before, even if you played it 5, 10, 20, 30. All right, you get the point. And then, of course, we get into the musical offering as far as the replay value adding to that. So that's every month, every week, you're going to get new exclusive content. Of course, if you're watching this, you're going to know it's exclusive because they're going to say NME Plus presents. So expect to see that a lot more. But of course, we're going to continue with the regular flow of covering music and covering gaming. So with that out the way, now that transitions into my other point. Now, it transitions into my other segment as far as analytical interactions. Let's get into something that everybody can enjoy, right? So that being said, I'm not gonna lie to you. I may be an L content creator because, of course, the podcast has been doing phenomenal, but I have not had time to respond to everybody. So when it comes to analytical interactions, we're just gonna get into what people are saying, and then we're gonna move on. But the reason for that, and that was the transition for analytic interactions. The reason for that is because of the K-pop demon hunters support going insane to the point where I believe I may have the most popular K-pop coverage on podcast platforms currently, as far as specifically K-pop demon hunters, not the genre. K-pop demon hunters, I think my segments are the most popular on podcast platforms. So that being said, let's get into one of the comment sections. I've posted multiple. Y'all know how I do it. I cover different tracks and things of that nature. So one of the tracks I covered from K-pop demon hunters was one of these. I forget which one it was. I don't want to click the wrong one, but I think it's let me see K-pop. Okay, so if I go to comments, it should pull it up, right? Right now it's just pulling them up one by one. I mean, that's not very helpful. Now it's showing me 404. That's fantastic. That's exactly what I need when I'm doing my intro. So while it gets that together, essentially, yeah, I don't even know what's like. I don't even know what it's doing right now. That's why I'm playing the beat in the background, so you have a little bit of something to. Okay, here we go. Cool. Let's just go to this one. Hopefully it's finally something I paid for works. Anyways, here we go. So with that being said, getting back into the Spotify hosting platform, they showed me the concise list of comments. That's what they usually do, making sure I'm not leaking nothing. You know what I'm saying? Don't need the IRS at my door. But let me see. I mean, if I guess since it's not live, I could edit it out. But as you can see right here, ladies and gentlemen, this coverage has been going crazy, and this is just one of them, right? This K-pop Demon Hunters Your Idol coverage, which is personally my favorite track, and I genuinely like this track. I catch myself day in, day out, walking around, and then randomly, I'll just bust out singing. Preaching to the choir, can I get the mic a little higher? Like, I ain't gonna lie to you, Your Idol is straight fire, and that is no ad. At this point, the amount of numbers I'm doing, they should be paying me. So anyway, I mean, I do get paid from this, but you know what I'm saying. So this is a lot of people, analytically interacting with the segment. People saying, so I'm in love with the song. I'm not sleep. Like, these people are crazy. This is how you know it's a real K-pop fan base. Somebody literally said, just so all of you know, Janus, I think that's his name, is mine. So back off, ladies. Like, this is an insane comment section. Hopefully y'all can see it. I zoomed in enough. Let me see. I think y'all can see that. This movie is the best. As soon as the movie is over, I'll watch it again. Somebody else, they're talking about how I speak through it all. I mean, that's what I do every track. Somebody called it boring, right? And watch how the K-pop people responded to him or her. I don't know who it is. I don't want to assume. So they said, it's right here. They said boring, right? And then, me, because, I prefer the pacifist route, right? If we talking about Mass Effect, I prefer the Paragon. So anyways, I essentially said, well, what don't you like about the song? Everybody just disliking his comment. And I'm just like, what don't you like about the song or movie? So he can explain himself, you know what I'm saying? And everybody else was just like, that person's talking about the audio, but I don't think he was listening. This person was like, girl, STFU, it's the best movie ever. I was like, hold on now.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
See, we can't have no PC discussion with you saying STFU. I mean, I know this is a PG podcast, but I'm pretty sure even little Timmy knows what that stands for. So anyways, people just put all type of stuff that don't even watch it. I can't even see it. My fault. And somebody said, then don't, what is that? Come on, man. We can't be cussing like that.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
Even though Nikitanya Mirage cusses a little bit, but she's the queen of rap, so we let that slide. But yeah, man, people in the comment section going crazy. They like, bro, how do you not like it? This is the one I was talking about while I was covering it. Let me see. Somebody said, I'm not gonna do the voice again, but y'all see what I was saying right here. I highlighted it. So ultimately, they was not rocking with this man calling this song boring or the movie, because I believe when it comes to Analytic Dreamz video, it's very interesting. I think my reactions really go up on that specific platform, as people on the Analytic Dreamz video, I bring myself back, my fault. People on Analytic Dreamz video really enjoy different reactions because of course, as far as the algorithm, they just like that somebody who may not be as in tune is really diving into their culture and breaking it down for other people who may not be as aware. So when it comes to this specific comment section, a lot of people was very enthused about me just breaking it down, because this was happening on every single track I was covering from the K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack, to the point where that may be some of my best, even on my main podcast platform that's just audio only as far as under Red Circle. That may be my most popular segment at the end of the year, is really doing those type of numbers. So shout out to K-pop. And shout out to the people who really enjoy music from that specific genre. So going from that, now let's get into the next analytical interaction, as we're probably only going to do 3. So let's start with IG, and let me see, what do I want to go with? Like I said, y'all gonna say L content creator, because I really ain't been responding to a lot of these. Should I go to this one? All right, let's do this one. So, or should we do TikTok first? Let's do TikTok first. So Gunna, you already know the biggest gangster out of Atlanta has dropped his album, right? And essentially, this is what people were saying in the comment section. As you can see, the clip is right here. Burna Boy is on the same track, and the entire chorus is just.
Like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So essentially, I was talking about how Chloe Bailey is linked was linked with Gunna and Burna Boy, and they was on the same track of Gunna's latest album, talking about God knows what. You already know what they was talking about. So anyways, I just thought that was phenomenal. People in the comment section, this person said Gunna's melody is top notch, straight to the soul. And I responded to that, I believe, and I said, perfected his own lane for real. Because a lot of people talk about how Gunna is making the same track over and over again. Like if you perfected the lane, then I believe you get more of a leeway to make the same track. Like Future, there's certain artists who really perfected their lane to the point where now if you make certain renditions of that track, it's okay. Because Gunna obviously gives us a lot of different vibes. Like he put out Classy Girl and nobody listened to it. So, you know, when people talk about Gunna not experimenting, like, no, y'all just don't listen to Gunna at all. So when it comes to that, Gunna basically went back to the tried and true formula. Also, it was the last project he had to put out under Young Thug's label. So you already know what he was trying to do with that one. I just think Gunna's not capable of just delivering a trash album. So he probably just gave Young Thug a bunch of just throwaways, and then they just ended up being fire. So anyways, and mark my word on that, his next album is going to sound completely different. This is his last album under Young Thug. He probably didn't want to give him the ultimate slaps. So anyways, then we have somebody saying you sleeping on Young Nudie, which literally today, I put out my coverage of Young Nudie's album Paradise simply because of this comment, which goes to show, y'all can't see it again. There we go. Which goes to show when people support, I will ultimately cater to you, because I don't like taking certain advice or what I should cover from people who don't support, because then they don't know what I cover, right? Imagine somebody being like, man, I think you should cover more Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you don't even listen to the podcast. It's telling me I should cover more Drake. Obviously, nobody says that, but you know, that would be something nobody. That would be something a person who doesn't watch the podcast will say, or doesn't listen to the podcast. So, anyways, this person said, you sleeping on Young Nudie, and of course, I responded saying, making a review for my show as we speak. And guess what? Young Nudie Paradise is up now as far as my breakdown into the album and singles. So anyways, that's enough for the TikTok analytic interactions. Now, let's get into the handy dandy Instagram. And yes, I just said handy dandy. You know, I'm 25 going on 90. So anyways, let's get into, let me see. What I want to get into. Let's see. Let me see. Which one? That I think I talked about that, didn't I? Anyways, let's get into some gaming, right? Let's switch it up. So let's get into this one. Once again, Analytic Dreamz or any of these platforms to bring up my profile. So anyways, this being said, this is some of my gameplay into Grounded 2. As you can see right here, this man is having the time of his life. Let me show y'all.
Potentially dangerous.
Yo, who's this talking to me? Why is she putting minors to work? Is she Batman? I think I could be an evil scientist, you know what I'm saying? I'll be like Pusha T. You know what I mean? Batman be trying to figure out the riddle. Whole time I'm just spitting like Pusha T and Malice. Okay. Like, how many Madonnas can that monster fit? Batman be like, hold on now, what in the world? What I just walk into? Alright, so obviously you already get it. Like, this man's crazy. This man need help. So anyways, I don't know why I pulled that away. Hold on, let's get into the analytic interactions. So anyways, you get to see what that looks like as far as people commenting and things of that nature. And you can see to the left, you know, a lot of people are commenting right now, liking the video. See, I love when people support, you know, it really makes me in my job more enjoyable, because I'll be doing this without all of the support, because I've been doing this since 2018 and it just picked up in like what, 2023. So anyways, you know, I'm true to it, not new to it. All right, my fault.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
My fault. Yeah, I get the point. But anyways, when it comes to that, the comment section, somebody said, my nephew and I finished Grounded in time for the sequel. We loved it. Somebody else says, still can't get over how magical the backyard ambience, depending, you know, tomato, and Grounded is. And then somebody else said, Grounded is my favorite survival game. Story-driven co-op just makes it so much better. And then somebody else said the Batman, because of course you know my Batman joke, so you get the point. You know, a lot of people commenting and stuff. Somebody else said Grounded 2 only has 20%. That's the real Analytic Dreamz right there. He said he breaking down analytics. This person said Grounded 2 only has 20% of the map open right now, so I'm waiting for full release.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I respect that guy, but I have no idea what he's talking about. So anyways, with that being said, that's it for analytic interactions. Obviously, if I kept going through all my social medias, we'd be here for a minute. And, you know, of course, I want to say that's also a blessing that people are engaging with my content that much. But of course, with my newer segment that I just implemented, like 2 months ago, analytic interactions, we can't get into everything. Like, it'd be impossible. But I really appreciate each and everybody who comments, likes, shares any of my content, whether it's the clips, whether it's the live streams, whether it's oh yeah, let's get into live stream. That also has some analytic interactions. I don't know if I could pull that up specifically. I just go there. Let me see. Let me go to kick and then let's just pull it up. I don't want to dox myself. You know what I'm saying? All right. I think I should be able to find something as far as analytic interactions. All right, cool. So yeah, let's do the live stream version because we haven't did that before. So last but definitely not least, for analytic interactions, let's get into me talking to the people tuning in live, which if you don't know, I do live stream, and as you can see, is this happening right here. So let me see, we'll pull this up. I'm blocking myself. All right, let me take myself away. There we go. Yeah, like my little outfit, nothing too crazy, you know what I'm saying? Just getting into role play. When it comes to analytical interactions, as far as the streaming portion, as you can see right here, this is me just interacting with the chat and stuff. That's why you should definitely follow my live streams via my link tree in my bio. Dang, bro. Who left the water on? Oh, I'm saying, gonna take a little shower right quick. Girl, I wish I could save you, but I can't. That girl took me for Spider-Man, Superman. That's what I'm talking about right here. That's why you should definitely follow the live stream. Stop playing. Hey, I take a little shower. I'm back though. Is there any rooms we missed or what? You said not middle of a mission. Yeah, I had to get that shower session in. All right, so obviously you get the point, you know, as far as people who tune into live stream and interactions, that's definitely something that I don't think I've ever showed as far as the live stream aspect. So if you're new, just know I do live stream. So if you was ever wondering, like, where does this man be sometimes? Sometimes I'm live streaming, sometimes I'm recording for the podcast, sometimes I'm recording exclusive content for Enemy Plus. Just know your man is always working. And with that being stated, that's the end of analytic interactions. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that newer segment. So with that being said, now we're about to get into music and gaming recap, because when it comes to that, obviously Notorious Mass Effect is playing off of gaming and music. And when it comes to episode 151, diving back into the intro, we have to talk about how this episode is titled "Is Nintendo Taking Over Gaming in 2025?" Because of course we already know Donkey Kong Bonanza is running up the sales like none other. We know the Nintendo Switch 2 is running up the sales like none other. We know that Mario Kart World is running up. All right, y'all get the point, right?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
What's going on is Nintendo's putting BTA on the entire gaming industry with their latest console, with Mario Kart World, and of course with Donkey Kong Bonanza. So with that being stated, now let's get into the other side, which is of course Pusha T and Malice in their album Let God Sort Them Out.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I know Kanye would not be a fan of me putting them on the cover of the episode, but ultimately I cannot tell y'all how phenomenal this album is. As far as when I get into it specifically, you will come to realize that I believe this is one of the greatest masterclasses we've seen as far as lyricism throughout an entire body of work. And I say that with all sincerity, as this is one of the best albums, best rap albums I've heard in quite some time. And ever since Drug Dealers Anonymous, when Pusha T went toe to toe, and yes, toe to toe with Jay-Z. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, with Jay-Z.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
So ultimately, I realized at that point in time, Pusha T was somebody not to be reckoned with. And that was way before my favorite rapper got mutilated by him as far as exposing his child, right? That's a whole nother discussion. So anyways, episode 151 is focusing on Donkey Kong Bonanza and of course Pusha T and Malice as far as the Clips album Let God Sort Them Out. So that's why they're the highlights for this specific episode. But of course, when it comes to the entire episode, we have Drake. We're getting into Drake and his rollout for Iceman. We're getting into, of course, Pusha T and Malice, the Clips album, Let God Sort Them Out. We're going to talk about Justin Bieber's album, Swag. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Bieber has an album titled Swag. And it's not that bad. I ain't going to lie to you. Travis Scott, a.k.a. Jacquees Webster, has Jack Boys 2. The sequel for Jack Boys has finally came out. And let's just say, this man is not going to apologize for the Astroworld situation anytime soon. So I should probably stop bringing it up, right? Of course not. So anyways, Tyler, the Creator, then surprised the music industry, dropping his surprise album, Don't Tap the Glass. So we're going to get into all that as far as this episode 151. And then we're going to get into a little bit of industry news. And then, of course, gaming and drama. The reason why I don't break down the rest of it, because I don't really break down stuff for my episode, but I guess I will keep going. Industry news, we're going to break down the music industry being down compared to the halfway of 2024, according to earnings report by some German corporation. So ultimately, when it comes to music industry, a lot of people is streaming music more, but less people are buying, physically purchasing music, whether it's vinyl, CDs, things of that nature. So people are not really out here purchasing music like that. And we're going to get into that in this episode. Also, we're going to talk about how Live Nation created the biggest Black creator network in history. So that's a huge accomplishment, especially for Live Nation going under certain lawsuits, which I also broke it down. But of course, I keep it 8 more than 92. So even though I did cover the Blockbuster lawsuit against Live Nation, I'm also covering Live Nation Urban launching the largest Black creator network in the industry. So at that being said, ultimately you already know that Jay-Z and them is going to have some great PR for the foreseeable future. Now with that being said, Sony bought some shares into Bandai Namco, so we also get into that as far as them buying 2.5 stake into Bandai Namco for anime, manga, and more. We dive into that topic, and then we get into the gaming portion of the episode. And of course, we start off with Donkey Kong Bonanza. We're going to get into Rematch, College Football 26, Ready or Not, which surprisingly overtook every single game as far as being the most played game on the PlayStation platform. One of the most impressive accomplishments that I've seen in quite some time. So we're going to get into that. And then we're going to get into Marvel Token and how that is unequivocally going to be one of the biggest games of 2026. What the developers have showed us already as far as Marvel Token, this may be one of the greatest fighting games of all time. And I say that with all sincerity. I believe that Marvel Token is going to be one of the greatest fighting games of all time. So that being said, then I get into my love and, of course, me putting respect on the mobile gaming community's name as we hop into Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious, the mobile game. And ultimately, we finish off with a little bit of drama, because who doesn't like drama, right? So we get into a little bit of drama as we talk about the Ubisoft assault case. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Ubisoft is in hot water once again. So that being said, 3 former Ubisoft execs were found guilty, and we dive into the details of that specific topic. And then, of course, we end off with the oldest bingo club argument I've seen in my lifetime as far as Jim Jones versus Pusha T. So that's everything that we're getting into as far as episode 151. But ultimately, we have to end off with a little recap of the entire gaming and music industry. So with that being said, starting with music, of course, like we always do, getting into the top 10 singles that is impacting the masses, we have to start with K-pop Demon Hunters.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
As they unequivocally have the most played track in the entire world. And with that being said, K-pop Demon Hunters track Golden is, objectively speaking, the most played track in the world. So shout out to them for that. And then, of course, we have Ordinary by Alex Warren. We have the third most played track, The Subway by Chappelle Rowan, and Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because I'm showing it. I'm showing the Billboard rankings as I go through it. The fourth most played track is What I Want by Morgan Wallen featuring Tate McRae. I'm surprised to not see Morgan Wallen at number 1. But of course, he can only put so much BTA on the music industry until his arm gets tired. And of course, y'all saw y'all should have seen my Taylor Swift coverage as far as her album. Let's just say Big T is coming, and that means the biggest gangster in the industry is about to take over. So The Life of a Showgirl is coming out soon. If you're a huge Swiftie, just know that album is going to be very impactful to the masses. So with that being said, track number 5 is the 5th most played track in the world is Daisies by Justin Bieber. 6th most played track in the world is Love Me Not by Raven Lene. I think that's how you say it. I've covered her before, but I always butcher names. Not on purpose, though. Raven Lene, her track Love Me Not is the 6th most played track in the world. And then you have Just In Case by Morgan Wallen, which is the 7th most played track in the world. And then, of course, who is that? Not only does K-Pop Demon Hunter soundtrack have 2 tracks in the top 10, but they have 2 separate entities as far as the movie into this top 10 as the girl group, which is at the top, Hunter X, Jay, Audrey, Nuna, and Ri Ami. That's the girl group. The boy group, which is actually the track that I enjoy, which that segment is also going crazy on my podcast. Shout out to y'all. But that is the 8th most played track in the world currently. And as far as your idol, let me just tell you, that track is phenomenal. Like I said, preaching to the choir. Hold on, I need full screen for this one. Pause. No Diddy. I be singing this every single day that ends in Y. I just walk around singing, preaching to the choir. Can I get the mic a little higher? You know what I'm saying? Like, that track is fire. Phenomenal, and literally my favorite track off of the soundtrack. So I think it's very fitting that it's the 8th most played track in the world. That track is beyond fire. Lose Control by Teddy Swims is the 9th most played track, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, you're seeing that correctly. That says 103 weeks on the Billboard charts. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what a hit looks like, just know you're looking at it right now. 103 weeks being in the top 10 with one specific track. Literally, you're feeding generations with this one track. So with that being said, a bar song, another track that's doing phenomenal on the charts. As you can see, this is 60. Hold up, my marker's off. This is 69 weeks. I'm trying to get a little more. Okay, there we go. Y'all get the point, right? Made a little circle over it. That's 69 weeks total on the chart. So that's the 10th most played track in the world. A bar song by Shabuzi. Safe to say, the racist manager at the Country Music Awards talking about we've been kicking Shabuzi. It don't look like it. It seems like Shabuzi been kicking y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So anyways, to recap, we have a bar song by Shabuzi at number 10. These are the top 10 most played tracks in the world. So to recap, a bar song by Shabuzi is the 10th most played track in the world. Lose Control by Teddy Swims is number 9. Your Idol by the Soldier Boys is number 8. Just In Case by Morgan Wallen is number 7. Love Me Not by Raven Lene is number 6. Daisies by Justin Bieber is number 5. What I Want by Morgan Wallen featuring Tate McRae is number 4. And then in the top 3, you have The Subway, Chappelle Rowan at the number 3 slot. Number 2 is Ordinary by Alex Warren. And of course, the most played track in the world is Golden by Hunter X, which is really referred to as the K-Pop Demon Hunters soundtrack. So shout out to them. They did a phenomenal job promoting the album, promoting the soundtrack, promoting the movie. And then, you know, moving on to the albums, safe to say that we probably won't see them, right? Like, I don't think we'll see the K-Pop Demon Hunters at all, you know, as far as in the top 5, right? So as far as me pulling up this list, what is that? Hold up now. You telling me the entire soundtrack for K-Pop Demon Hunters is the 2nd most played project in the world, ladies and gentlemen. When I tell you that's a phenomenal accomplishment, because of course it is August 12th. And as far as this project came out, let me see if I can find this. K-Pop Demon Hunters. I think I'm in my playlist. Okay. It popped up though. That's how you know I'll be listening to it. It popped up, which, you know, shameless plug. If you want to know what I'll be listening to, just go to my link tree, go all the way to the bottom, and it says what I've been listening to, and it's Fresh Fire 2025. All tracks from 2025 that I enjoy. So a little shameless plug. K-Pop Demon Hunters came out June 20th. Ladies and gentlemen, It is August 12th. Safe to say this is a phenomenal body of work that people have been enjoying as far as an analytical standpoint, as it's the second most played project in the world. So number one, of course, Morgan Wallen is continuing to put BTA. I guess his arm ain't tired just yet. You know what I'm saying? This man said the N-word and still has the most popular track, most popular album in the world. I mean, safe to say that is some white privilege for you. Now, with that being said, Morgan Wallen, I'm the Problem is number one most played album in the world. K-Pop Demon Hunter soundtrack is the second most played project in the world. Renee Rapp with her album Bite Me is a newer installment. So, of course, her debut is number 3, which is a phenomenal accomplishment. We'll see if it stays. Suicide Boys, their album Thy Kingdom Come is the 4th most played project in the world. And, of course, you have the one and only Bieber Valley with his album Swag. That is still the 5th most played album in the world. And as you can see, he has a number around last week. That means that he was able to hold his position for 2 weeks consecutively. So that was phenomenal because this album just came out not too long ago. So for Justin Bieber to have this staying power in the top 5 as far as the most played tracks in the world, most played projects in the world is a phenomenal accomplishment. So with that being said, to recap the top 5 most played albums in the world, we have Justin Bieber's Swag at number 5, Suicide Boys Thy Kingdom Come at number 4, Renee Rapp Bite Me at number 3, K-Pop Demon Hunter soundtrack at number 2, and of course Morgan Wallen I'm the Problem at number 1. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, is Renee Rapp and Suicide Boys there because they just debuted? Well, I would say yes, but of course let me show you some of the other albums just in case you don't believe me, right? These albums right here is what they're going to be competing with next week. This is 6 through 10. So the 6th most played album in the world is, make sure I can count right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. 6th most played album in the world is Alex Warren, You'll Be Alright. 7th most played project in the world is once again, Morgan Wallen just at this point, he pulling the switch out. He getting the switch on this, hey, BTA on the entire music industry. Having 2 projects in the top 7 is beyond insanity. This is exactly what Taylor Swift did in 2024, and Morgan Wallen seems to be replicating that formula, and it just so happened that both of the artists are under UMG.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I need Drake to get that lawsuit wrapped up because he ain't gonna be putting numbers up like this if he keep beefing with the big dogs. So anyways, with that being said, Morgan Wallen has the 7th most played project in the world. SZA, one of the most popular artists in the world. I don't know why she didn't get more credit for Kendrick's GNX tour, because of course it was a joint tour while they was filling out stadiums. But for some reason, people just forgot SZA was on there and gave all the credit to Side 7. But you know, that's besides the point. So, 9th most played project in the world is Yeet, Dangerous Summer. And of course, number 10 is Tyler, the Creator, Don't Tap the Glass. And of course, you know, we already know which way Tyler, the Creator swings. Apparently it's both ways, you know, allegedly, you know what I'm saying?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
I'm not trying to get sued, but all I'm gonna say is he probably wanted to take the GL off of that album title, but that's just me. So anyways, wrapping this back up, getting into 6 through 10. Tyler, the Creator is the top, has the 10th most played project in the world. Yeet with this is his debut. Whenever you see this and it doesn't have a number, just assume this is their debut because that's what it is. So his first week out, he was able to debut as the 9th most played project in the world, which is a phenomenal accomplishment, selling 34,000 first week. SZA has the 8th most played project in the world, Morgan Wallen, which rose from 13. As you can see, this is always the last week number. Morgan Wallen, One Thing at a Time, is the 7th most played project in the world. And then, of course, Alex Warren, You'll Be Alright, Kid, is the 6th most played project. Now, ladies and gentlemen, switching gears from that, getting into gaming, of course, we're going to start with Steam. We're going to get into Xbox. And then we're going to get into Nintendo, PlayStation, and then mobile. So, getting into Steam first. Let me pull this up right quick. So we're going to get into Steam first. Did I pull the Nintendo up? Make sure. Okay, there we go. So for this, we usually do the top. I think we do the top 10, but we're just going to do the top 15. Just because, you know what I mean? Just because I'm feeling all right. You feel me? So anyways, getting into the top 15 on Steam as far as the most played game. And number 1, we're just going to kill the suspense because they always number 1. We have Counter-Strike 2 with a whopping 1.1 million concurrent player count, and of course 1.2 24-hour peak. So ultimately, Dota 2 is at number 2, no pun intended. Has around 700,000 concurrently playing the game with a 24-hour peak of 722,000. And then we have PUBG Battlegrounds with 482,000 concurrently playing the game and 597 24-hour peak. And of course, at number 4, we have the one and only Apex Legends, which I still to this day remember when me and my homies were in the dorm rooms and then Apex Legends just surprise dropped and we hopped on it like it was no tomorrow. Pause. Goodness.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
We played the game like it was going out of style and we very much enjoyed it. So they have a concurrent player count of 182,000 with a 24-hour peak of 216. And then of course, Delta Force, it comes in at number 5 as they have a concurrent player count of 163,000 with 191,000 24-hour peak. And then we have Rust. Hopefully y'all like my 6 connecting to the 5. Rust comes in at number 6 most played game on Steam as 145,000 people concurrently playing the game with a 24-hour peak of 162,000. Then we have Wallpaper Engine, but we're not going to count that. So let me see. We're not gonna count that. We're not even gonna give that number. So really, the real number is 7 because Wallpaper Engine, that's like a cheat code. Come on now. Number 7 is Stardew Valley, which has a concurrent player count of 115,000 and 24-hour peak of 128,000, which is a phenomenal lifespan for this particular game that just came out not too long ago. And then we have Naraka Blade Point coming in at number 8 most played game on Steam currently, 97,000 people playing the game right now, 24-hour peak of 130,000. Then we have Peak, which is more of a streamer game, but it's very enjoyable if you enjoy certain people playing just outlandish games, right? This game has a concurrent player count of 96,000 with a 24-hour peak of 135,000. And then of course, then we have Grand Theft Auto 5. See, ladies and gentlemen, this is why GTA 6 keeps getting pushed back.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Liara, I be trying to tell them that if they don't stop supporting these old games, they won't make any new ones because people are flopping left and right. You got Concord, you got Splitgate. All right, my fault. I ain't mean to send random shots. My fault.
Shepard.
My fault. I ain't mean to do that. So anyways, when it comes to not sending random shots, let's just say games are flopping left and right. And if you want GTA 6 to come out and be amongst of these atrocious flops as far as video games. Now, as far as quality, you know, it's a whole separate discussion. As far as people flopping and studios getting closed down, whether they put out a good game or not, financially, a lot of these companies aren't doing well. So what incentivizes Rockstar to put out GTA 6 when y'all have GTA 5 in the top 10 as far as Steam? So anyways, 87,000 concurrently playing GTA 5 and a 24-hour peak of 89,000. So with that being said, then we have Bongo Cat at number 11. 86,000 people concurrently playing Bongo Cat, which it's so funny because I actually covered that game and I had so much fun covering it. But I was thinking to myself, like, bro, man, I'm really dedicated to this stuff. Like, bro, who is out here covering? Who is out here going from Drake coverage to Kendrick covers to Bongo Cat? Like, come on, man.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Hey, I'm sorry. I just got to tell you, like, at the end of the day, Bongo Cat, like, it's one of those games that I just don't, I just.
Shepard.
All right, my fault. I'll stop. So, but whoever, if y'all enjoy Bongo Cat, then I guess. But anyways, number 12, we have Banana, another streamer game, but you know, at the end of the day, I ain't mad at it if you enjoy, whoever you enjoy watching play this game. 84,000 people concurrently playing Banana and a 24-hour peak of 136,000. You're probably wondering, why did you skip Source SDK base 2007? Because I have no idea what that is. Actually, let's look that up right now. I just assumed that wasn't a game. You know what they say about assumptions, right? This is a PG podcast, so I really can't explain it. But y'all get the point, right? Let me see, 2007. What is it on Steam? There we go. So when it comes to this, I just know it's not a game. It can't be a game. It doesn't even look like a game. It looks like something you download for like mods or something. Let me see. So let me see. Just doing a little journalistic research, nothing too crazy. Okay, so it's a free tool. a free tool on Steam provided by Valve. Serves as a foundation for running mods. See, I knew it. See, I told you I play games. Like, come on now.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I just switched the topic. So when it comes to the 13th most played game in the world, goodness gracious, that's a crazy 3. Y'all like that? I'm gonna keep that there. Whatever. Y'all just get to make fun of my 3. That's it. Insane 3 right there. Dead by Daylight is the 13th most played game on Steam. 70,000 people concurrently playing the game. A 24-hour peak of 74,000. So to recap Steam, we have Dead by Daylight, Banana, Bongo. Well, okay. Dead by Daylight at number 13, Banana at 12, Bongo Cat at 11, Grand Theft Auto 5 at 10, Peak at 9, Naraka Blade Point at 8, Stardew Valley at 7, Rust at 6, Delta Force at 5, Apex Legends at 4, and then getting to the top 3 most played games in the world on Steam. PUBG Battlegrounds at 3, Dota 2, ironically at number 2, and then of course the unequivocal GOAT when it comes to consumption amongst Steam gamers, Counter-Strike 2. Which, if you don't know, that new sound effect that I'm using is literally from that game. So, you know, shout out to the people who already knew that. But let's switch gears and get into Xbox. As you already know, when it comes to Xbox, ultimately, it's usually the same. So, let's look at Xbox right quick. So, as you can see right here, Grounded 2 is actually making a resurgence as far as Xbox. It was not on there for a second, but people are really enjoying the game because if you look at it, it's really interesting as far as you can either play it by yourself. I think it's way harder if you do that. You know, shameless plug to my Analytic Dreamz Grounded gameplay. As let's just say I was lost a little bit at a certain point. So anyways, I would say Grounded 2 is a game you play with friends, but killing the suspense, the most paid game on Xbox is of course Minecraft. Number 2 is surprisingly Ready or Not. It was not on Xbox at all as far as in the top 10. So I'm surprised to see this as number 2 because when we come to PlayStation, whenever I was looking at it throughout the month, Ready or Not was consistently the most played game on PlayStation. But as you can see for Xbox, it's on there now, but when I was looking at it, it was not on there. So anyways, now shout out to Ready or Not. Shout out to I think it's Void Interactive that developed this game. Shout out to them for having this resurgence on Xbox. And then we have Grounded 2 at number 3 as far as the most played game on Xbox. And then we have Mortal Kombat 11. Ain't no way Mortal Kombat 11, the 4th most played game. Honestly, I don't know how this happened. I don't know what they're doing, but whatever. Oh, maybe it's because of the Mortal Kombat movie and the trailers for that made people revisit Mortal Kombat 11. But honestly, I don't know why people are coming back to Mortal Kombat 11. Like, that's just... I don't know. Hey, you already know my favorite fighting franchise of all time is Mortal Kombat, but for some reason, they just continue to drop the ball. Like, I enjoy the game, come to realize that certain metas make the game unplayable, so I stopped playing it. You know what I mean? Like, if you didn't use, Cyrax or Sector as a side assist character, you was basically getting whooped in every online match. And I feel like for a fundamental fighting game, you should be able to use any character and have a fighting chance. But anyways, so the assist mechanic, I think they will not do that in the foreseeable future. I think they messed that up. Grounded 2. So when it comes to Grounded 2, some reason they're number 5, because you have the Founders Pack and then you have Grounded 2. So really, Minecraft and Grounded 2 took up 2 slots in the top 6. You know what I mean? I guess that's what happens when you're very popular.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So anyways, getting into 7 through 10. So that's the top 5. Actually, let's look at this again. So top 6, Minecraft. Let's go from 6. So Minecraft is on here twice. Is at number 6 and number 1. If you're wondering the difference, Minecraft Java and Bedrock Edition for PC is the most played game on Xbox. But Minecraft Java and Bedrock Edition Deluxe Collection is the 6th most played game on Xbox. So it's 2 different packages, which is why it's on there twice. Grounded 2 is at number 5. Mortal Kombat 11 is number 4. Grounded 2, the Founders Pack, is at number 3. Ready or Not is at number 2. So shout out to Grounded and Minecraft for taking up 2 slots out of the top 6 with the deluxe editions and the Founders Pack. But with that being said, let's get into 7 to 10. So as far as 7 through 10, surprisingly, this list is interesting. You know, I blame the Xbox Game Pass. We're gonna get into the top games on Xbox Game Pass. I think people are finally realizing that the Game Pass is the best bang for your buck, especially in this economy as a gamer. Like, the amount of games that I've played essentially using the Xbox Game Pass, and I create content. Like, I don't mind paying the full price. It's just a tax write-off for me. But for most people, you would think that they would enjoy the Game Pass more, because if you have a PC, if you have an Xbox, it doesn't even have to be the Xbox Series X. You could get the S, that's cheaper, get the digital edition if you're just going to solely do downloads, and then you're good to go. But anyways, that's why I believe this list looks like this, as far as it not being the Call of Duties of the world. Because I believe Xbox is going away from actual physical copies. They're kind of getting into what the music industry being transitioned into, as far as being a part of streaming services instead of actually incentivizing the public to purchase physical copies, right? So anyways, this is number 7, Who's Your Daddy? And just goes off my point. Like, who in the world is playing this if they have Call of Duty for free on Game Pass? Grounded 2 Founders Edition. Goodness, they took up 3 slots in the top 10. ATV Drift and Tricks Definitive Edition. Okay, that's number 9. And of course, oh my goodness, my 9 is crazy. And then number 10 is Gotham Knights. So getting through 7 through 10 as far as the most played games on Xbox, you have Who's Your Daddy at number 7. Grounded 2 at Founders Edition, ATV Drift and Tricks Definitive Edition at number 9, and then rounding off the top 10 of the most played games on Xbox, Gotham Knights is the number 10 slot. So now let's transition into the Xbox Game Pass, because I feel like that's more indicative of what people are actually enjoying as far as the top most played games on the Xbox ecosystem. So when it comes to the most popular games on Game Pass, obviously you see the complete list here. I do not think it's easy to quantify what's the most popular. So all I'm going to say is it's not in order, but of course this is the entire list. So I'm not going to list it out like I usually do as far as I'm not going to number it. But as you can see right here, we have Call of Duty Warzone, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Standard Edition, League of Legends, Minecraft Java, Bedrock Edition, Valorant for PC, Grounded 2, Microsoft Solitaire Collection. So if you do have Game Pass, just keep in mind, all of these games are free on the Game Pass. Ain't that crazy when it comes to this economy and being able to have a bang for your buck?
You guys.
Oh, my fault.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So Overwatch 2 PC Rematch, Forza Horizon 5 Standard Edition, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, Grounded, Wu Chain Fallen Feathers. With shameless plug, I have Wu Chain uploaded on my Analytic Dreamz video. I have the entire part 1 of my Wu Chain Fallen Feathers uploaded. So with that being said, Clear Obscure Expedition, also play that game. Any of these, if I say I played it, you could just type in that name, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and then you'll be able to see it. But of course, you'll be able to listen to it. But on Spotify, you'll be able to see the video along with the audio. Dead by Daylight, Battlefield 2042. I don't know how you say that. Abiotic factor. It's either abiotic or abiotic. I don't know which one. Factor. Farming. What? Hold up. What in the world?
Shepard.
Nah, bro. I gotta say something. Farming Simulator 25. What are y'all doing with y'all time? Goodness gracious. I ain't gonna cap to you. Hey, get it how you live. But as a gamer, I'm judging you. I ain't gonna lie. Pure ignorance. I am judging you off of pure ignorance if you're playing the Farming Simulator 25. With that being said, Balatro, which was definitely nominated for Game of the Year whenever it came out not too long ago. What was the release date? Let me see. Balatro release date. So for the Game Awards show, it was 2024. The 2024 Game Awards show, it was nominated for Game of the Year. So people seem to not get enough of this game, Balatro. So anyways, it's on Xbox Game Pass as well. And then of course, is that what I think it is? Ain't no way they got the entire GTA 5 Enhanced Edition on PC for free on Game Pass, and people still are buying it to the point where it's top 10 in Xbox. Like, come on now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So with that being said, we switching gears. So now we dived a little bit into the Xbox Game Pass. Now let's get into PlayStation. As when it comes to PlayStation, we already know what's going to be towards the top because, of course, Madden 26 is coming out soon. So ladies and gentlemen, is no surprise, Madden 26 is the most played. Hold up, is that two? Can y'all see that? Where should I move so I can see the 25? I want to put it. Should I put it up there? Yeah, let me move my thing right quick. Trying to be a W Tech guy on the fly, nothing too crazy. Let me see, take that away. All right, I think that works, right? Yeah, that works. Okay, anyways, getting back into it. Madden 26 is the most played game on PlayStation as of right now. So no surprise because it's about to come out. Madden 26 is unequivocally the most clamored for a game on PlayStation. Fortnite, as you already know, is always up there in the top 10. And of course, it comes in at number 2. My number 2 is wild. I don't know why I drew it like that. Call of Duty, number 3, most played game on PlayStation. No surprise here. Battlefield 6 is number 4. Shout out to the people trying out Battlefield 6 or just Battlefield in general for the first time. And then you have Mafia the Old Country coming in at number 5. I heard this game is stiffer than when you see a baddie. Oh, my fault.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Mafia Old Country seems to be one of those games that continuously has better story than gameplay. But with that being said, Mafia Old Country is, objectively speaking, the 5th most bought game on PlayStation. Then we have NBA 2K25. I guess people are getting ready for their 2K26 as it's the 6th most played game on PlayStation, which, you know, 2K is always usually on that list. So it's always like that. But anyways, as far as the top 6 on PlayStation, number 6, we had 2K25. Mafia the Old Country comes in at number 5. Battlefield 6 comes in at number 4. Call of Duty comes in at number 3. Fortnite comes in at number 2. And of course, the most bought game on PlayStation as of right now is Madden NFL 26 as people get ready for this game to release. So with that being said, now let's get into 7 through 10. So now, when it comes to 7 through 10, make sure it's when it comes, oh, why I do that? Can I grab? Yeah, there we go. Here we go. So 7 through 10, EA Sports College Football 26, which to me was a little let down. I actually played this game. So with that being said, I believe when it comes to College Football 26, it didn't do anything different from 25, which we should have known going off of the past research or the past history of Madden, of 2K. But, you know, we thought it was going to be different with college football. We came to find out 25 to 26. You might as well just call it 25 to Deluxe Edition because this is essentially the same game with new college athletes. So Roblox comes in at number 8. Ready or Not. Oh, my number 8 was kind of fire. I like that. Oh, my fault. Ready or Not comes in at number 9, which, you know, to be fair, this is surprising because throughout the entire month, it was literally at number 1. So I'm not saying it's like falling off by any stretch of the imagination because it's still in the top 10. And of course, you never know what type of cross collaborative efforts they have coming down the pipeline. But Ready or Not is currently the 9th most played, 9th most bought game on PlayStation. And of course, we have MLB The Show 25. Coming in at number 10. So wrapping up to 7 through 10 on PlayStation. At number 10, we have MLB The Show 25. At number 9, we have Ready or Not. At number 8, we have Roblox. And then number 7, we have EA Sports College Football 26. So with that being said, that is the top 10 games affecting the masses on PlayStation. Now let's get into mobile games. As when it comes to the top mobile games, obviously you already know. These are the biggest mobile games currently. Now, when you look at the Apple Store, this is one of the things that I was contemplating going off of because I don't know if I want to go off of certain sites that I put together a list or if I want to go off the Apple Store because sometimes the Apple Store be acting a little funny. If you know the Fortnite versus Epic, Fortnite versus Epic, the Epic versus Apple battle, which I've detailed entirely on this podcast, Apple loves to, you know, allegedly maneuver some things as far as the analytics and show which games they want to show. You know what I'm saying? So as far as the most popular games, this is unequivocally the most fair list in my opinion. So Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious, which I just recently covered, it comes in at number 1 as far as the most played mobile game in the world. At number 2, we have Marvel Contest of Champions. At number 3, we have Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Number 4, we have Crystal of Atlan. Number 5, we have Squad Busters. Number 6, we have Pokemon Go. Goodness gracious, at number 6, I gotta do that over. That's bad. That's terrible. There we go. Is that even a 6? Am I tripping? That is a 6. I had to type it in to make sure. Hey, that look like a B to me. My drawing skills is in the gutter. And then Cookie Run Kingdom at number 7. So of course these are the top 7 games as far as mobile platform. And at some point I will start showing like Apple and Android specifically. But at this point in time, it's very interesting the way they maneuver numbers, and it's completely different from what my research tells me. So I think that's for a reason. So with that being said, I want y'all to see that number 7. Y'all see number 7? All right, cool. So that being said, recapping the top 7 most played mobile games, we have Cookie Run Kingdom at number 7, Pokemon Go at number 6, Squad Busters at number 5, Crystal of Atlan at number 4, Mobile Legends Bang Bang at number 3. And then the top 2, we have Marvel Contest of Champions at number 2, and then Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious at number 1. So those are the top mobile games affecting the masses. Now, we're going to get into Nintendo. As when it comes to Nintendo, you already know Donkey Kong Bonanza is putting up numbers, but surprisingly, it comes in at number 3. So I would put up the rankings, but of course they have other consoles in there. I don't want to get y'all confused. So when it comes to this specific list, I can show you. Let me see. Let me just show you the top 3 right quick. We'll do it like that. So the top 3 as of right now, as you can see right here, we have Demon Slayer, whatever that says, Hinokami. I think hopefully that's it right. Blood, Wind, Tale 2. That's number 1 currently for the Nintendo Switch platform. Then of course you have Mario Kart World at number 2, Donkey Kong Bonanza at number 3, and then of course going down number 4 we have Hollow Flower Card. I think that's how you say it. Demon Slayer Once More at number 5, probably some different edition or something like that. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Jamboree TV at number 6. Castlevania Advanced Collection at number 7, Minecraft at number 8, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at number 9, and of course rounding off the top 10 for the games most notoriously impacting the Nintendo platform at number 10, we have Tamagotchi's Bubble Wrap Amasechi Amachito Sama. Hopefully I said that right. If I did, hey, clap it up for me. So anyways, that comes in number 10. So rounding off the top 10 games notoriously impacting the masses on the Nintendo platform, we have the Tamagotchi at number 10, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe at number 9, Minecraft at number 8, Castlevania Advanced Collection at number 7, Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 edition plus Jamboree TV at number 6, Demon Slayer Hinokami Blood, Wind, Tale 2 at number 5, and is at number 1, not to get it confused. So it took up 2 slots. It's probably it's the PS5 edition. Hollow Flower Card is number 4. Donkey Kong Bonanza surprisingly is number 3. You know, it just came out, but you know, we just gonna leave that to, you know what I'm saying, Mario would never, but you know what I mean, that's just me.
Shepherd.
All right, my fault. I'll back off. So and then number 2, we have Mario Kart World, and then number 1, of course, is Demon Slayer Hinokami Blood, Wind, Tale 2. So ultimately, these are the top games impacting the Nintendo platform. And ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the notorious Mass Effect for the gaming industry and the music industry. So ultimately, getting back into this episode, which is titled Nintendo taking over gaming in 2025. But before we get into episode 151, make sure to click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and follow to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree, and also subscribe to NME Plus as far as my link tree in my bio. I need to add that into the show notes. Haven't done that yet. And then also make sure to share this podcast, rating the show 5 stars, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. Once again, I highly appreciate every and each one of y'all who take the time out of your day, night to support the podcast as we surpass 13 million downloads and it's only up from here. I mean, there's a lot of stuff we have in store. Some I can't even talk about. Ain't that about a...
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Some I can't even talk about, but you know, we got a lot of stuff coming down the pipeline. You know what I mean? Notorious, the masses is going to be fed. Let's just put it like that. So, yeah, with that being said, let's get into the first topic of the Notorious Mass Effect episode 151, which is, of course, me diving into the GOAT and his marketing rollout for Iceman. Now, when it comes to the accolades that I give Drake as far as being the GOAT, the mascot of hip hop, that goes without saying. So there's no need me to state it again, right? So anyways, Drake currently is showcasing why a marketing rollout is very effective for any artist, as Drake being one of the top artists in the world, currently having What Did I Miss being the 8th most played track in the world. Nokia is the 31st most played track in the world, been on the charts for about 22 weeks. But safe to say, when it comes to Party Next Door and Drake and their album, that is still the 18th most played project in the world. Drake is one of the top artists in the world. So with that being said, if he's going to put out music and give it an actual effective marketing rollout, I believe we could see some of the biggest first week numbers that we've ever seen for Drake. And don't let him attach vinyls to it. If you don't know, the reason why hip hop artists don't really try vinyls before the project comes out, it's because of people leaking music. If you get a vinyl, if you're working at a certain place and the vinyls come in, best believe, I'm not saying everybody's going to do this who works at warehouses, but somebody's going to get their hands on one of those vinyls, and then just so happens now it's out on the internet. So as far as hip hop, I don't know why, but it seems like it's the only genre where this happens frequently. I'm not saying it doesn't happen in other genres, but in hip hop, it happens way more often than you would think. So that being said, of course, I've listened to Which One by Drake and Central Cee. I believe this particular track is something that I talked about all the way in Iceman episode 1. Now, of course, like I always say, the information I get, you know, I just made it up. Honestly, I don't know how I got this. But when it came to Iceman episode 1, all the way back July 4th, 2025, I literally had a specific segment titled Face First by Drake. Now, there was a whole driving route that Drake was doing, and he was playing music throughout. And interestingly enough, one of the beats was just an instrumental, and he was just rapping over it. I mean, he was singing over it, you know, he was saying face first, face first, face first. And I thought to myself, this is the next single. If you don't believe me, just go to Drake Analytic Dreamz, and it should pop up as far as my Iceman episode 1 coverage. And I called that all the way back in July 4th. Now, I thought it was pretty obvious. Obviously not. People was focusing on what did I miss in Supermax, which I also focused on that. And when it comes to Iceman episode 1, I'm just going to come out and say it was leaps and bounds ahead of Iceman episode 2. It seemed like episode 1 was the first impression, obviously. So he wanted to go all out. Episode 2, he was being chased by Pinocchio. I kid you not.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So when it comes to that, I just focused on the music. I thought it was pretty solid. As far as a single, we'll have to see how it does. I do believe Drake calling out Billboard as far as not having number 1 is very tone deaf. It's like Drake doesn't realize he's suing his own label. Is he the only one on his team that doesn't realize he sent a lawsuit towards UMG's way, claiming them of using illegal practices like payola? So now, if you're trying to blow up the whole music industry, because allegedly that may be how any artist pops off, people are going to be upset and they're not going to promote your music like that. So if you're authentically getting number 2, which is still a significant accomplishment, I said when Drake was complaining about number 1, when I was looking at future projections, I was like, he better be glad if he could stay in the top 10, which currently, like I just said, as far as his singles being considered, What Did I Miss is at number 8. So it's way harder than you think to have a top tier hit stay in the top 5. And the way that you do that is literally having airplay. If you don't know what airplay is, it's basically the radio, things of that nature, and the syndication over airwaves. And with that being said, Drake doesn't have a lot of it, to be exact, because I just want to let y'all know how less support Drake is getting compared to other tracks. Let me see, what did I miss? What did I miss is currently getting, well, this says 14.4 million airplay, but I want to talk about that. That's future projections for August 2nd. I want to talk about now. So it's July 26th. Okay, let me see. All right, so what did I miss? Number 8. It has 9.7 million airplay. And then when it comes to Alex Warren and his track Ordinary, Alex Warren has 74.0, so basically 74 million airplay for his track Ordinary.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So when I put it in perspective on why Drake shouldn't complain about the industry, is because you turned into Aubrey Karen. You are telling on the music industry they don't like it. So what you're seeing as far as, well, what the fans are seeing from an outside perspective is the first time we've ever seen Drake without his superheroes to back him up. You know how the Avengers come out as a group and they take out Ultron or they take out Thanos? Well, now Drake is all by himself. He is like Captain America at the end of Endgame, except ain't nobody coming to save him. So we're going to see if he could really withstand the assault of a UMG lawsuit battle. Radio stations trying to be hands off with Drake because you're trying to blow up their spot. There's a lot of things that Drake is doing that is indeed the red button. This is the red button Drake was talking about. Whenever I was thinking to myself, I was like, why would he think that's a red button? Oh, it's because everybody's paying for play, allegedly. So now, if you actually win and you actually expose that whole system, there's a lot that needs to be reconstructed to even have a music industry. So people are paying for play. Where have we heard that before?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So with that being said, it's a very bigger problem that Drake has, and it will not be resolved until the UMG lawsuit is over. So that being said, my personal review of the Which One track by Drake and Central Cee, I will say I enjoyed it. My favorite part was listening to Central Cee repeat which one, because his accent combining with the beat, I think that was a match made in heaven, because that was definitely his type of beat to float over. And when Drake came back on with his track Face First, which is like the second half of Which One, I thought that was pretty solid. The main thing I like is that it's solid music. It's nothing that feels uninspired. He gave us a rapping track, more melodic, that What Did I Miss had. And then, of course, you gave us a dance hall Afrobeats type of track with Which One featuring Central Cee. And now you're going to give us a certain track that's going to be filled with hard-hitting bars. And let's just say a lot of people are going to catch some strays.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Y'all going to be listening to Drake say some of the things that he says on his next track, and y'all going to think to yourself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
And, my sources are I made it up, obviously. My sources are just I made it up. But ultimately, when I was right about the Face First track, as far as Iceman Episode 1, and that being a legit snippet, a sneak peek into this Iceman Episode 2, it's funny how there's another instrumental that he obviously let play without lyrics for a reason. And I just think we may just hear the hard-hitting and the revelations that the lyrics showcase whenever it comes out in Iceman Episode 3. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake and his track, Which One, featuring Central Cee? Do you think it's fire? Do you think it's trash? What do you think about the whole industry not really giving Drake the radio support that he usually gets before he sued his label? And what is your favorite track out of Which One, and what did I miss?
On behalf of all of us right here, I want to let you know you've changed our lives immensely. We've been able to do things for our family, for our kids, for our friends that we would have never imagined. We appreciate you taking your hard-earned money that you work your motherfucking ass off every day for.
Oh, the cursing.
Job you got, and buying tickets and streaming songs and doing whatever you got to do. London, you are a one-of-one place. I will love you for the rest of my life. Thank you for 3 of the best days of my life. Get home safe. Good night.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is what Drake said right after bringing out Vybz Kartel. And when it comes to Vybz Kartel, safe to say, this man showed the most love for Drake, saying, quote, IDGAF. There's a PG podcast, so I'm not going to let you know what that stands for. IDGAF, if you like us, cuz God loves us.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
You know, every single month after month, it comes to my attention that what Size 7 did, ultimately, the ramifications are being lessened with time. And ultimately, the whole track list, the whole feature list, as far as the entire Wireless Festival, is beyond fantastic. As you have everybody and their mama popping out for night 1, night 2, night 3, to the point where Drake shut down Wireless Festival. 3 different nights, had 3 entirely different vibes. And of course, for the first night, impressively bringing out Lauryn Hill, and then surprisingly bringing out Vanessa Carlton at the end of night 2. And then of course, night 3 brought out the one and only Vybz Kartel. As if you didn't know, this is his first time in 20 years since his 13-year prison sentence that he was in UK performing. And he did not disappoint, as when it comes to Vybz Kartel, he performed and delivered a 90-minute set with hits like Picture This, Romping Shop with Spice. Also brought out Molly for the track I remember covering back in June 13th of this year, which was the Shake It to the Max Fly remix. He basically had her perform that. If you didn't know, the other artists on that track is Silent Addy, Skilla Bang, and Shensia. But as far as Molly, he brought her out for that performance. And safe to say, when it comes to 90 minutes, Vybz Kartel filled it up with, pun intended, vibes. As ultimately, it was very interesting because when you look at the people that Drake brought out for the Wireless Festival, you come to realize that these artists have immense respect for Drake. Not only is he one of the most streamed artists of all time, so of course, yes, you have that incentivized factor as far as showing up to his concert, but these type of posts, where did it go? Was it that post? Yeah, these type of posts right here. You don't have to do this if you're Vybz Kartel. You don't have to say, I don't care if you're like us because God loves us. Best believe a lot of hip hop artists are out here playing the middle, and they're not going to be coming out and saying stuff like, we don't care. Well, they're not going to be making anything that's a play off of Not Like Us in support of Drake. And here Vybz Kartel is literally showcasing the highest support for Drake, which is insane because guess what? People in his own genre would care less to do the same. Now, of course, they don't have to, but this showcases how when it comes to Drake and his ultimate stature in hip hop, from the outside perspective, some people got to let them know that Drake is the top performer in your league. It's like if LeBron got all the hate from every single NBA player, right? If like LeBron was getting hate from Steph Curry, KD, who else? Giannis, Shea. If they was all hating on LeBron like for no reason, and then you come to realize that from an outside perspective, people in baseball, people in soccer, people in F1, when they look at hip hop, they look at Drake. So if he's the representative and he's giving all these alley-oops, isn't that what you want? You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I think to myself, I'm like, man, if I could choose to have one person at the top of the game, who would I choose and how would I want him to act? Drake is exactly how I would want the number one, statistically speaking, the number one performer analytically to act, giving out alley-oops left and right. I don't care if it's fake. The feature ain't fake. The multiple features he gives out to underground artists isn't fake. As for bats if it's fake.
Ask Lotto if it's fake. A lot of these artists in hip hop, I'm not going to say are ungrateful, but Side 7 getting his first tour and then to turn around in 2025 and call him a whole pedophile. It's just a lot of conversations to be had. Maybe I'm just out of the loop on how this cultivated, right? But I just think a lot of the alley-oops Drake gives being on top of the game is something that does not need to happen. When Jay-Z had the ball, when he literally had the whole label in the palm of his hand, and he said he was going to retire. And guess what happened when he came back from retirement? A lot of rappers that was doing damage on that label got put on shelves. Because guess what? It's Jay-Z's time. Ain't no more handouts. There's no handouts happening. I don't care if I am the overview of the label and y'all look at me as a boss. Y'all album is getting put on the shelf while I get all the shine. Nobody's getting Jay-Z features. Nobody's getting the time of day while I run the game. So when it comes to that, I'm not saying that hip hop is in better hands with Drake than it is with Jay-Z. Ultimately, I am saying that Jay-Z did have Tidal that he said was for us, and he sold it to the white man. Now, that's just a fact. You can look it up. At the end of the day, Jay-Z did sell Tidal to a white man.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So I went on a little tangent. I don't know if y'all could tell. I went on a little tangent. I was talking about Vibes Cartel. So it wasn't, it's kind of tangent adjacent. But Vibes Cartel showing this much respect to Drake should showcase the hip hop feel, how people outside of the genre look at Drake and his dominance and how he continues to carry the flag and be the mascot for hip hop. Because analytically speaking, objectively, if you think about the top performer in hip hop for the past 10 to 20 years, it's been Drake. So really can't do too much about that as far as at this point in time. But yeah, so night 3 was phenomenal. Drake went crazy, of course, even working in his work verse amid his feud with A$AP Rocky. And of course, T's new music with Central Cee, which I was the first one to talk about that as well. When Face First was getting previewed during the Iceman episode 1, everybody was focusing on What Did I Miss and Supermax. Ain't nobody noticed that he was playing a whole, I feel like it was like a one dance type beat, and he was literally saying the words that's going to be on the beat. Instead of, there was no vocals, it was just instrumental, but he was rapping and singing along to it, and it sounded like a face first dance, one dance type of track. That's what he kept saying, face first, and kept like freestyling, and he basically had the chorus down. He was giving us a sneak peek in a very unique way. He wasn't just playing the finished record like he was with Supermax. He played the instrumental, and he basically gave us the chorus and how it would go as he was driving in the truck. And a lot of people just completely missed it. But that's why, Notorious Mass Effect exists. Because when it comes to Face First, I covered that as soon as the episode came out. And I basically talked about how that has the biggest potential to be the most popular as far as when Iceman comes out. But, I'm open to being wrong. But we've seen with the performance that Central Cee is going to be on that track. It's a house vibe. Central Cee is going to be on it, and it's titled Face First. So ultimately, as far as a lot of people giving Drake his credit, as far as Drake shutting down Wireless Fest for 3 nights straight, is something that a lot of people can't do, as far as going from R&B to a rap to a global list, and they all have hits on it. Like, not one night was starving for hits. A lot of these nights was filled with hits. You had Come and See Me, Day One, Marvin's Room, Feel No Ways, Hours in Silence, Jungle, Jaded. I mean, we all know Jaded is like a crazy classic. CN Tower. And then he got to his latest. Okay, and then Nice for What? And then night 2, he went into his rap sensation, went into Sicko Mode, Nonstop, Wanna Know with UK artist Dave, which we're not going to get into the UK versus US artists. Let's just say Drake was, he was tripping a little bit with that. So, Nokia, Somebody Loves Me, Rich Baby Daddy, Knife Talk, Rich Flex. Night 3, it goes completely left from R&B and rap and goes completely worldwide, as Face First is literally the first song that he showcased with that worldwide appeal as far as Iceman episode 1. And now we come to realize that Central Cee is going to be on the track, supposedly, as far as what the Wireless Festival showed, as far as Central Cee being on the track and rapping along to it. Now, he could always get taken off because the album's not out yet. They could always have a falling out, but as of right now, Central Cee is on the Face First track. Then you have Come Closer, brings out Popcorn, Then you have Who Told You, Signs, Controller, Find Your Love, Work, Passion Fruit. I mean, these are just straight undeniable hits, and he switched genres completely every single night. So anyways, before y'all say I'm doing tricks on it.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Essentially, I'm just letting y'all know that Drake is doing phenomenal as far as showcasing why and why he will continue to be the mascot and just the GOAT of hip hop. So that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Vybz Kartel giving Drake that the highest praise you could give as far as a musician co-signing him and the turmoil of his beef, literally making a flip off of, the pedophile anthem against him and saying that, God loves us. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake shutting down Wireless for 3 nights straight? And ultimately, what was your favorite moment that you've seen on the internet or in person if you went at when it comes to Drake at the Wireless Festival for 2025. Now, of course, getting into the Lauryn Hill section of the Wireless Festival, because if you didn't know, Drake brought out everybody and their mama to shut down the Wireless Festival for not 1, not 2, but 3 nights in Wireless. He brought out this list of artists, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, to see the video along with the audio, because essentially when you're looking at this list and you're realizing the immense respect Drake still has in the game of music, you come to realize that he may just be all right as far as everybody coming out, whether it's Lauryn Hill, 21 Savage, Vanessa, Carlton, I know, right? Very random. Skepta, Central Cee, Dave, Yeet, Party Next Door, Bryson Tiller, Rema, Vybz Kartel, the iconic Vybz Kartel, Popcorn, Sexy Red, Lotto. I mean, there's a lot of names on here that you could just talk about as far as who specifically came out to show love for Drake and his appearance at Wireless Festival. Because if you don't know, essentially speaking, Wireless Festival was in Finsbury Park in London. And Drake took that opportunity to say some other things as far as UK versus American rappers, but we're not gonna focus on that right now. As far as Drake and Lauryn Hill, this was a very interesting collab on stage, because who would have predicted this type of collab? Because of course, when it comes to Nice for What, I believe it samples Lauryn Hill. Let me see, Nice for What? Let's see, because if I'm not mistaken, I think that's apparent, because I know with Vanessa Carlton, that was just a random feature as far as night 2, but night 1 samples Lauryn Hill's X Factor from a 1998 album, The Miseducation of Lauryn Hill. So when it comes to Nice for What, we already know that Drake's mammoth of a hit, Nice for What, and how that went crazy in 2018. So to see her on stage on time, mind you. So for all the Lauryn Hill haters out there, she was on time, and she was on time at the Essence Festival. But y'all disrespected the queen, but we ain't gonna talk about that. So anyways, when it comes to Lauryn Hill getting her respect at the Wireless Festival, some would say, I didn't even know she was still making music. Well, ladies and gentlemen, she's technically not making music, but at the end of the day, she did just perform at the Essence Festival. She has a lot more events coming up, I believe, because when it comes to, she's been performing like with Doechii, I believe. That happened like March 8th. And as far as in the future, she continues to tour with the scheduled concert in Sao Paulo in 2025. So I don't know exactly where that is. I ain't gonna cap to you. Geography is not my strong suit. But y'all should know what that is based off me saying it. I mean, if you live there. So when it comes to Lauryn Hill, I believe she should have her dates up. If not, then definitely a missed opportunity. So I do not see dates. So that's cool. This is an official account too. So whatever. So anyways, she was basically clarifying the whole Essence Festival situation, because if you don't know, she got entirely disrespected to the point where she had to come out and give a whole statement, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify, to see the video along with the audio. Lauryn Hill essentially said, thank you Essence for clarifying that the delays were not my fault.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Lauryn Hill had to put those rumors and those consistent rumors to bed, because she had enough. She had it up to here with y'all saying that she always showed up late. So this was Essence Festival's fault. So she came out on the IG post and said, "Thank you, Essence, for clarifying that the delays were not my fault. Family, comma, let me address a few things. You already know when they say that, something's about to get broken down in a way you couldn't even imagine. So let's continue. I am involved in every aspect of what it takes to put on my shows, comma, because it requires that much involvement to protect the integrity of my message and the quality of what I do, period. And for this reason, I rehearse and arrange the music diligently with my band, another period. I am involved in every aspect of design, preparation, and production of my shows, while also being a parent, grandparent, and steward to my immediate family and community. While some get to focus on a single discipline or category, shade.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
My role requires that I have eyes everywhere and contribute to most, if not every, department and more. Ladies and gentlemen, goes on to write a whole dissertation, so we're not reading out the rest of that. But you know, essentially speaking, Essence Festival let her down. But I'm glad that the GOAT, the mascot of hip hop, could bring out Lauryn Hill shortly after that to showcase all the immense love and flowers that she should receive, especially being on stage, given some of the greatest hip hop bodies of work to date. So that being said, that was night one as far as Lauryn Hill being brought out and basically shutting down the whole festival, because who would have thought that Lauryn Hill was going to come out on such short notice. So that was very impactful. And ultimately, now we're about to get into night two, because as far as this not being that surprising, because she was sampled for Nice for What, that was the 2018 hit for Drake. This next one that we're about to get into was beyond surprising. So let's get into that one right now. Thank you to the one and only Champagne Papi. And because I'm reading this for Vanessa Carlton's voice, I gotta let y'all know that, but also just to be safe, I gotta throw a pause in there.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Anyways, reading the rest of this message from Vanessa Carlton. Thank you, Champagne Papi, for inviting me to be a part of his show and for the sweet introduction. I am so moved and have been a fan since the beginning. And thanks to everyone behind the scenes that pulled this off for us. So now I can personally recommend Drake's fabulous Wireless Fest experience. You have one night left. Don't sleep. And then she put a capital X. I don't know what that means. Put 2 more X's and Kendrick just might pop up. But anyways, with that being said, the thing that threw me off the most about this is that there was no comments on this video. Now, I'm not saying anything, right? I'm just saying 8,000 likes. That's a lot of likes for no comments, but that's just me. That's just me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to say nothing. I thought this was a fake account at first. It's the actual Vanessa Carlton account. And ultimately, I was just making an astute observation. Anyways, with that being said, night 2 from the GOAT, the mascot of hip hop, concluded all the way back in July 12th in Finsbury Park, London, when Drake shut down the Wireless Festival for 3 nights straight. First night, R&B type vibe, bringing out Giveon, Mario, Bobby V, you know, the usual. You feel me? The second night, bringing out Lotto, bringing out 21 Savage. Oh yeah, I had to make sure. Bringing out 21 Savage, bringing out K-Trap. Nobody even know who that is, but bet you he's rapping about that trap life. And then ultimately, Sexy Red out here doing cartwheels, twerking, while Drake is running a 40-yard dash to get behind that twerk win. And at the end of the night, Vanessa Carlton pops up. Now, I'm thinking to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
ain't no way this man that has Sexy Red twerking for no reason, Lotto out here looking like a whole snack, 21 Savage out here looking like him and Lotto ain't together. Oh, my fault. Let me chill. Skepta, Dave looking like they agree with Drake saying that UK rappers are the best in the world. And then now you have Vanessa Carlton out here giving a remix for 1,000 Miles. I mean, goodness gracious.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, usually FOMO doesn't kick in for me because I believe I saw Drake at a very prime time in his career when he just put out back to back, and that was a pivotal moment. Because essentially speaking, in the career of Drake, let's just say publicly, he hasn't won that many superstar-like rap battles. I mean, there's Pusha T, there's Kendrick. I think he's won a lot from a lyrical standpoint because nobody want to talk about how he went at Kanye and then Pusha T had to speak up. Nobody want to talk about all the bodies he just laid out in the street as far as Rick Ross, as far as A$AP Rocky, as far as Leland Wayne, Metro Boomin, as far as Demon, Future. You know, so many bodies, and everybody just wants to focus on the pedophile anthem. Anyways, the reason why I say that is because I think it was a prime time to watch Drake performing that back-to-back, especially all the way back when he was putting out Views, because remember he ended back-to-back like, oh, okay, now I can put out Views. And I think Views was phenomenal. No matter what no matter what old head Joe Budden said about Views, it's ultimately one of the better albums that Drake has put out back in 2016. So for night 2, when he's getting back into his rap bag, and of course he talks about some of the non-stop tracks, the Sicko Mode. What else he had? He had Wanna Know with Dave, which I think is a underrated track as far as a UK artist in Drake. I think that's one of the better tracks that he has with a UK artist. And then after that, he brought out Central Cee. But Vanessa Carlton, let's focus on her. So if you don't know, besides her hit 1,000 Miles that came out, when did 1,000 Miles come out? So 1,000 Miles, let me see, 1,000 Miles, when did this come out? So this essentially came out 2002. Goodness gracious, I was 2 years old when this was a hit. So that's insane. I ain't gonna cap to you, but anyway, yeah, 1,000 Miles is a huge hit, but it's very it's very, as far as the correlation between the features and Vanessa Carlton, I would say is very is obtuse angle. Is that the right way to phrase it? The way that Vanessa Carlton came out and the other features, it wasn't really no correlation there between, you go from Party Next Door to Lotto, it kind of makes sense. You go from Lotto to Sexy Red, oh, that definitely makes sense. You go from Sexy Red to 21 Savage, and you might as well just throw on Tubi, right? And then you go from 21 Savage to Vanessa Carlton, and then now we're looking like, hold up, man. Ain't no way you just brought out all these trap artists, and now we got Vanessa Carlton singing 1,000 Miles. But that's exactly what happened for night 2. So that's essentially why I wanted to get into. When it comes to Drake, I think he's just showcasing his immense respect that he's garnered in the music industry, as if you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But as you can see right here, these are all the artists that came out in the entire performance. So if this is not a jam-packed list of just straight legends, and if people at that Wireless Festival say they didn't get their money's worth, no matter what night they went to, I think they're absolutely lying. But, everybody's experience is a little different. So that's what I wanted to focus on. And more specifically, that's what I want to talk about as far as for night 2. I wanted to get more into Vanessa Carlton, but she really doesn't have a lot going on. There's some type of lawsuit going on with her nosy neighbors. That's literally how they said it. So it's definitely white people business going on right now. Because what type of, that's the stuff that, some Johnny Depp type lawsuit where it's just like, hold on now, we supposed to care about this? How about y'all just take care of y'all first world problems and we'll get back to our music? So nothing really going on in the Carlton world. She's just going through a lawsuit. Nothing too crazy. Noisy neighbors are obstructing their home or whatever, home studio. Very, very, very Karen like activities. I ain't gonna lie to you. So anyways, with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Drake bringing out Vanessa Carlton in night 2? And at the end of the day, what was your favorite track in the entire set list of Drake at the Wireless Festival for 3 nights straight? We was back and forth, down streamline. Moving weight was like lipo. The rest of y'all stuck in a rut. People double crossing, talking behind your back. See, that's where the knife go. I guess they wasn't messing with us. Some people get the luck of the draw. For others, life is a dice roll. And waiting on faith ain't for us.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you one thing. When it comes to those type of bars, it is layered all over this project, because usually I do not give reviews for albums. I usually let people hear my coverage of the analytics success on the billboards and things of that nature, because I usually gauge consumption compared to the superstars in the industry. But this is a full-blown review because I like this project that much. As far as rap, it's one of my favorite projects. I will say Russ and his album Wild is still my favorite rap project in 2025. But Pusha T and Malice, what they did as a group as far as clips, and this album, Let God Sort Them Out, is beyond phenomenal. And especially this being the first Clips album in 15 years, and having legends like Kendrick Lamar, having legends like Nas, having legends like John Legend, pun intended, Tyler the Creator, The Dream, getting The Dream to give you vocals. I think Beyonce has him locked away and not a dungeon. You know, the thing that how people talk about the OVO sweatshop and how Drake has ghostwriters in the basement or whatever. Whatever Beyonce has The Dream locked up, let's just say is more upscale than a basement. She has him locked away in a 5-star mansion, writing all the hits possible for Beyonce, right? So I think The Dream's pen is maybe the best pen in the music industry. And I've always grew up, like, I didn't grow up on The Dream because, you know, he's older. But as far as listening to his music, I always really respected The Dream's music. And then he just stopped. And then come to realize he'd been writing for Beyonce since then. So ultimately, some people like fame. Some people would take the money without the fame. I'm definitely one of those people. If there was some way where somebody else could be talking, I could be behind the scenes like The Dream and making money, that would be the perfect scenario. Because really, fame is overrated. It's all about the fettuccine and safety. As far as for that, The Dream has both. Because best believe writing for Beyonce brings in a lot of dollars for him. And all he has to do is sit behind the scene and write phenomenal lyrics for Beyonce. So anyways, getting back into other phenomenal writers, what Pusha T and Malice did on this album is beyond phenomenal. I mean, when it comes to the album, it's not even that long. It's 13 tracks, 40 minutes in length, straight bars, and filled with some of the best hip-hop beats you've heard in your life. And I say that with all sincerity, because when it comes to recency bias, you could probably be thinking, well, this album just came out Friday. Why don't you give it some time? After listening to Chains and Whips, after listening to FICO, after listening to POV, especially the beat flip when Malice hops on the beat, you come to realize that Pharrell was beyond in his Louis when he made this album. This man was ultimately lacing the clips with some of the greatest hip-hop beats of all time.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And then some of my favorite hard-hitting tracks from this project is definitely FICO, which I already read off the lyrics at the beginning of this segment. The second one would probably be POV. I really like that track. And then the third is hard because I really like replayability. From a quality standpoint, I think The Birds Don't Sing is top 2. But from a replayable standpoint, it's probably the least replayable. It's because, you know, it's such a hard-hitting message. So, you know, if you're in the car riding, I would definitely throw on FICO. If you're in the car riding, I definitely would not throw on The Birds Don't Sing, because the chorus is phenomenal. Shout out to John Legend for that. But when it comes to the message, and then realizing that Malice and Pusha T are brothers, right? Sometimes that gets lost in translation. You're probably thinking like, man, Pusha T really has different vocal inflection throughout this entire project. And then you come to realize Malice is his brother. So they sound similar. There's a reason why sometimes you can't tell when the other is rapping, because they sound exactly the same because they're brothers. So now when they make a song about their parents passing away with a short interlude between, I guess interlude is definitely insensitive. It's the wrong word. But as far as a short time span between each other passing away, that is very impactful on not only Pusha, but also Malice, because once again, they're brothers that just so happen to be able to put words together at on a master class level as far as lyrical content. So another thing I wanted to say, Sean Carter was invited for this album. Apparently, Pusha T sent him Chains and Whips, and I think that was the only track. He sent him Chains and Whips, and there was another track he sent him. I think it was the acronym track, the MTBTTF. I forget what that stands for, but he sent both of those tracks to Jay-Z. Jay-Z did not show up. Now, I don't think it was like, oh, forget these guys. It was basically probably maybe Jay-Z was busy, right? Or, now I get my messy brain, right? Pause. You know what I'm saying?
You guys.
But at the end of the day, I do believe Jay-Z heard some of the lyrical vitriol that was being spewed all over this album, and he probably said to himself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Pharrell Williams, Pusha T, and who?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
All going crazy on every single one of these tracks on this project. You know what? Let me just bow out, because guess what? I think if Jay-Z would have hopped on this track, I'm not saying that he's rusty or anything, because he did give us the phenomenal verse on God Did, but Pusha T and Malice, I think, would have gave Jay-Z such a run for his money that maybe, just maybe, Jay-Z felt like his verse wouldn't have been up to snuff when compared to Pusha T and Malice.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, ultimately, that's a hot take, right? But at the end of the day, that's how I truly feel. Jay-Z, Pusha T has always been close. I don't think he has any animosity towards these people. I think he probably just heard the project, heard the tracks that they sent him, especially Chains and Whips. Like, you heard that Kendrick came on, like, pause. I mean, come on now.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
But you heard how Kendrick approached the beat, let's just say it like that, and basically took a lot of inspiration on how Malice and Pusha T approached the beat as far as the very interesting tone that they went with. Very maniacal and villain-like. It's like if the Joker and the Riddler started rapping. As far as Kendrick, he had to really replicate that type of villain energy on Chains and Whips. And I'm not saying that Jay-Z didn't have it in him. I'm just saying that maybe, just maybe, he's a little afraid of the competition. Now, of course, that's just me being funny. But at the end of the day, I could see that being a reason why he didn't send in his verse in time, because he probably was trying to punch up his verse. Jay-Z does one takes. I don't know. But, as far as him being out of the game and giving a verse every other year, he probably wanted to punch up his verse a little bit to make it up to snuff, because here Pusha T and Malice is like basically combating one another over an entire project, and people who are not lyricists don't understand that when you have another lyricist in the room, it's way harder to make a verse, because now if you hear their verse and your verse is straight inferior to theirs, like not even close, then you got to redo your verse. So I'm not saying that Jay-Z ran into that problem. I'm just saying that he was probably trying to punch up his verse to a certain quality level that he felt was deserving to be on this project. And that's how I would put it, because this is one of the best rap projects that I've heard in a minute. And Pusha T has the cheat code in hip hop. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, because it's not an in-depth review. I don't even do reviews of albums anymore. So me just straight talking about my personal listening session of this album is not common. So when this album came out, it made me realize It's Almost Dry had Pharrell Williams and Kanye West production. Daytona had Kanye West production. No matter what people say about how trash it was, still had Kanye West production all over it. So from 2018 to 2025, you telling me you had Kanye West and Pharrell Williams producing your beats? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the greatest cheat code in hip-hop history. Do y'all not know that a beat, a phenomenal beat, is half the battle? Not to sound like G.I. Joe, but literally, if you don't have a phenomenal beat, you've already lost half the battle. And it's an uphill battle from there. If you're working with some of the worst beats known to man, that Lil Wayne, y'all know that the verses on that Elephant beat was fire. And don't let nobody else tell you differently, because Lil Wayne was spitting straight heat on that entire album. But when it comes to the Elephant beat, everybody killed it. Why? Because that's half the battle. And so since you lost that, it's already an uphill battle, and even Lil Wayne couldn't overcome the setback of the elephant beat. So now, if you have Kanye West, if you have Pharrell Williams type production, safe to say that's the biggest cheat code in hip hop. But Pusha T and Malice, well, specifically Pusha T, consistently gets these type of production level, these high level beats because he can rap. So when the beat happens, and it's phenomenal because it's Pharrell Williams or Kanye West, Pusha T is such a phenomenal lyricist that he consistently gets them to cook up live to give him these type of beats because the respect they have for his pen is unmatched. It's almost like the Dream pen, but in the rap game. That's how Pusha T is perceived as far as his lyrical content. I mean, just look how he did My Favorite Artist. You know what I'm saying? The story of Adidon to this day is one of those PTS type memories that World War II veterans have when they wake up at the middle of the night in a cold sweat, right? We just think story of Adidon and we automatically start thinking, oh my goodness, I can't believe Pusha T did that to My Favorite Artist. Like, it's really crazy. You know, it's no comparison to what Side 7 did, but you know, of course, that's why he showed up on this project. He's like, hey, I just did to him what you did. Hey, we should, you know what I'm saying? And that's how it basically happened. But obviously not exactly how it happened, but I think they took joy in that both of them completely mutilated, you know, the Canadian verbally. So with that being said, the Chains and Whips track is one of the standouts. I already said FICO, POV is some of my favorites off of the project. FICO, I'm not gonna say by far, the entire project is super fire. Definitely one of my favorite projects of the year. As far as a deep dive, I would probably be here for an hour just breaking this down. So I just definitely want to give my personal review of it. And as y'all, well, first, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do y'all think of the Pusha T album? The Clips album. Let God Sort Them Out. And if you've listened to the project, what is your favorite track off of Let God Sort Them Out? Now, of course, Bieber Valley, aka Justin Bieber, went to Instagram to post a lot of cryptic messages. Whether we have the HQ billboard images, and then we have personal family photos with Haley and their baby, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because of course there's been a lot of references, there's a lot of building narratives and anticipation for this now what seemingly is going to be an entire project titled Swag. Now, of course, it could just be a track, but if you do not know, Justin Bieber hasn't put out an album since 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Justin Bieber has not put out an album, an entire project since 2021. So with that being said, his last album did sell 159,000 units first week, but it's an interesting trend with Justin Bieber, which is why I think this break happened. 2010 with My World 2.0, which everybody knows as far as back in 2009, it encaptivating all of the youth back when that came out, had around 283,000 first week. Then he had Under the Mistletoe, which was in 2011. That sold 210,000 first week. So a little bit of a dip from 2010 to 2011. But then he came back in 2012 with his album Believe, and that sold a whopping 374,000 first week. 3 years later, of course, the album that has solidified his status in the music game as one of the most iconic artists ever, as far as him putting up 522,000 units first week with his album Purpose, his most popular album to date as far as first week sales. Now, of course, when it comes to singles, a lot of people know him for Baby. That's diamond certified, of course. Hits like Sorry, hits like Stay with the Kid Laroi. When it comes to the Grammys, he's a 2-time Grammy winner. I mean, there's a lot of things we could get into Justin Bieber. I mean, did you know that he had the most streamed track, and he also has the most streamed album on Spotify as far as the record in 1 week, and the most simultaneous tracks on Billboard Hot 100 by a solo artist? Safe to say Justin Bieber is a big deal outside of his projects. I just wanted to let you know that he hasn't put out an album since 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2025. And safe to say, the landscape of music is showing that a lot of different genres are being played to the point where we have a K-pop album that I've been covering extensively as far as on this podcast. That's currently the third most played project in the world, talking about K-pop Demon Hunter soundtrack. So when it comes to Justin Bieber, I'm looking at the overall analytics and I'm thinking to myself, will he debut at number one? Because it was a huge drop off. You realize that I haven't even talked about 2020 and 2021. So after his most successful album as far as Purpose back in 2015, you come to realize Changes in 2020 had a first week sale of 231,000. A huge drop off. And it was a 5-year wait. What in the world? Justin Bieber probably looking at his phone like, I thought y'all say y'all love me. Y'all out here talking about baby 30 million trillion times over. And here we are in 2020, a 5-year hiatus, and we dropped by over 200,000 in first week sales.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
And then not only that, but then to follow that up the next year, because you probably thinking to himself, you just like, hold up, man, let me give him something else, because maybe they just wasn't gravitating to him, to the music. So as far as Changes, he doubled back. He was like, you don't like that? Here's another one. He gave us Justice in 2021, a back-to-back release. He hasn't done that since his trilogy run, as far as My World, Under the Mistletoe, and Believe, as far as back-to-back years with him dropping a project. He dropped Justice, and don't you know, Justice ended up being his lowest first week sales ever. Well, 154,000. Well, 159,000, depending on who you ask. So when it comes to that, Justin Bieber is obviously not hurting for a hit. Having a diamond record in general is already enough to feed your family and then some. Justin Bieber has multiple of those. So now, if you're looking at Justin Bieber from an analytical standpoint, Morgan Wallen is currently running the charts as far as having the most played project in the world with his album titled I'm the Problem. But the problem with that is, are you going to be able to surpass his 170,000 mark that he keeps putting up time and time again? It is July 10th, 2025, and Morgan Wallen has had the number one project in the world since May 16th. I mean, you've had Benson Boone come out. You've had Lord come out. Karol G, they thought she was going to get the number one album at some point. A lot of these artists who are putting out albums and have huge fan bases, mind you. Because the reason I cover analytics is really just to give you a gauge on consumption as far as the artists, the superstars being compared. Because it puts into perspective on who is the most dominant currently. Now, of course, all time, Justin Bieber's discography washes all of these artists as far as analytically. We're talking about currently. Who's currently hot? That's why I go over the charts just to let you know consumption. But I say it all the time. When it comes to selling, people who've listened to the podcast, you already know what I'm about to say, but I have to keep beating this point home because I cover the charts so much that I have to reiterate this statement every time. Just because you sell a lot does not mean you make high quality. And just because you don't sell a lot does not mean you're making utter garbage. The two don't correlate. Sometimes it does. Most times it does not. There's a lot of people behind these artists' corners that once you get into the music industry, you come to realize if you don't have so-and-so in your corner, you're just not going to do the numbers that these artists who have that backing do. Now, of course, you do have to be talented to a certain level. But once that machine gets behind you, there's a reason why independent labels and independent artists have a whopping 8% of the music market share. UMG has 60%, Warner Music Group has 17%, Sony Music Entertainment has 15%, others, which is smaller labels and independents combined, have 8% of the market. Now, why is that? That's because if you have a machine behind you, it's like a puzzle, right? If you have a major machine behind you, you need 100 puzzle pieces to be put together. A major machine takes away 60 of those. If you're independent, you got to put that whole puzzle piece together by yourself. And of course, it's possible. We've seen it happen before, and then the marketing machine gets behind it. But at some point, to get to the heights to get 100% of that puzzle complete, which is like number one in the world, you have to have a major label. Russ currently is the only artist who's an independent that has an album in the top 10, because Wild currently is the 8th most played project in the world, and that's under TuneCore, which is probably helping that overall market share as far as independent. Well, it's probably helping the overall market share as far as the 8%, right? It's 8%, and one of the artists actually have a top 10 album. Should showcase how rare that is for an independent to have that much success, right? Every other artist in the top 25 as far as the most played projects is under a major label. So that being said, the reason why I say that is because obviously Justin Bieber's under a major label. Now, with him putting out this album, it's going to say a lot because he's been going through some interesting social media antics as far as from a public perspective. The way that the public's been going at him, the way that they've claimed he's been acting with his wife is none of my business. But as far as, music wise, I wonder if he's going to put that into his album Swag, because you never know how people are going to be receptive to you saying certain things if a certain divorce or breakup happens, right? Because I don't think it will, but a lot of people enjoy the music more when they know the artist is living that life, right? That's why it's very toxic. It's why a lot of your favorite artists you want to break up or whatever, because now they're incentivized to give you the greatest R&B or rap music ever, because now they've been heartbroken, or now they've just been broken in any type of way and they can put it into the music. So with Justin Bieber and his wife Hailey Bieber and his son being all throughout the covers, I think it's going to be more of a family album, which is completely different to the way that the media, which goes back to how media can cover you and make you look a certain way. The way that the family proponent is pushed in this marketing strategy, I'm not going to say an album titled Swag is going to be the most introspective, but it could be. Like, we haven't heard it yet. Maybe he titled the album Swag and everything about it is wholesome, right? So, with that being said, some of the reported collaborators as far as Justin Bieber being in both Iceland and Los Angeles during April 2025 is a rumor, so take it with a grain of salt. But DJ Tay James, longtime DJ, Harv, which is a musical director, Carter Lane, which is a SZA collaborator, which technically if SZA's on tour and you have somebody who collaborated with SZA, well, actually I don't know, because I don't know how deep Carter Lang is into the SZA hive, or not SZA hive, but into the SZA workshop as far as helping her out with certain deliveries of verses. But Cash Cobain, Gunna, Sexy Red is rumored. Eddie Benjamin, Australian artist. Sekou, I don't even know how to say that, a UK singer, songwriter, and these are all alleged. Dylan Wiggins, producer of I Wish You Roses by Kali Uchis and Die For You by The Weeknd. And then other lesser known artists. But just know this list came from his retreat to Iceland this year in April. It was jam sessions hosted by Bieber at both Iceland and Los Angeles. So it's a lot of things that have been happening in the past, right? There's a lot of things to get into when you talk about Gunna, when you talk about Justin Bieber. But the reason why I just misspoke and said Gunna is because we're going to continue this conversation with me covering the supposed track from Justin Bieber, which is him featuring Gunna and maybe even Sexy Red. So we're going to get into that coverage right now, and we're going to continue into that in the next segment. So when it comes to Justin Bieber, I've already went over all the accolades you needed to know in the overall album coverage as far as Justin Bieber Swag. So if you type in Swag, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, it should pop up as far as me just putting immense respect on Justin Bieber's name. Now I want to get specifically more into the life of Justin Bieber currently and its current rollout. As with Gunna, with Sexy Red being a feature that people are saying might end up on the album, safe to say the wheels start turning as far as who else could end up on this album. I do not believe for 1 second Drake will help anybody overcome him as far as the charts when he just put out a single. But if he did put out a feature on Justin Bieber's album, I could see him promoting it. But let's just say I made this fact up, right? Let's just say I made this future, what I'm about to say, up. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe I just made this up. Justin Bieber was supposed to be on Die Trying. If Drake is a little salty and Justin Bieber wants a feature for his album Swag, does it happen? Does it happen if the preceding events is truthful, or If it's not truthful and I'm just making it up, y'all just let me know. But at the end of the day, if somebody's a little salty, should they give you a verse for your album if you didn't do one for theirs? Even if you're Justin Bieber looking at Drake, right? So, I don't know who's going to be featured on this album. It's easily going to be a top 2 album as far as the next week chart data. Will they be number 1? That's a huge concern. Justice, that was dropped as far as his last project, sold 154,000 first week. But the thing with that is, it's been 5 years. Actually 4. It's been 4 years since his last project, which was Justice in 2021, that sold 154,000. So as far as the hiatus, safe to say that you should see some type of increase in streams as far as first week sales, because you haven't put out a project in 2021. Now, obviously, this man, Justin Bieber, has been active in the musical field because he put out a good amount of singles in between time, as far as Private Landing, Snooze, Beautiful Love, Honest, I Feel Funny, Up at Night, Attention. I'm just talking about his musical output. Lonely Christmas with Bryson Tiller. Like, he's been active. And that, well, actually, Lonely Christmas was in 2021. But you get the point. He hasn't been like completely silent. He's been putting out things. And Private Landing, I believe, was a very certified hit for quite some time. And Snooze with SZA, I covered that way before that even happened because they shot a music video and I believe it leaked or something like that. So, actually, let me see. When did I cover that? So, SZA, Justin Bieber. I do remember covering that. Let me see. SZA. Okay, let me just type her name in. So you have SZA. Oh yeah, SZA and Justin Bieber Snooze. This yeah, here we go. So I covered that all the way back in August 29th, 2023. Fast forward to 2025, I would not be surprised if SZA's on this album, because when it comes to SZA and her having the 7th most played project in the world as far as SOS, I think Justin Bieber's going to need a superstar-like figure besides himself on his album if he wants to top the charts as far as Morgan Wallen. Now, analytics ain't everything, but as far as Justin Bieber, to debut at number 2, when I think consistently he's had number 1, even with Justice selling 154,000 when it came out back in 2021, it still went number 1 because in that specific time, nobody put out an album that had more than 150,000 first week, right? But Morgan Wallen been running the charts since like May something, right? I remember I went over it in the last segment. Let me see. So May 16th, I do believe, objectively speaking, Morgan Wallen has had the number 1 album, the number 1 most played project in the world. I'm talking about analytically, not quality. Analytically speaking, he's had the most played project in the world since May 16th. Currently, he's doing around 170,000 each and every week. If you look at Justice, it sold 154,000 first week. 2025, streaming has been seeing an interesting decrease. So I'm not saying that he's going to sell less than Justice in 2021 as far as 154,000, but I wouldn't be surprised if he comes close to beating Morgan Wallen and just doesn't surpass him. But I'm open to being wrong because he could have 2012 type of appeal when he had 374,000 just because of the long hiatus he took, because a 4-year hiatus is not the first time he's taken a hiatus. Purpose came out in 2015, Changes came out in 2020, and he didn't see an increase, which is bewildering to me and probably to him. He took a 5-year hiatus, came back with his album Changes after his most successful first week sales ever as far as his album Purpose in 522,000. And then he ended up, after that 5-year hiatus, he ended up decreasing in first week sales to 231,000. So just because he took a huge hiatus does not mean that people are going to gravitate more to his album, which brings me back to the ultimate point. Will he continue his streak of having a number 1 album? And with that being said, now we're going to get into, that's my coverage of Justin Bieber, the Swag album, that may or may not be releasing at midnight, or maybe it's just a single. Now we're going to get into the GOAT of hip hop, which is Aubrey Drake Graham, as I do believe I want him on this project. So now we're going to continue my coverage and just talk about why I want Drake. Yes, like Big Sean said, everything comes back to Drake, and I want him on this album. So we're going to get into why in the next segment. Now, ladies and gentlemen, first I have to let you know, Drake is my favorite musician on planet Earth. So with that out the way, obviously me getting into my wants and needs for this particular collab to happen has to be at this very moment, because if Justin Bieber puts out a project and Drake is not on it, and I'm left with the Right Here track from 2012, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2025. When in the world are we going to get another Drake and Justin Bieber collab? Because let's just say Right Here is a phenomenal track, right? I do not believe the sales for Right Here was going to be estimated the way that it ended up performing on the charts. Drake, Justin Bieber, first track ever together in 2012. You would have thought it would have more appeal on the tracks, on the charts. It went to number 5 on Billboard, and that was his peak. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Drake's and Justin Bieber's first ever track went number 5 on the charts and then completely fell off. What in the Michael Jackson?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So now in 2025, it's not like they had some type of one hitter quitter that just blew up on the charts like Drake and The Weeknd did with Crew Love, like Drake and Kendrick did on Poetic Justice. And then I think it was another track. But anyways, there's not that many tracks with those particular artists as far as Drake and The Weeknd, Drake and Kendrick. But they went crazy on the charts. The only collaborative effort between Justin Bieber and Drake, as far as Right Here, peaked at number 95. Hold up. I don't think you understand. Justin Bieber, back in 2012, was putting up some phenomenal numbers to the point where a lot of people will say he was the biggest artist in the world. And some would say he still is. But, you know, with his Purpose tour, right? And that happened in 2016. So that's not 2012. But that grossed over $257 million. But back in 2012, I believe the track Baby is off of that run. So when you look up Baby, let me see. Baby, Justin Bieber, pause.
Guys, see, that's the problem.
You know, I had to throw that pause in there. But yeah, okay, so that happened in 2010. So right after your biggest hit ever, because of course, I think unequivocally, objectively speaking, Bieber is Justin Bieber's biggest hit ever. So with that being stated, right, I think Justin Bieber and Drake need to have a smash hit before their career ends. And I'm not saying like they're falling off. I'm just saying that the only track they have collaborating together did not percolate on the charts like they thought it was going to. So now to recoup and to come back from that, because of course, if you don't know the history of Drake and Justin Bieber, it's not like they're beefing. Like The Weeknd and Drake, they're beefing obviously because he wanted to sign The Weeknd. The Weeknd was like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, and now they're forever beefing. Drake and Kendrick, Drake put Size 7 on his first ever tour, and then later on in 2025 went on to call him a pedophile, right? So they're not on the greatest terms as far as Drake, The Weeknd, and Drake and Kendrick. But as far as Drake and Justin Bieber, from what we can see, they've been on the greatest of terms. I mean, Drake appeared in a music video for Justin Bieber's best performing track, Baby, back in 2010. But then you're probably saying, well, that was 2 years before the collab. Maybe they fell out. In 2020, Justin Bieber appeared in the music video for DJ Khaled as far as for Drake's track. It wasn't even Justin Bieber's track, and he showed up for the music video. And safe to say, if you hate an artist, you would never show up to a music video for his track to promote for DJ Khaled. Like, it just doesn't make sense, right? And then fast forward, Justin Bieber posted on Instagram basically inviting artists to collaborate, to which Drake publicly commented, because if you didn't know, and of course, you know, my sources is I made it up, but Justin Bieber was supposed to be on Die Trying, which is why, you know, that chorus from Party Next Door sounds like it should be like Justin Bieber as far as sonically. I think it's a phenomenal track. I think if Justin Bieber was on that chorus, it would have done numbers like the Drake and Chris Brown No Guidance track would have did. I think Die Trying having Justin Bieber on it would have did the same numbers that Chris Brown and Drake No Guidance would have had. Because now you don't have that many collaborative efforts together. That particular track, I think, was cultivated for a Drake and Justin Bieber hit. But that's just me. So anyways, that went out the window, right? But of course, Drake publicly commented and said he had DM'd Bieber, but received no reply.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Now, of course, this doesn't mean they're beefing. Drake never really comes down and be like, I asked for a feature and got turned down. I mean, who is he really doing that to, right? When have we seen Drake be like, oh, I asked so-and-so for a feature, but he said no? Usually, well, 9.9 times out of 10, it's the other way around. So I think it was just some joking, jovial type of back and forth. Well, it wasn't even a back and forth. Justin Bieber didn't reply. But even for Drake to say that, he was kind of joking, like, hey, man, you kind of brushed me off, but we still cool. So now in 2025, with the rumors of this album happening, which is literally why I'm saying I need a Justin Bieber Drake collab, because they've been hinting at it. They've been talking about it in 2025, and just so happened, and the album is coming out, and the speculative features are Gunna, Sexy Red. I mean, no disrespect to those artists, but I want to see some Weeknd, Kendrick, Drake, like somebody, as far as another superstar to go along with you for this album, because I do believe, I'm not going to say it's going to have the hardest time going number one, but Morgan Wallen has had the number one album in the world since May 16th. It's July 10th, 2025. So with that being said, Morgan Wallen is completely putting BTA on the entire music industry. So Justin Bieber coming out with his album, I believe he could be the first artist to overtake Morgan Wallen as far as having the most successful project in the world. And you know, analytics is only to gauge consumption with every single superstar in the industry to give you a perspective on who's really doing numbers currently. Because discography wise, Justin Bieber's bigger than all of these artists combined. Currently, he's not on the charts at all. So with that being said, I believe he should have another superstar-like figure on his album Swag that's apparently gonna release at midnight, or maybe it's just a single. We don't know yet. We'll know in like the next 50 minutes. But at the end of the day, I want Drake to be on this album. If there's an album without Drake on it from Justin Bieber, and if they end their careers only giving us right here that I believe did not perform the way it should have, being Drake and Justin Bieber's first ever collab, I think it's going to be one of the saddest things to happen in the music industry, because Drake, Justin Bieber still being cool to this day, seemingly, and not having another outing as far as a collaborative effort would just be unfortunate for the game of music. And that's just coming from a Drake fan. So obviously I'm a little biased. But with that being said, where do your biases lie? Click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias, which artist would you like to see on Justin Bieber's upcoming album Swag that's either releasing at midnight, or maybe he's just putting out a single. But at the end of the day, which artist would you like to see on Justin Bieber's album Swag? Now, ladies and gentlemen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because when it comes to NFR podcast, let's just say they are the ones to blame if this deluxe edition does not happen. Because currently, I'm looking at the DSP for Travis Scott, and the additional tracks that they say is on the deluxe edition, as far as The Wizard by Travis Scott, Trip Out by Sheck West and Yeet, 110 South by Wally the Sensei. Let's just say I'm literally refreshing as we speak, and it feels like the Playboy Cardi release all over again, because I keep looking at my DSP. I'm like, is my DSP broken? And I don't think so. I'm going to it. I click Jack Boys 2, and then it's nowhere to be found. So now I'm thinking to myself, are they lying to us? Like, hold on now. Don't let me find out. Everybody out here spreading fake news about this Jack Boys 2 Deluxe. I'm thinking to myself, this been 11 hours ago, and I still ain't seen nothing when it comes to the actual DSP and the professional outlets that's like Spotify, Amazon. It's like everybody's announcing this deluxe edition. I'm like, is he trying to drum up some more anticipation for his project? Because I already said on my latest, like when I talked about his diss towards Pusha T, that was, phenomenal, by the way. Obviously I had glowing things to say about it, of course. When it comes to Travis Scott and his marketing strategy, as far as stepping on Pusha T's album, I think it's pretty solid. I think he's going to end up outselling his album, even though it didn't come out on Friday. But if you have features such as a Glorilla, Tyler, Vibes Cartel, 21 Savage, Kodak Black, Saw Baby, Waka Flocka Flame, I think that's how they say it. Why am I acting like I don't know how to say his name? I'm tripping. Is he on this album? I don't see him. Why does it say that? I don't know why it says that. Okay, so the actual feature list is Don Toliver, Sheck West, Playboy Cardi, Future. Oh, it's because he doesn't list them out. Well, so yeah, that's the actual list. The first time I said it, those are the features. But ultimately, the 3 tracks that you're seeing right now, as far as the Wizard, Trip Out, 110 South, I think it should help out the sales because there's additional tracks from a superstar in the game, such as, Travis Scott. I don't think he needs it to outsell Pusha T's album, but maybe these are supposed to be on the original body of work. Because for the life of me, I cannot figure out why this project just wouldn't come out on a Friday. I mean, if you think about it, Pusha T is not going to outsell you because he's not a superstar like you. He doesn't have. He's literally talking to Joe Budden, Charlamagne. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he hit up academics while he's on vacation to try to get an interview. I mean, he's really doing the marketing strategy of all marketing strategies as far as being on every major platform, right? So now you look at Travis Scott, not only not doing any of that as far as a marketing rollout. I mean, I guess he let us know that was coming, but he puts out the album on a Sunday instead of a Thursday at midnight that a lot of people do to end up on a new music playlist, right? That's the whole reason people drop music Thursday at midnight. People probably be thinking you could release music whenever. Why is everybody releasing music Thursday at midnight? Because if you release music any other day, the higher ups are literally telling you you're not going to be on a new music playlist unless you drop Thursday at midnight. Because when it comes to us getting everything in order, we have to know that this track is coming out. So now you give us a date, you turn in the track, and now we can put you on all the playlists we need to put you on to get you the engagement that major label artists usually get because of certain playlists pandering to them. I'm not going to say because of a dollar amount because that's payola and that's illegal. And, I'm going to let Aubrey Graham handle that. But ultimately, there's a reason why everybody drops at Thursday at midnight. It's basically what the higher ups told them to do. So with Travis Scott dropping this project on a Sunday, it's very interesting. And not only that, Justin Bieber dropped his album at Thursday at midnight. That's under Def Jam. If you don't know the whole story between Pusha T and Def Jam didn't like that Pusha T had a Kendrick Lamar verse. Literally, you can look this up if you think I'm like this is it sounds so silly you're gonna think I'm making it up. Pusha T had a Kendrick Lamar verse. Def Jam didn't like that. I think it was like earlier this year or maybe 2 years ago. I forget. So Def Jam tells them to take Kendrick Lamar's verse off of the song, and Pusha T and his brother Malice, they say no. Def Jam is like, okay, well, album's not coming out. So now they go through that for like 2 years, and then Pusha T subsequently buys himself out of his Def Jam deal. And he goes into more detail about this on what platform did he talk about this? Pusha T buys himself, I think it was GQ, out of Def Jam deal. I think it was GQ he talked about this. I don't know the actual source. I know he did talk about this, but let me see. So last week, Pusha T, but where did he say it, Pastor? I don't know where he. Okay, I think it was GQ. But anyways, from the clips themselves, they said that Def Jam wanted them to remove Kendrick Lamar's feature. Clip said no. And then, of course, they was at a stalemate. So, essentially, the Clips paid a 7-figure buyout to get out of their Def Jam contract, which I did not even know that was even possible. The group's manager, Steven Victor, was able to negotiate a deal with Roc Nation in a day. So now it's kind of making sense. If you have Roc Nation in the play, especially the way they have lawyers, I mean, Jay-Z said himself, I got lawyers like shooters because I'm throwing them M's, right? So if you get out of a 7-figure deal and then, it's such a coincidence, such a coinky dink that you end up with Roc Nation in less than a day.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So I think Sean Carter had a lot to do with that. But anyways, and he said he was on the phone, with Jay-Z as far as Steven Victor, right? So, it's interesting tidbits. But yeah, so that whole ordeal with Pusha T and Def Jam, I know it sounds like a silly story, but literally they was holding them up because of that Kendrick Lamar verse. So, it's so funny. I don't even know why I said that. But ultimately, I was just letting y'all know. Oh, Justin Bieber. Yeah, Justin Bieber's under Def Jam. So Def Jam probably try to do a one-up on Pusha T, because he got help from Jay-Z and the Rock Nation to help him get out of his deal. And so they released the biggest artist on the same day that Pusha T put out his album. So now you get the Justin Bieber album that is titled Swag. I know, such a creative title, right? And then to play off of that even more, Justin Bieber himself, if you don't believe that Def Jam did that to make Justin Bieber drop, because it's been like 4 to 5 years, Justin Bieber himself came out and reposted on his IG account a post going at Pusha T. I'm like, when did he hop into the beef? I know Def Jam had beef with Pusha T, but now, of course, you know, releasing one of your biggest acts on the same day of an artist you have beef with, but then that artist themselves jump out the window to the point where this is an official IG post from Justin Bieber. Did I not spell his name right? Why is it not pushing up? Why is this not popping up? I put too many spaces. I think that's why. Okay, so yeah, so when it comes to Justin Bieber, and literally this is from his actual account, and it was since taken down because, you know, that's how artists do it nowadays. But as you can see right here, Justin Bieber, Bieber Valley himself wanted to smoke from the clips and literally said, well, reposted another account talking about justice is served, talking about, you know, he's basically praising his album. So Justin Bieber reposted this, and this is what it says. This is the only album that matters right now. This album is way better than the clips. Clips is for bitter grown men who collect card dolls and shop at Kith and Union. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see in the top left, that is a verification mark.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
I don't know why Justin Bieber wants to go at Pusha T. And of course, you're probably wondering why not just go to his actual account to pull this up. This is a story, so, you know, it's not there anymore. But this is actually from Justin Bieber's account. And it's very interesting because if you look up Lil Bieber, right? Let's just look up Lil Bieber right quick, just in case you know what I mean. You gotta make sure we cross-reference, you know what I'm saying? So Lil Bieber, you type in Lil Bieber, same account name and everything, and guess what pops up? His official account. So this is actually his account that he posted his story from. It's just obviously it's been 24 hours, so he's posting other stuff now. Like, it went away, now he's posting about some type of vacation. Oh, there's Sexy Red. I ain't gonna lie, Sexy Red, the industry plan, she gets posted by everybody. Anyways, getting back into Justin Bieber. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So even Bieber Valley wanted smoke with the clips, which is why, you know, him, Def Jam, it all made sense in the world to drop on Pusha T's day. And then you have Travis Scott dropping on Pusha T's day, which, you know, it's giving them a taste of what Drake was going through as far as the whole Voltron formation of Kendrick, Lil Wayne, Future, Pharrell Williams, Rick Ross. I mean, I could keep going. A$AP Rocky. I mean, everybody just teamed up. I mean, goodness, you would have thought that Canadian was Thanos or something. So anyways, that's essentially on a much lower scale what is happening to Pusha T. Justin Bieber and Travis Scott is indeed trying to rain on his parade, and I think it's going to work. I think ultimately Justin Bieber and Travis Scott is too big for Pusha T to get the attention they deserve for such a phenomenal rap album because of Justin Bieber and Travis Scott dropping around the same time. Well, Justin Bieber exactly at the same time, and then Travis Scott 2 days later. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the original point of the segment as far as talking about the deluxe edition? And do you think there's a conspiracy out there to take away exposure from the Pusha T album? The great Jacquees Webster responded to Pusha T like the lyricist I know that was in his heart of hearts. And he said, yeah, man, I swear, these old people killing me. Know my YNs feeling me. Bow, 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 in parentheses. They just want the real me. Now, what does that mean?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Blue Bugatti, I'm dodging TMZ. Okay, Pusha T did talk about TMZ. Made 100 off pushing T's. Bow, bow, bow.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
And now, my phone on D&D. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Give it up for the lyricist Travis Scott. I know it took all he had. You know, it took all his mental power to put that verse together. I ain't gonna lie to you. See, this is why melodic rappers should forever stay in their lane. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you talk about, let me call him old. I'm gonna call him old. Yeah, that's gonna get him. All right. The YN's feeling me. Yeah, I know that's gonna get him for real. What else? Okay, so that's 2 already. His name's Pusha T. What do I do? Nicki Minaj did say I get my album sales from selling t-shirts, socks, and hoodies. Okay, I'm gonna flip that. I'm gonna say I'm pushing T's. Ooh, that's gonna get him. That's gonna get him. And I'm pushing T's. Okay. How do I end off this how do I end off this stanza? Let me think. Oh, now my phone on D&D, ladies and gentlemen.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn.
Let's go. Man, give it up for that, man. Man, I'm so glad he was able to rebut what Pusha T said as far as, you know, TMZ on So Be It. You know, he had a lot of certain bars talking about real life things that he supposedly could show the world. And Travis Scott completely ignored all that and said, man, I'm out here selling t-shirts.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So all jokes aside, y'all already know how I feel about Jacquees Webster. I forgot that man was showing. Hold on. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to keep this PG. It's a PG podcast. And he's showing something. I ain't gonna cap to you. As far as the visuals, had me think I was watching the Sweetie film. Anyways, threw me off my point entirely. What was I saying? Does these have strippers on it as well? Goodness gracious. Can we not make a music video without strippers? All right, let's just put up the album cover. There we go. All right, so back to what I was saying. Travis Scott is putting out deluxe edition like a day after he put out the entire project that's called Jack Boys 2. Now, to be fair, I did like some tracks off of there. It's 17 tracks in length, and I liked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Say I liked 9 of them. That's pretty good, right? That's almost 50. That's over 50%, right? No, yeah, it's definitely over 50%. So, you know, technically, if he was in the league, you know, from a field goal percentage, he'd be doing pretty good. But, you know, too bad this is music. So when it comes to half of his project not being for me, it may be for other people. I know he makes rage type music. You know, God bless his fans that still go to his shows even after Astroworld happened. You know what I mean? At this point, just hey, you know, we can't save them all. You know what I'm saying? I try my best. But when it comes to Travis Scott and Jack Boys 2, I do think it would sell more than Pusha T's album, even with it being released on a Sunday. I know that may sound like asinine for some people, but just because he lost out on the streaming data for Friday and Saturday, I think he could easily catch that up, because Travis Scott, no matter what people want to say, like, you know, Nika Tanya Mirage comes out from time to time and she's like, well, Travis Scott's out here selling socks, shirts, and hoodies, which I'm not mad at her, because technically with Days Before the Rodeo, he broke the record as far as Billboard, having a #1 album on Billboard, and then that following week completely fell off the top 100. Never done in music history. First time ever. So when it comes to Travis Scott having very questionable tactics to get the #1, I think he always has something up his sleeve. So I wouldn't be surprised if this outsells Pusha T's album. And ultimately, I think that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to step on his release. He's tired of Pusha T messing with him and playing around like he's not a superstar. So, you know, he mustered up all of his 2 brain cells to come up with I'm selling t-shirts to rebut Pusha T.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Jacquees Webster versus Pusha T? Who do you think came out on top? And at the end of the day, what stood out the most about the hard-hitting bars from Travis Scott going at Pusha T? So continuing off of my Travis Scott coverage, of course, I already dived into Jack Boys 2 and a plethora of other things, of course. But at the end of the day, let's just talk about specifically the music, as Travis Scott has a strong feature list as far as who is rumored to be on Jack Boys 2. Now, of course, does it involve the mascot of hip-hop?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Of course not, because the state of hip hop is everybody switched on him. You know, he's turning into Bobby Drake literally, as he's embodied the persona of Iceman. So with that being said, safe to say we're not going to see any featuring Drakes for quite some time from popular artists. Now, when it comes to popular artists on Jack Boys 2 specifically, rumors, so take this with a grain of salt, but there is the people under Jack Boys, of course, and then you have the other artists that are rumored to be on it, such as 21 Savage, Kodak Black, Glorilla, Tyler is rumored to be on it, Vibes Cartel is rumored to be on Jack Boys 2, Playboy Cardi is rumored to be on Jack Boys 2. I do believe if Playboy Carti ends up being on Jack Boys 2, it would be very interesting to see what the analytics look like. Because if you don't know, along with Drake and Kendrick, surprisingly, Playboy Carti is one of the top performers in hip hop. You have Drake, you have Kendrick, and you have Playboy Carti as far as the most popular albums in the world. Playboy Carti's album Music is currently the 9th most played album in the world. You have Russ with his debut album, which is literally the only independent project on this list, but somehow it managed to be the 8th most played project in the world. Phenomenal accomplishment by Russ. Just had to say that as a side tangent. Playboy Carti. Now, we're not talking about discography because obviously Playboy Carti does stream a lot, but when it comes to currently, he is hotter as far as projects being considered than every other hip hop artist. Because you have Playboy Carti, you have Drake with his album Some Sexy Songs for You being the 18th most played album in the world, and then you have Size 7. White Tank Top. My fault. Kendrick. I don't know how I keep forgetting his name. Kendrick with GNX being the 14th most played project in the world. And at the end of the day, you come to realize that there's not a lot of hip hop projects competing with the superstars from other genres. You see a lot of Morgan Wallen, you see a lot of Lord, K-pop, literally K-pop Demon Hunters, which I've covered in its entirety. Just type in K-pop Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. You have Karol G, Morgan Wallen, and then you have SZA. I've already talked about how SZA don't get credit for the amount of weight that she's pulling in the Grand National Tour. But, all the accolades as far as that's record breaking is seemingly going to Size 7. But, that's a discussion for another day. So then you have Sabrina Carpenter, Teddy Swims. You get the point. Like, it's not a lot of hip hop artists. And as far as the top albums being considered, as far as hip hop, there's Drake, Playboy Carti, Kendrick, and then that's it. As far as longevity on the charts. Not to disrespect Russ, because he does currently have the 8th most played project in the world, but that's his opening debut. I'll be hard pressed to see this album stay at the top like it is currently. When it comes to Ken Carson, I saw that as well. As when I covered Ken Carson, he had his album More Chaos debut at number 1 on Billboard. So his album More Chaos did debut at number 1, which is phenomenal. And then fell all the way off the charts, which I've never seen that since Jacquees Webster. As I don't want to dive into my critiques of him, but he did have the fastest drop off ever, as far as his re-release of I forget what it was called. It was called like the Rodeo or something. Let me see. I think it was called the Rodeo. So let me see. No, that's not it. I think it's this one. Let me see. Yeah, okay. He had the quickest fall off ever in Billboard history. Literally, like it's number 1. Like we've never seen a fall off like this. He re-released Days Before the Rodeo. Originally it was put out in 2014, but September 2024, it made history as the first album ever to hit number 1 on Billboard 200 and fall completely off of the charts as far as from the top spot the following week.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
Ladies and gentlemen, when I tell you that Travis Scott is one of the greatest tricksters we've ever seen in hip-hop history, Onika Tanya Mirage already said it.
But then,
Travis Scott's out here selling shirts, socks, sneakers, which, kudos to him for having his fan base buy his merch. But it's not H&M. This ain't Target. This is the music industry. This man out here selling socks, hoodies, keychains, mouse pads, and they calling it album sales. So with that being said, the rest of the features on this include Walker Flock of Flame, Playboy Carti, I think I already said him. Let's see, Saw Baby, I don't even know what in the world, what type of name is that? Wally the Sensei. So yeah, the most popular people off of this, in my opinion, is 21 Savage, Kodak, Glorilla, Vibes Cartel. It's a very spooky year for hip hop. Let me just put it like that. As far as what Drake and Kendrick did, as far as their back and forth, it created a black hole where no other artist gets attention but those two individuals. Unless you're beefing, which is why we're seeing a lot of different beefs right now. I'm not saying they're manufactured, but a lot of people beefing And we're kind of seeing it on a grandiose scale, but I don't want to get too political. At the end of the day, beef drives a lot of eyes and engagement, which in fact takes away from other places that you should be paying attention to. And that's why I'm gonna leave it at, because I don't want nobody accusing me of being political. But at the end of the day, Travis Scott will have to make his analytical success strictly off of the music, because it seems as if he's not going to go at Pusha T. Pusha T has all the smoke in the world for him, and he's let it be known. And Travis Scott is what I feel like is a great pathway for Travis Scott. Do not engage with Pusha T, because he will verbally mutilate you. So with that being said, it seems like Travis Scott sticking to the music. Kudos to him. Hopefully it works out. But with that being said, click my link here in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Travis Scott putting out Jack Boys 2? And as far as the rumored feature list that I just listed out, who are you most excited to see? If this list is true, who are you most excited to see featured on Jack Boys 2? So in talking about Tyler, the Creator, we have to put on Front Street how in the year of 2025, we've had Size 7, we've had Aubrey Karen, of course, Playboy Cardi leading the pack when it comes to analytical performance on the hip hop side of things. But as of right now, we've definitely had more hip hop superstars come out of the woodworks. And this is what Tyler is one of them. As far as when he came out in his debut, he ended up putting up 197,000 equivalent album units in his first week. And plus, it was a shorter week because it was released on Monday. Now, I haven't had a full deep dive into that album of Don't Tap the Glass, so this is essentially what this segment's going to be. So as far as 197,000 equivalent album units, you do have to know that 128,000 of those were album sales. Now, usually in the land of streaming and digital, it's very hard to do that because, of course, if you look at on-demand streams, he was still up there with some of the big dogs as far as 93 million on-demand streams. But ultimately, Tyler, the Creator, really has a solid fan base that comes out and actually purchases his music rather than streaming it like 95% of artists' audience do. So with that out the way, also, Jacquees Webster. Now, of course, y'all already know how I feel about him. No need for me to reiterate, right? No need for me to tell you that Jacquees Webster performed at one of the deadliest concerts of all time, right? No need for me to tell you that. I mean, as far as Astroworld and then him giving that apology like he was half asleep, why even bring that up, right? So I'm not going to do that, obviously. So Travis Scott is currently holding the number 6 spot as far as the number 6 most played project in the world. So now we have more hip hop superstars coming out of the woodworks. And then, of course, can't forget the clips as Pusha T and Malice, Let God Sort Them Out, is currently the 9th most played project in the world. Now, halfway through the year, if you would have told me we would have had 3 hip hop albums in the top 10 and it wasn't Size 7 or Aubrey Karen, I would have told you that you were out of your mind, because it was looking like Morgan Wallen was going to continue to put BTA on the whole music industry. Not even to mention K-pop Demon Hunters that literally doubled China's overall revenue as far as in the music industry, because literally it's one of the most successful soundtracks of all time, going all the way back to Encanto under Disney. And that was like 2 to 3 years ago. So K-pop Demon Hunters, if there's no bias, should win a lot of Grammys when it comes to best soundtrack. Now, with that out the way, I always say that when it comes to analytical performance, it does not mean you have high quality. Just because you sell a lot does not mean you make high quality. Just because you don't sell doesn't mean you make absolute garbage. The two don't correlate, but sometimes they do. For K-pop Demon Hunters, I actually listen to the soundtrack and I like it. I like the my favorite track is from the Soulja Boys off of that soundtrack. I think it's called Your Idol. I love the chorus because, let me see, I think it was The Idol. Yeah, Your Idol. That's what it's called. From the boy band called Soulja Boys, and is actually fictional in the movie. So to have a great story along with a great soundtrack, and then not even to mention the people behind that team is the same people who made Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. So whoever's the A&R ears behind the people cultivating the soundtrack for Across the Spider-Verse, because of course the first one had Sunflower, the second one had Metro Boomin cultivating the project. Ultimately, you just come to realize that that A&R team is one of the best that we have as far as putting soundtracks together for movies. But anyways, getting back into Tyler, the Creator, because the reason why I say that is to give you the landscape of music to showcase why Tyler, the Creator, topping the charts as far as having the most popular album in the world currently is a huge feat. Morgan Wallen's been putting BTA on the whole industry. K-pop Demon Hunters have had the most surprising analytics we've seen to date for a soundtrack. And of course, Justin Bieber's swag is doing pretty solid. But ultimately, I wanted to get into that. And then of course, as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. We're about to get into Tyler, the Creator, in an Instagram interview, basically answering some questions from fans. And with that being said, then we're going to get into the rest of the statistics from Don't Tap the Glass. But all I got to say, as far as my personal opinion, I really like the actual title track, Don't Tap the Glass. And then I like the, there's one of the tracks where you could really tell that somebody broke his heart. Like, I don't know what person broke that man's heart, but ultimately, Tyler, the Creator, had to let you know that he is, it was stop playing. Whoever was playing with Tyler, pause. I mean, I guess play. I don't know, but hey, however Tyler swing, you know what I'm saying, is up to him. But, I just don't know how to call it right now. So anyways, as far as stop playing with me, somebody was definitely upsetting him in that manner. Let's just put it like that. So I like Stop Playing With Me and I like Don't Tap the Glass. But anyways, let's get into a little bit of his interview with Instagram. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio because we're about to get into his interview right now.
Ways, physically and the creative standpoint.
I skip because I know it was like something else on the beginning of him. Like they was asking random stuff. This is like actual good questions right around here.
I can't bring whole life.
To just deliver.
Yeah, right here. That's what it was.
I just booked residency in Vegas. I leave like in 2 weeks, and it's like my first long-term project. I'm usually like short-term projects, but it's like award shows or music videos or campaigns. It's like a week project, but it's the first time it's like a long-term one. And I know the performance quality they expect is like high every single night that we'll be doing it. So I was just questioning like how to maintain creative stamina and energy, like to just deliver a show every night and not just go through it, but like to actually bring something, because people are coming to see me and like, I want to make each show good.
I mean, I've been heard calm down, chill my whole life. So I'm just naturally turned. But like I'm 34 now. So I'm on
dang, no, just like
by myself moving
But old, ain't he?
To the first minute to the last minute, no one else on stage, just me. And luckily I only drink water. I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke or nothing. But I try to stay physical throughout even my downtime. So like riding my bike as much as I can, going on walks. I was talking to someone out there and it was like, people don't walk in Los Angeles. I was like, I do. Like, we'll park our cars somewhere and we'll go walk to the store or whatever, the movies or da-da-da. Like, you gotta also keep that up as much as possible. We was in Miami. We was in Miami. I had a show 2 weeks ago and we had our off day and we went jet skiing and like walk and get sushi and then found this ice cream spot. We eating ice cream and then the homie just walked up and was like, you're it. And you just had a bunch of 30-something-year-olds playing tag 45 minutes.
All right, so that was one of the instances I wanted to show is as far as him actually giving up-and-coming artists some advice as far as, being on stage, keeping your energy up, and how does he stay fit outside of it? Because a lot of people be thinking that, some of these hip-hop artists do be, they be on a lot of substances, let's just put it like that. But in general, you don't have to be on substances to be a great hip-hop artist because as far as certain artists who make it popular to use certain substances and make it seem like that's the only way to be a cool hip-hop artist. As you can see right here, Tyler is one of the top dogs in the hip-hop game, and he's not the one advocating for, I can only make certain tracks when I'm on drugs. I got to be off of everything to make a solid track. I don't feel like myself when I'm not taking certain stuff. Tyler's one of the greatest examples, in my opinion, of a hip-hop artist topping the charts without pushing some of the substance abuse and things of that nature. So, yeah, that's why I wanted him to answer, because a lot of people just think hip-hop artists are just like, just out of their minds just to create these tracks, because it's very popular as far as currently. That's why I'm going to leave it at. So anyways, Tyler, the Creator, also has his
the most successful track off of Don't Tap the Glass is currently Big Poe. That's currently the 33rd most played track in the world. And then you have 11 tracks in total that's on the chart. So shout out to Tyler for that. But Sugar on My Tongue is the 41st most played track in the world. And then you have Ring Ring Ring, which is the 44th most played track in the world. And then you have Sucker Free, which is the 48th most played track in the world. And then Stop Playing With Me is the 51st. That's my personal favorite track, which is why I always say, you know, just because you sell a lot, well, just because actual streaming analytics is not dictating of quality. Sometimes it is, but it doesn't automatically correlate. So Stop Playing With Me is the 51st most played track in the world. And then Tyler, the Creator, has Mom and Them. So it's like All My Mom and Them. It's the 54th most played track. I'll Take Care of You is the 55th. Don't Tap That Glass, which is my favorite track personally. That is the 56th. And then Don't Worry Baby is the 59th most popular track. Tell Me What It Is the 82nd. And then of course, okay, so he only has 10. So he has 10 in the top 83, which is a phenomenal accomplishment. Like I stated at the beginning of this segment, the status of the hip hop game was literally waiting to see what would happen between Drake and Kendrick. And now that that's seemingly dying down to the point where we don't really hear that discourse as much, now you see a lot of these superstars popping out more and more to put out albums. But what's the bad thing about it is that it seems like you can only garner certain attention when you're beefing with certain people, which is why people were criticizing the Clips rollout. Because, you know, they call out Jacquees, which I don't like them either, but it seemed like it was random. They called out Travis Scott, and then Pusha T also called out their label, Def Jam, for not letting the Kendrick verse be put out on their album under Def Jam. So they had to leave Def Jam to have that Kendrick verse on their album. So those are two scenarios where somebody could say you're perpetuating beef to sell a project. But then you have Travis Scott come, and guess what he's saying? He's saying, forget old people, I'm the one pushing T's or something like that as far as like selling merch. So then you have that as far as Travis Scott's album doing phenomenal, and both of those albums are doing well as far as the Clips album being the 9th most played project in the world. You have Travis Scott's album currently being the 6th most played album in the world as far as Jack Boys 2. And then Tyler, the Creator, comes out of nowhere. Surprise rap EP, really dance. I don't know what you really quantify it as, but ultimately there's really no beef on Tyler's point. Like, a lot of people are trying to cultivate certain beef, but like I keep saying, Tyler, the Creator, is one of the few big dogs, not just regular stars, one of the few superstars in the game that doesn't push the negative, the whole negative stereotypes that comes with being a cool hip hop artist. And so I think Tyler, the Creator, did a fantastic job on just being positive and still having the #1 album in the world. So I just wanted to go over that because I haven't touched on that's a pause, but I didn't want to finish that at all. I'm just gonna pause that.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
I haven't covered Tyler, the Creator's album in quite some time. So I wanted to do that in totality, give y'all like a summary of what he's looking like in the current landscape of music. And we'll see how long he keeps the #1 slot, and we'll see how long his 10 tracks is on the charts. But with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Tyler, the Creator's album, Don't Tap the Glass, going #1, selling equivalent to 197,000 album units in a short week? Remember, it dropped on Monday. It didn't even drop on Thursday. And then ultimately, what is your favorite track off of the album? Now, this specific segment, we are going to be diving deep into the entire music industry. As far as the halfway point, the entire music revenue grew by only 1.4%. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, isn't growth what we're wanting as far as the music industry? Well, you would definitely be correct, but as far as comparing it to the halfway point of 2024, it is down from 7.6%. So as far as an entire year, it is on track to be a decrease of 7.8% as far as compared to the full growth year of 2024. Now, of course, these are valued at retail prices, not net proceeds. And of course, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio.
because this specific report right here is essentially from the German music market. So they went through and basically gave a detailed report of the entire music industry as far as the halfway point. So when you're looking at this and when you're looking at the overall audio streaming and then compare it to actual purchases, you realize that the permanent downloads, which earns artists more money, is down 1.6%. So overall, audio streaming is up from 79.3% in the halfway point of 2024 to 81.2. So when you're looking at it from a overall perspective and putting it simply for other people to let them know how the music industry is on a decline as far as revenue, it's simply because people would rather press a button and stream music than purchase it, which is very interesting, as I also cover the entire I also cover the entire gaming industry. So when it comes to that, whenever I'm talking about Xbox and Microsoft claiming to not be making any money off of the gaming sector, whether it's Xbox or the developers, which is why they're laying off so many people, that's what they say, but the stock price is up. Make that make sense.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
So anyways, when it comes to the streaming and the overall revenue, digital formats had 87.5% of the entire revenue. And of course, video streaming and other is 4.8% of the revenue. So ultimately, I wanted to get into the physical sales and how it's on the decline and why that's the main reason for a lot of this music industry shenanigans going on, as far as people not seeming to be able to not tour like they have to tour to make money. So now you see a lot of acts coming out of the woodworks to tour. You see a lot of rappers and singers streaming and trying to get into the content space, because now with their overall industry on a decline, as far as people less willing to actually buy the physical version, they'd rather press stream on your album or single than purchase it as far as a physical copy. So looking at the decline as far as physical specifically, it is down 13.2%. Because if you look at the physical formats, it accounts for 12.5% of revenue, and it is down 2.2% as far as the entire tracking of the year is considered. And then you have total physical revenue, which is 22.4 million, and then that is also a 26.3 million drop. CD sales, as far as revenue, was 85.6 million, and that is a 20% drop as far as compared to last year. So now putting these things in perspective, specifically as far as streaming, as far as physical copies, you can see how, one, music industry is being cheapened by the streaming platforms. But what have artists been saying about that? And gaming publishers or developers are starting to catch up on what artists been going through as far as in the music industry. The Xbox Game Pass, I will say to this day, is the greatest bang for your buck if you're a gamer wanting to play multiple games for one subscription price. But of course, for the people developing all of those games that's on the Game Pass, guess what? They are walking away with less money, because now, instead of purchasing that game for $70, you get to play 3 or 4 or 5 games, all for a $20 a month subscription. So you can see how the gaming industry is just now catching up to how crazy the model is, that used to you would have to purchase the full thing to even play it. Now you can hop into a subscription model, and sometimes it's a free trial for Xbox Game Pass, and get to play entire AAA games day one, like Expedition 33. What's other games on there? Doom, The Dark Ages, I think that's the title of it. And then you have the latest game, Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, which I'm currently playing. And then you have college football. You had a whole trial, a 10-hour trial. So all of that you get for the Game Pass subscription. And you come to realize, like, hold up now, we're not going to make the same amount of money if we keep giving away this content for essentially free price, because it's on this subscription model. That's exactly what the music industry has been going through for quite some time.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being said, diving deeper into the global market reaction, Germany did say that as far as global music market, China is just 72.7 million behind with double the growth rate. And you're probably wondering to yourself, how's the music industry down, but China is doubling in growth rate? Well, ladies and gentlemen, you must have not been following the podcast because, of course, I've deep dived into K-pop demon hunters like there's no tomorrow. And, of course, as you can see right here, K-pop demon hunters is essentially one of the greatest projects that came out of China. More specifically, when you look at the charts, it is the third most played project in the world, as you can see right here. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But as far as K-pop demon hunters soundtrack, it is July 29th, and essentially when this project came out, it was, let me see, June 20th. So more than a month after it was its initial release, it's still holding the top 3 spot as far as the third most played project in the world. So now when you go back to also having not only BTS, but Blackpink and a lot of other conglomerates out there like Big Hit Entertainment that's just printing money hand over fist, because now people are starting to get more inclined to the K-pop field, which, you know, as far as the podcast, that's why I say I cover the entire music industry, because I've been talking about the immense impact of BTS, the immense impact of Blackpink, or more specifically, Jennie from Blackpink, which, if you don't know, won the show, the HBO show, The Idol. I think it was called The Idol. Let me see. The Idol, The Weeknd, HBO. Yeah, it's called The Idol. So season 1 of The Idol, it won best choreography at some type of Emmy, right? The reason for that is because Jennie from Blackpink had a specific scene in that show that was just straight up phenomenal. Now, as far as the entire show, let's just say it was far from phenomenal. But, you know, The Weeknd, that man, Abel Tesfaye, is going to keep trying to prove that he is the next or the second coming to Will Smith, right? So anyways, getting back to music. So when it comes to China, they're doing great, right? Double the growth rate. And they said that China could surpass Germany in 2025 and challenge the UK for the third biggest market in the music industry. So now when you're looking at the Latin community, when you're looking at K-pop, when you're looking at Bollywood, all of these different genres, because of the evolution of technology, people are more aware of. So to see the music industry on a decline, but to see China doubling its growth rate is very interesting, especially in the landscape of today, when people would rather stream your song or album rather than purchase it. And then you come into the overall CEO speaking up, because they said to themselves, if we keep losing money, I'm gonna lose my job. You know what I mean? They probably don't want to do that. They'll probably just lay off 7,000 more employees like Microsoft did. Oh, my fault. Hold on. My fault.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on in the gaming and music industry? Because as of right now, they are both struggling with the same monstrosity, which is the depreciation and the overall lowering in value as far as cheapening the product. If you're going to cheapen the product, you can't be mad at when the entire music industry is not bringing in as much money as the last year, right? Because now people are looking at the overall product and saying to themselves,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that's not my favorite artist putting out a country album.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
I know that's not my favorite artist trying to pander towards the TikTok crowd.
I know that ain't who I think.
I know that is not my favorite artist, 60, 70 years old, trying to beef with a 30-year-old.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
So some of these artists are going out bad, are going out sad, are going out all type of ways as far as because of less revenue coming in the door as far as their specific market. But as a totality, everybody can kind of feel like, hey, at least we all lose the money together, right? Because total revenue, like I said, is down as far as compared to 2024. Because if you look at it, halfway into 2025, we have approximately 1.16 to 1.36 billion as far as generated in 2025. And then of course, when you look at 2024 is down 7.6% because 2024 had a lot, well, as far as 7, I'm not a mathematician, but you know, it's down 7.6% from 2024. So mathematicians, y'all do the math on that one. But anyways, because that's, you know, a billion, 7.3%, you know, you got some equations to do. But anyways, getting into the audio streaming, it acquired $1.1 billion in the halfway point of this year. And of course, it's down 12.7% compared to 2024. Streaming market value, it has 81.2%. And of course, that's up from 79.3% from last year. And then you have permanent download revenue, which this is the big one in my opinion. This is approximately 16.2 to 19 million as far as the halfway point of 2025, but it is down to 1.4% from 1.6% as far as compared to the halfway point of 2024. And then you have video / other digital revenue, which is 55.5 million to 65.2, because these are all estimates, but this is from the German music market. Apparently they're pretty reputable, so that's why I wanted to cover it like I am as far as going deep into what they gave us, because I was wanting to see. Yeah, what is that? I don't even know what that is. Okay, I was wanting to show y'all the picture again right quick, so y'all can see that this is coming actually from a news source that's used to giving us data like this. It's not just some I made it up type of metric, right? So then you have physical sales revenue, 12.5%, which is down 2.2% compared to 2024. You have CD sales, which is down 20% compared to 2024, making 72.9 million through 85.6 million. That's a estimate, of course. And then vinyl sales, you have 64.8 million to 76.1 million, and that is down 2.6% as far as compared to the halfway point of 2024. And then to round it off, total physical revenue decline is 13.2% overall.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
Sometimes I look at the state of the music industry and I'm like, at some point we got to get it together, because of course, I think the entertainment model as of right now is being is cheapening the overall experience. So that way, whenever these revenue decreases come back, it shouldn't be a surprise. Y'all are cheapening the product, letting people listen to the entire bodies of work, entire discographies for a subscription price, which to me, I think that's phenomenal. As a consumer, I'm not gonna lie, us music fans have been eating for quite some time, because guess what? If the Game Pass existed 10, 20 years ago, the whole entire gaming industry would look different. But of course, they're quickly finding out. It just happened as far as Game Pass really having notable AAA titles, but it just happened that developers are coming out saying that the Xbox Game Pass is not a sustainable model. Where have we heard that before as far as a subscription model? Every artist and their mama have came out to tell us that instead of paying, I forget how much albums are because I don't even have a CD player, but let's just say an album is $15, right? And now you can go to Spotify and get a $17 subscription, and you can listen to everything in that store. So instead of going to that store paying your hard-earned money as far as that $15 for one project, so meaning you would have to make sure you're gonna like it, now you could just go to Spotify, to Apple Music, pay that subscription price, and now you have the whole store. So that is why the overall product is cheapened, and that's why the revenue, as far as total physical revenue decline, is at 13.2% as far as the halfway point of 2025 compared to the halfway point of 2024. So with that being said, I didn't want to beat a dead horse. I definitely wanted to do a segment on this because, of course, me calling myself Analytic Dreamz, I would be, well, it's a PG podcast, so you already know what I was about to say. If somebody else was able to break this down before I did, as far as letting y'all know that the music industry as a whole is on a decline, but technically the streaming is on the rise. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think is the solution to increasing the music industry revenue? And do you believe as a consumer they should take the hit so that you can stream on platforms rather than purchasing full albums or singles? Now, before we get into Live Nation launching, quote unquote, the largest Black network as far as helping Black creators in the entertainment industry, a partnership with Breaker, a Black founded creator platform, we have to get into the most powerful person in hip hop, and more specifically, what he has as far as ties with this company. Because let Onika Tanya Mirage tell it.
Then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
She could care less about his business deals as it pertains to this company. But of course, we have to say it and reiterate it because it lets people know why we keep saying Jay-Z is one of the most powerful people in hip hop. No, he's the most powerful in hip hop, but one of the most powerful in the music industry. So with that being said, Jay-Z, if you didn't know, has a company titled Roc Nation. Now, all the way back in 2008, when I was just a wee little lad, Jay-Z and Live Nation signed a landmark 10-year deal for $150 million, which was quote unquote a 360 deal. And everybody knows the overall perception to a 360 deal. But back then, not only did it cover touring, but it also launched and founded Roc Nation as a joint venture. So now Roc Nation is a subsidiary of Live Nation. So if you didn't know that, well, now you know. And now you know why people call Jay-Z one of the most powerful people in the music industry. Because, of course, recently, I just covered, well, not recently, but December 7th, 2024, I covered a huge blockbuster lawsuit against Live Nation.
You guys, see, that's the problem.
Now, this is because they was basically saying that Live Nation controlled way too much of the entertainment factor as far as their dominance in ticketing sales. They alleged that it had anti-competitive practices. They said that it was a lot of potential consequences of them having such a dominant hold over the entertainment industry. And now, as far as Ticketmaster, as far as the 2010 merger between Live Nation and Ticketmaster, that's what the lawsuit is pinpointing as the start of a monopoly. Because of course, when you look at it, a lot of people are trying to get this. A lot of people are trying to have more eyes put on this lawsuit because if you don't know, essentially Live Nation and its subsidiary Ticketmaster by the Department of Justice and Attorneys General from 40 states said that the lawsuit that was alleged against it is saying that it has monopolized the live events industry, leading to inflated ticket prices, reduced competition, and harm to artists and fans alike.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
So that being stated, now let's get back into Jay-Z. Well, pause.
You guys.
But anyways, as far as Jay-Z and Roc Nation, this was one of the first of its scale, which is why we call Jay-Z so powerful, because of course, back in 2008, who would have had the foresight to think in 2025, Live Nation would be this big? Well, of course, Jay-Z did. As after the initial joint venture matured, Jay-Z and Live Nation shifted focus from a broader 360 agreement to a more touring specific partnership with another 10-year, $200 million deal, making Live Nation the exclusive producer and promoter of Jay-Z's tours.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
It's almost like Onika Tanya Mirage be looking at certain things in the industry when she speaks out, and people just call her crazy. So anyways, with that being stated, just wanted to let y'all know some of the background as far as who's behind some of these deals. But nonetheless, take the negatives with the positives, because of course I just try to cover stuff at a very middle ground way. I don't try to be biased. I just give you the information and you can do of that what you will. So getting back into Live Nation, they launched the Live Nation
urban creator network, the largest quote unquote black creator network in the entertainment industry. Getting more into what this specifically is going to do, its goal is to empower black creators with real opportunities and brand deals. So looking at the total creators on the platform already is 75,000 plus. As far as payment, they are using breaker pay that will pay artists within 48 hours as far as whatever deals you end up acquiring. And then some of the key creators on that platform is Zoe Spencer, Funnyman Gatelin, Reggie Coos. Is Reggie Coos the person on Kai Sinestro? Let's see, Reggie Coos. No. That's not him. My fault. No disrespect to Reggie Coos. I actually think he's hilarious. I used to watch. I used to. I hate when people say I used to, like he fell off or something. Back then, I was watching. It was something about church. He was doing some type of church stuff, and it was hilarious. But anyways, yeah, Reggie Coos is a legend. I'm sorry I got him mixed up with the other Reggie. And then you have Big Homie Blocks, and then you have Fats the Barber. So anyways, those are some of the key content creators on that platform. If you didn't know, Live Nation Entertainment, over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we do dive into the entire gaming and music industry, seeing what affects the masses, but we also are Hall of Fame pocket watchers. And I looked at Live Nation's bank net worth, and I said to myself,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, Live Nation's market value as of 2025 is $202 billion. And then the estimated market value, because this is not financial advice, so if you want to invest in them, just know it's not financial advice, but the estimated market value for live entertainment market is $270 billion. So with that being said, overall, I just wanted to showcase how Live Nation has really garnered such an impact on the masses in the entertainment field that there's no way you can get around them in the entertainment field. And then if you do, you may or may not just end up in a couple interesting scenarios where now your tour may not be going the greatest if you don't go in Live Nation. I'm not saying anything, I'm not accusing them of anything, but I'm just saying Live Nation has a stranglehold, and you should probably try to make the path to your audience the less resistant, right? Partnering with Live Nation is the less resistant road as far as going around them as a huge artist and then seeing what type of capabilities they have up their sleeve. So that being said, one of the things to note as far as why this matters, as far as the huge black creator network, is because black creators often lack access to high impact brand campaigns and face long payment delays. Now, as a content creator, I'm gonna keep my comments to myself. All I'm gonna say is it is a very, because I've talked to certain creators in the space, and of course you have to talk to the ones who don't look like you. And then they start to educate you on certain things that you should look for, that you should get as far as the engagement. Because, you show them the analytics, you send them the CSV files of, like, to showcase your numbers are legit. And they say, oh, yeah, you should be earning this and this and this. And then when you go, not even when you go to brands, from personal experience, people come to you and want to be on your platform. And then when you tell them the price, they be like, nah, we good. Like, hold on now. You came to me. I ain't come to you. Anyways, with that side tangent out of the way, because y'all don't want to hear the fourth wall break. But just know that's a real thing. As far as people being prejudiced and really still having that racist tendencies, even though they may not be saying the hard ER, they're definitely doing things based on color, right? So that's unfortunate, but it's still very present. And of course, if you're not a black creator in this content space, you won't know exactly what it is, because it's like one of those movies where somebody looks so innocent and then you find out they're running a cult, or you just realize like the nasty stuff they're doing. That reminds me of the KKK and how they was treated, and how people just act like nothing was happening. Whole time you already know what was happening back in the day. So, stuff like this obviously is on a lesser level. I'm not going to compare it to the KKK as far as what's going on now, but on a very minuscule level compared to the KKK, I believe that when it comes to the
treatment of black creators. It's very interesting compared to the treatment of non-minority creators. And that's why I'm gonna leave it at. So anyways, getting back into how this works, essentially creators are matched to brands based on demographics, cultural relevance, and then campaign needs, which is beyond just the festival marketing. So brands that Live Nation has worked with in the past includes BET, Hulu, Stars, Hennessy, Amazon Music, AT&T, and Pepsi. So with that being said, Breaker's role as far as them being able to help creators get paid within 48 hours of the post, they were also, the company was founded by Anthony and Amir Brown. And Breaker's search tool speeds up creator discovery. It also allows payment within 48 hours, which I already talked about. System consolidates onboarding, negotiation, execution, analytics, and payment. So now what you have is this hub where people can get black creators, and it's not really just checking the DEI box, but it's really just showcasing respect for somebody's built up fan base. That's the main thing you want in a partnership. You want to have respect given to you like you give to them. But let me tell you, that's not always the case. You give respect to them and they just blatantly are disrespectful. And that's when you just got to go the other way. You know, sometimes saying no is the best thing because it lets them know, like, hey, I don't need this. I don't need this bag. I could just walk away and continue making the money off of my bread and butter, which I think is the best way to cultivate a real audience instead of just shoving random brands in their face. Anyways, then we have the infrastructure advantage as far as Breaker being with Live Nation. As when you look at it, 30 million plus consumers records specific to black audiences, 15-year of live event experiences, whether it's the Roost Picnic, whether it's Mary J. Blige's Strength of a Woman Fest. And there's just a lot of emphasis put on Live Nation and how they help out these festivals go smoothly. And then, of course, some of the other industry impact is that black owned agencies like Black Girl Digital, MLC, so it's a Malk agency, Talentish are key players. But of course, Live Nation is probably one of the bigger infrastructures that you could go with as far as getting your face out there and getting more exposure. So 2025 creator class is now accepting applications available to black creators at all levels, whether they have 5,000 or 5 million followers. So once again, to reiterate, Live Nation, as far as the entertainment aspect, they have a stranglehold over the live entertainment, which, like I said earlier, has a 2025 market size of $202 billion with a B. And of course, the entertainment industry is just set to grow to 270 billion as of 2030. So now, if you're having this growth rate and then you're looking at how can we help out more of the diverse artists, but also getting the respect out there as far as providing that infrastructure, I think this is a great step in the right direction. So even though I talk about the Jay-Z ties to Live Nation, even though I talk about the lawsuit, the monopoly lawsuit that's still going on, ultimately Live Nation launching one of the biggest creator network for black creators is probably one of the better things to come out in 2025 from Live Nation. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Live Nation launching the largest black creator network? And do you think that this will ultimately help black content creators get more respect in the entertainment industry? Now, it's breaking news that Sony just spent approximately 68 billion yen. And as far as shares, they acquired over 16 million in shares of Bandai Namco, which approximately is $463 million as far as USD. Now, that being said, the main thing I wanted to let y'all know is that this exorbitant amount of dollars being spent on a brand is definitely well spent, as if you look at Bandai Namco, and especially as of late, we don't even have to go back years to look at the numbers that Bandai Namco has been putting up. As when it comes to Elden Ring Night Reign, everybody knows when it first came out, it was doing phenomenal in sales and sold 2 million as far as on launch day. And then you had it surpassing 5 million copies worldwide as of late July 2025, according to multiple official reports. And then, of course, it was co-signed by Bandai Namco and From Software. So one could already understand why you would spend an exorbitant amount of dollars or yen on Bandai Namco. Not only that, but then to get into the rest of Bandai Namco's accomplishments, safe to say that when you look at the broad scope of the gaming industry, this is probably one of the more intuitive investments for Sony, for the simple fact that they are doing phenomenal as far as PS5 sales. So now, as far as major IPs, which Bandai Namco has, Elden Ring, of course, Tekken, and then a lot of people forget, because of course this type of character isn't as modern as of 2025, but Bandai Namco still has Pac-Man. Let's not forget the phenomenal impact that Pac-Man had on the gaming industry, especially back when the software and technology wasn't as advanced as it is today. So, along with the gaming IPs that Bandai Namco possesses, they also have Gundam, Dragon Ball, and Shonen Jump titles as far as anime. And the reason why I say that is because PlayStation, by acquiring 16 million shares into Bandai Namco, they essentially want to focus on anime expansion. And of course, when it comes to Bandai Namco games, we do not know if there'll be PlayStation exclusive, but safe to say, if you spend 68 yen, which is 463 million US dollars, you would probably assume that some type of creation from the Bandai Namco camp will be exclusive to PlayStation. Now, I'm not saying the next Elden Ring will be exclusive. Obviously, I'm not saying the next Dragon Ball will be exclusive on PlayStation, but I believe at some point, something that comes out of the Bandai Namco camp will become a PlayStation exclusive. Because if you don't know, Bandai Namco, From Software, is under them, the developers of Elden Ring. Sometimes people don't really connect the games with the developers. So to let you know, From Software also made Armored Core last year, the original DLC for Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree. The year before that, well, actually, I think Armored Core came out. Yeah, so last year was Shadow of the Erdtree. The year before that, I believe, was Armored Core, and then the year before that was Elden Ring. So now, in this year, they released another version of Elden Ring, but it wasn't like an expansion. It was more of its own thing, letting you play with 2 other players in I won't say a battle royale, but it's more like a looter shooter type of system. Except, of course, there was no guns. So part of Sony's plan for acquiring so many shares in the Bandai Namco is because it is part of their it's part of their creative entertainment vision to maximize content across all its media ecosystem. So when you come to Sony's recent investments, it makes a lot of sense, as the money that Sony is making from the PS5 is not the same amount of money that Microsoft is making from Xbox. Safe to say, and I reiterate this sentiment all the time, Xbox Series X and S, for every one of those sold, at least 5 PS5s are sold. Just to put in perspective on how far ahead Sony is as far as the hardware war going on as far as Xbox versus PlayStation. Now, when it comes to specifically IP, I'm not gonna lie to you, Microsoft is blowing Sony out of the water, especially with acquiring gaming publishers and gaming developers. But safe to say, when it comes to that, Microsoft will acquire certain developers, and then they'll put out a phenomenal game. Like, I forget, it was some type of music game, and then the studio got shut down. I forget what it was called. Let me see. Shut down. Was it Hi-Fi Rush? I think it was Hi-Fi Rush. Let me type that up. Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah. Okay. So Hi-Fi Rush, developed by Tango Gameworks and published by Bethesda Software. Isn't that funny how that works? They put out a phenomenal game, right? And then you look at Tango Gameworks, and then you realize, I'm fact checking this because I don't want to just spread fake news. Yeah, okay. So, and then you realize that Tango Gameworks were let go by Xbox. So, essentially putting out one of the better games in, I think it was 2023 when that game came out. Anyways, as you can see right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Essentially, I want y'all to see the article as far as them talking about how they was let go and then of course what they're doing now. So imagine making a game like Hi-Fi Rush. Everybody is coming out saying it's one of the greatest games to come out. And I believe it was on the Game Pass, but with that out the way, apparently Tango Gameworks didn't do enough and Xbox let them go. So they talked about how they've been operating since being let go by Xbox, even though they made a phenomenal game. And the reason why I bring that up is because all of these investments that Sony is making into developers does not mean it's going to pan out. Microsoft thought that certain developers was going to pan out, and even if they put out a good game, they will still let go because they wasn't making enough money as far as Microsoft. So all of these acquisitions is really just a battle between Microsoft and Sony versus PlayStation and Xbox. It's different. It's more of a company versus company than trying to have a console battle, because of course at the end of the day, if Sony is putting all of this into Epic Games as far as $2 billion in Epic by the year of 2022, alongside Kirkby, I think that's how you say it, Lego's parent company, and then you have 14% stake in From Software, which is Elden Ring developer. They also have almost 5% stake in the Chinese media platform Bilibili. I think that's how you say it, or Bilibili. I think it's Bilibili. Anyways, and then you have 1.1 billion with a B as far as purchasing of an anime streamer Crunchyroll. Like, I don't really watch anime, but I do believe that Crunchyroll is probably one of the, if not the most popular platform to watch anime on. So Sony is making a lot of moves, and ultimately, when you look at the Marvel Token game and the art direction taken by it, let's see, Marvel Token. I think one of these one of these videos should have had the game, but as far as me putting up an image of it, let me see. So yeah, right here. So this imagery, as far as this specific game, I do believe them diving into the anime realm, this is set up to be a show. Like, at some point, I believe the Marvel Token game will do well enough to be its own show, to be made its own anime. And putting Marvel in the anime light, especially making it like this, as far as this specific art style, will make it very unique in the landscape of entertainment right now. And you know, the whole superhero fatigue mantra that's out there, and everybody's hesitant to even engage in superhero content. So there's a lot of things that Sony is thinking to themselves, especially it's a lot that Sony is contemplating. First, they do have Spider-Man exclusively, right? So now if you make a fire Marvel Token game that's exclusively on PlayStation, because if you didn't know, I believe, let me see, Marvel Token, I believe it's only on PlayStation. Yeah, Marvel Token is featuring, and then I want to see what consoles is it coming out on. So it's coming out for PlayStation 5. Oh, and then Windows. It does say Windows on here. So you could get this game through the Game Pass maybe, because I think they're trying to put Steam on Xbox, but that's a whole nother conversation. The main thing I'm letting you know is that Sony is contemplating a lot of things, and the way they're rolling out the marketing strategy, I think all of these anime connoisseurs, whether it's a Crunchyroll, whether it's From Software, whether it's the overall umbrella of Bandai Namco, to really dive into a specific art style to showcase a different variety of content from the Sony platform. I think they're trying to get away from the over-the-shoulder, regular type of realistic graphics that they give, especially for God of War, Spider-Man, Horizon, things of that nature, Last of Us. So now I think the new anime approach, the new anime projects that will have game to anime adaptations, such as the Marvel Token, I believe that's the main focus for Sony. And ultimately, we'll have to let time unfold to see if that's actually the case. But as far as a live action Elden Ring movie, it's set to be directed by Ex Machinas, I don't even know how to say that, Alex Garland. And they say it's already in development, potentially one of the first high profile outcomes of this expanded IP strategy. So there's a lot of things going on. I just wanted to put in perspective of what Sony is actually trying to accomplish by spending this much money on Bandai Namco, because you do not blow 68 yen and just act like, oh, we hope it works out. I'm pretty sure Sony has a phenomenal game plan to roll out the new creations that Bandai Namco or whatever its developers under that umbrella makes for Sony. And once again, I'm not trying to say it's going to be exclusive for PlayStation, but it will end up having some type of incentive to watch or play these type of titles through PlayStation. Because to be fair, Marvel Token is only on PlayStation 5. The only console that is on is the PS5. So, setting Steam aside, because that's not really a console. A PC is more of a it's more of a computer than an actual just gaming computer. I don't know if that makes sense. So if you have a PC, you can do multiple tasks, like you can watch YouTube videos, you can edit, all this other stuff. Photoshop, you can't do that on a PlayStation or Xbox. That's what I mean by it's not a dedicated console, if that makes sense. So anyways, all of that is just to essentially let you know that Sony acquiring 16 million shares into Bandai Namco, and especially some of the other ventures I just laid out as far as them really diving deep into the anime direction, it makes a lot of sense, especially after seeing Marvel Token Fighting Souls. I believe that's going to be one of the best games to come out whenever it does. We don't know. It's not a specific month. It's just 2026. So, when they give you a year as a release date, just assume that they don't know when it's going to come out, especially with GTA 6 set to come out next year. But with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think of Sony acquiring 16 million shares of Bandai Namco? And what do you want to see come out of this partnership with Sony and Bandai Namco? Split Fiction, Clair Obscur, Expedition 33, Elden Ring, Night Rain, Blueprints, Mario Kart World, and then of course Donkey Kong Bonanza. What do all of these games have in common? Well, I'm glad you asked, as when it comes to the reviews for these specific games I just mentioned, they're 9s and 10s across the board. As of course, I think this game being compared to Super Mario Odyssey is very interesting because, of course, Nintendo EPD is the same developers behind Super Mario Odyssey, but that does not mean that the level of quality will be the same or even similar. But safe to say, when it comes to the review roundups that we're about to get into, they are indeed the same, if not better, because people are saying this may be the best game that Nintendo has put out in quite some time.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself that same thing, because what is going on when Donkey Kong Bonanza comes out of nowhere? Because everybody was kind of thinking like Expedition 33 definitely has Game of the Year wrapped up. I mean, for me personally, my favorite game of the year is Split Fiction, which, shameless plug, my entire gameplay walkthrough is out on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. But as far as that gameplay walkthrough of Split Fiction and me playing with my cousin, I think that added to me having Split Fiction and putting it on that pedestal as far as my favorite game of the year. But when it comes to that, I do want to talk about how Donkey Kong Bonanza being compared to Super Mario Odyssey is very interesting from a sales perspective, because of course over here at Notorious Mass Effect, we try to get into things that notoriously impact the masses and affect the masses, you know, pun intended. So I wanted to talk about sales for a little bit because, of course, if what people are saying is true and is one of the better games that Nintendo has ever put out, well, now we got to look at it from a sales perspective. As with Super Mario Odyssey, the sales are already solidified. We already know how successful it was. For Donkey Kong Bonanza, it literally just came out. Literally just came out. So with that being said, let's try to look over the Super Mario Odyssey sales and try to compare on what we could see from Donkey Kong Bonanza in the foreseeable future. As of March 31st, 2025, Super Mario Odyssey sold around 29.28 million units worldwide, making it the 5th best-selling Nintendo Switch title overall, which is a huge accomplishment, of course. But then you go on to realize that Animal Crossing, Super Smash Bros., The Legend of Zelda, and then Mario Kart 8 are all above it in lifetime sales, and you realize Donkey Kong is nowhere in that list. So are we saying that Donkey Kong is making a return in Donkey Kong Bonanza? Are we saying that this may be the definitive game for how people look at the character of Donkey Kong going forward? Because of course, I'm not saying Donkey Kong is a niche character by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, y'all saw the Mario movie just like me. I enjoyed it. For other people, I mean, they might not have, but ultimately, I think a lot of people enjoyed the movie. Donkey Kong was in that. So when it comes to that style and him having his own game, and then now you look at the sales as Mario and Zelda with a little Animal Crossing thrown in there, is ultimately the top selling IPs for Nintendo. If somehow Nintendo EPD found a way to make Donkey Kong an A1, like an A-lister as far as sales wise, because of course as a character we already know who Donkey Kong is, but as far as sales specifically in the past 4 to 5 years, as this is the first 3D Donkey Kong adventure in 25 years. So somebody was looking at the bottom line and saying to themselves, you know what, let's hold off on that Donkey Kong game. 5 years passed. You know what? Let's hold off on that Donkey Kong game. Let's put out the next Mario Kart installment. Let's put out the next installment of Mario in space. Let's put out the next installment of Mario playing tennis. Like ultimately Donkey Kong, I'm not gonna say he was getting disrespected because Mario saved gaming. So he deserves all the preferential treatment that he gets. But Donkey Kong being put out for 25 years since the DK Adventure game, as far as Donkey Kong 64, 25 years is a long time. I don't think anybody's gonna, try to dispute that fact. So 25 years since a 3D adventure from Donkey Kong, and now that it's came back, it's shaping up to be not only one of the better games in Nintendo history, but of all time. I think looking at the sales of Mario Odyssey, Donkey Kong Bonanza could end up becoming one of the better selling games that Nintendo has ever put out, and may be up there with the Animal Crossing of the world, the Mario Kart 8 of the world. So you kind of understand where I'm going with that when it comes from a sales perspective. So because Donkey Kong just came out, we can't really talk about the sales right now. A lot of people is seeing the hype is through the roof as far as everybody waiting to play the game. So I think it's going to sell well, but obviously only time will tell. So getting into the overall game, for people who are not as familiar, just know that this latest installment of the Donkey Kong adventure is a 3D sandbox platforming with near total destructible environments, meaning that you could destroy everything. As you can see right now, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. Apparently, everything in the game can be destroyed. Reminds me, I know this may be a throwback to some people, but it reminds me of, I think it was Crackdown 2 or 3. It was whenever the zombies came in. Whenever you got to certain areas, you could like destroy certain areas like completely. Apparently with Donkey Kong, that's like entirely the game. That's the whole premise, to showcase how strong Donkey Kong actually is. And then when it comes to the transformations, there's 3 transformations as far as animal themed powers. There's the gliding. I think you're seeing that right now. The rapid dash, which is the zebra. The terrain destruction, which is giant DK. And then your currency in the game is called Banandium. What in the world? Banandium gems. Banana diem. Yo, what is this? I ain't gonna lie, I'm keeping that in there too. I don't know how to pronounce that. Banana diem gems. Those are the collectible currency for the skill trees and ability upgrades. And then of course, you have transversal tools like surfboards, flying mounts, mine carts with rainbow smoke. And then it does support co-op as far as ranged vocal attacks. That's co-op with Pauline, or Broadway style buffs as far as solo. So you can drop in, drop out co-op using Switch 2's Joy-Con enhancements. And then ultimately, when it comes to the design and side content, a lot of people are probably going to be wondering, how long is the game? How much of my life am I going to put into this game to complete it fully? Well, for completionists out there, just know it's going to run you about 30 to 40 hours to beat the game completely, as far as completing everything and the side content. As far as the main story, it could be a little under 20 hours if you just run through the main story. So ultimately, I'm not going to say it's a short game by any stretch of the imagination, because if you can get 40 plus hours out of a game, including all of the side content, that's definitely enough as far as the dollar amount. When it comes to the main story, if you can run through the game in under 20 hours, safe to say either you're a speed runner or you're just not trying to take in the environment, because apparently the environment is one of the biggest charming things about the game, especially the attention to detail. A lot of people didn't bring this game up. I don't know if that's on purpose. I wouldn't be surprised with Nintendo, when they sent out like press copies of the game, if they would have said to the reviewers, hey, if y'all bring up Astrobot, we're gonna take your we're gonna take your tongue, we're gonna cut it out your mouth, and we're just gonna keep it in a jar. So ultimately, I think when it comes to reviewers, I wouldn't be surprised if they had don't bring up, don't mention Astrobot, or we're gonna find you. Because if you don't know, when it comes to Astrobot, it's a lot of ex-Nintendo developers that made that game. And we already know how tremendous that game turned out. I think that's still one of the better games of last year, because it came out last year, right? Let me see. Astrobot release date. Yeah, so Astrobot came out September 6, 2024. Now, of course, you probably won't hear Astrobot being brought up in a lot of these conversations, because I'm not gonna lie to you, I feel like Nintendo really hates Astrobot. Because if there's ex-Nintendo developers and they actually made a quality platformer over at PlayStation that's exclusively for PlayStation, titled Astrobot, like, you know how much confidence you have to have in the game to make it your overall mascot, and to give it not one but 2 games. Like, don't forget, when PS4 came out, they've been hinting at Astrobot in this world, and then when Astrobot actually came out, as far as last year, people realized how great of a game it actually was. Now, when it comes to this game, I think ultimately Donkey Kong may showcase why you can maybe emulate at certain factors as far as mechanics, but Nintendo is the cream of the crop when it comes to platforming and putting out an infectious game and a very enjoyable game, and ultimately unique, because they've set the boundary. They've set the bar for how we look at platformers, especially with Mario. You already know my praise for Mario, so I don't have to go over that time and time again. But the way that Mario saved gaming from people just looking at it like a kid hobby, like, oh, if you play games, you just don't do anything in life or something like that. And people just was looking down on gamers. And then Mario came out, and then all of a sudden, everybody was a gamer now. Be like, oh, I love Mario, you know? So, you know, the way that Mario saved gaming is really underrated, I think, at certain points in time, because people forget, especially nowadays with Fortnite and things of that nature. A lot of games are going crazy into the mainstream. So, a lot of the unique factors of Donkey Kong Bonanza is also, we already talked about the destructible environment, the co-op play. There's an underground gold rush theme with Banana Diem Mine. I'm probably butchering that, but I'm trying my best. I ain't gonna cap to you. That Banana Diem is messing me up. So mining that as a gameplay slash narrative driver, there's customization depth as far as outfits and fur unlocks tied to exploration. So, you know, you explore, you unlock certain things in the game. The standard price is, I think it's $65. Let me see. Kong Bonanza. I believe it's, it may be, I don't think it's $80. I think that was only for Mario Kart World because they probably already, they probably didn't want to make any more people upset as far as raising the prices for no reason. So yeah, Donkey Kong Bonanza is $69, so technically $70. That's the regular price that's usually for the Nintendo platform. Mario Kart was like $80, and that made everybody and their mama upset. So I'm glad they're not keeping that a trend when it comes to flagship IPs for the consoles. So ultimately, the other thing I want to get into was people reviewing the game, because of course this is a sales and review roundup. So when it comes to that, people who have reviewed the game, as far as Tom's guy gave it a 4.5 out of 5, saying absolute joy, distinctive visuals, a few camera issues, but abundant collectibles. And then let me see. IGN gave it a 9 out of 10, saying a tremendous reinvention for DK. Metacritic is sitting at a 91 out of 100, and that's like a conglomerate. So of course, you know, a lot of people have input when it comes to that. Screen Rant gave it a 4.5 out of 5, saying, quote, old school charm with true freedom. And then you have, let me see. There was another one I was wanting to say. Was it COD? No, it was COG. It was one of them. Oh, Dextero, that's the one. Dextero gave it a 4 out of 5, saying blast from start to finish, collectathon, fun, minor frame rate hiccups in docked mode. Now, of course, I've heard that. I've heard that the developers literally came out, which, you know, to be fair, when I first saw this, I was thinking to myself, hold up. Did a developing studio just come out and say that their exclusive hardware is maybe not up to snuff for their game?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I look at, you know, certain PR teams, and I just look at their social media posts, and I'm just thinking to myself,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Like, what is going on when companies are outwardly saying that the hardware that we can only put this game on, the exclusive hardware that we have to use for this game, may not be compatible enough to run this game effectively? Like, what in the world? Who says that? You know what I mean? It's like if Astrobot developers came out, it was like, you know what? I'm not gonna lie to y'all, that PlayStation 5, PS5 Pro, like, it's really, it's struggling. It's struggling to run our game, man. We tried our best. You know what I'm saying? They like, held up. We tried our best. You know what I'm saying? If our developing powers can't get over the unoptimized console, then I'm sorry. But, like, who says that? So as far as Nintendo EPD to come out to say that, because actually, let me see if I can find that, because y'all going to think I'm making that up, because that sounds so blasphemous, right? Why would somebody who only has one console come out and kind of trash the console? Let me see. Donkey Kong Switch 2. I can't put problems because I don't know if that'll pop up. Cause I think they were saying, let's see. I guess I will get into Pauline at some point. Should I say problems? Frame rate? I don't know. Problems. I'm trying to see if I can't pull this up, then I'm just gonna leave it alone. But let me see. Made possible on Switch 1. Okay, so the developers came out. They said they couldn't include all the ideas they wanted because of memory usage. All the baseline features, including the transformations and Pauline, were fully programmed as far back as 2021. So basically, they were saying with the move to Switch 2, so they're talking about Switch 1, right? So the Switch 1 wasn't up to snuff. which is still crazy to say about an exclusive platform. They came out and said, with the move to Switch 2, we gained not only more memory, but also greater processing capacity that gave us the freedom to incorporate gameplay ideas we previously abandoned because they were too demanding. When we got down to trying it, we discovered that not only could it handle the heavy processing requirements, but it also ran at 60 frames per second. Things we'd given up on, like explosives, so they was really just trashing the Switch 1. So, yeah, I stand corrected with that one. They was just trashing the Switch 1. See, this is why, you know what I mean? The main thing I be trying to, I don't try to get fake news. So if I pull up a quote, that's the main reason. I don't want to make it. So this is the quote from them. I know it's just text in a white background, but you just got to believe me. This is from Nintendo. So, let's see if I can find this right quick. Let me see so y'all can read this. Okay. Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. So right here, they say they moved to Switch 2. And then basically, right here, it talks about it handling the processing requirements. So they moved to Switch 2, and then they said it could handle the processing requirements. So that's interesting. They said they was having issues on the Switch 1, but ultimately the Switch 2 is still a phenomenal platform for it to run on. But of course, a lot of people coming out saying, oh, hold on, pull myself back. A lot of people are saying that Donkey Kong Bonanza is having some performance issues, such as frame rate drops on the Switch 2, but the director says that they're aware of the performance issues, and they can dip during certain sequences. However, the game is smooth overall. That's like me going to a restaurant, being like, hold up, some of my food is cold right now. You know what I mean? The fries came out, the chicken nuggets came out, you know what I'm saying? My burger came out, but half of my fries is kind of cold. And then the chef looking at you, looking at your food and looking back at you and being like, well, what about the rest of the meal? Like, hold up now. Like,
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Nah, see, that's the problem right there. Kazuya Takashi came out and said that they're aware of performance dipping during certain sequences. However, the game is smooth overall. Sometimes I be thinking, like, what goes through their mind when they say stuff like that? Like, they think like that's okay. It's like if you're a reviewer, if you're a game reviewer, you could say stuff like, oh, this was a minor nitpick of mine, but overall the game was fine. If you're a developer of the game that can actually fix it, that has the code to fix it, and you're like, the rest of the game is fine. It's like, what? Y'all the most profitable gaming company in the world. And y'all talking to y'all players like that, which, it's whatever. I guess, at some point, I guess that's why they're the most profitable, which if you don't know, Nintendo has 109 billion as far as July 2025. And that's far ahead of any other company. The closest when it comes to gaming companies, not like companies in general, but that's probably up there too as far as companies in general. But as far as gaming, they are by far and away number one. Roblox is the second closest with 76 billion, but Nintendo by far and away is the most profitable gaming company in the world. So yeah, man, them coming out and saying this is I guess they just like, hey, deal with it, man. Overall, the game is fine. And people are going to deal with it because, like I've, even on social media, people have been commenting on the clip I put out as far as me talking about how the drop the price movement is the worst movement in gaming history. People said we're not going to support Mario Kart World. Mario Kart World is out there almost selling as much as the Nintendo Switch 2. There's 3.5 million Nintendo Switches out in the world currently. Mario Kart World has 3 million sales.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself, what is going on when they have a whole movement titled Drop the Price and Nintendo Switch 2 right after that becomes the best-selling console of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, that is some interesting work. I ain't gonna cap to you. So that's the review roundup. Those are the sale roundups. When it comes to the game, I do think the destructible aspect is its main claim to fame, as he's always been a strong character. He's always been that's how he's been depicted, and even the Mario universe. So now when you're looking at Donkey Kong acting like this, breaking everything in his path, having totally destructible environments, and it actually running on the Nintendo Switch 2, which is another thing, because a lot of games that were third parties of Nintendo Switch 2 had a lot to say about its performance issues, to the point where I think we're going to run into the same situation as that the Nintendo Switch ran into, as far as certain games not being able to be on the Switch platform because the hardware is just not optimized enough. Because every single time a game developer will get asked, "Oh, is your game coming to Nintendo Switch?" and they look dead in the camera. They'd be like, "We have no plans for our game coming to Nintendo Switch." Or they'll say, "Oh, we don't have any plans on porting our game to the Nintendo Switch." Like they say it in the nicest way possible. And then time and time again, every developer's out here saying the same thing. So it's not a good look as far as Nintendo. Some would say, why not just make a whole flagship console like as powerful as the PS5 and the Xbox? Because obviously they have the money, right? But when it comes to Nintendo, I think the graphics model that they go with is to literally recoup off of the consoles. Because if you don't know, when it comes to the PlayStation 5, even though it's selling like 5-1 now, it used to be 4-1, but now it's selling 5-1. As far as one, for every Xbox Series X or S sold, there's 5 PS5 sold, as far as the race, right? So they've lapped Xbox and then some, which is why some people argue Xbox is going the console-less route. But ultimately, the high graphics such as Cyberpunk, such as some other games, A Last of Us, such as God of War, Spider-Man, takes a lot of money to develop those type of games, and it makes it hard to recoup off of that, let alone PlayStation and Microsoft don't even try to recoup off the consoles. And I think that's one of the reasons. So Nintendo notoriously always recoups off of the consoles that's sold, simply due to the fact that their games are lower budget as far as to make. Now, still a lot of money, of course, but as far as the graphically intensive process, is not as intense as a God of War, as a Last of Us, so that it makes it easier to obtain that ROI. So hopefully it makes sense. But when it comes to Donkey Kong Bonanza, that is my sales and review roundup. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Donkey Kong Bonanza? What do you think about it being compared to Super Mario Odyssey in the year of 2025? Do you believe that this may end up being Game of the Year? Now, of course, when it comes to soccer, a lot of video game fanatics already know the humongous hit that is EA FC. But of course, when it comes to FC 25 being the 10th most played game on PlayStation, but having the top pre-orders as far as PlayStation with FC 26, safe to say on Xbox is a whole nother story, as Rematch is the 5th, make sure I can count, it's the 5th most played game on Xbox currently as far as top paid games. And when it comes to Game Pass, which you get the game for free, of course, day one, that was very interesting, as it's still trending towards the top as far as Game Pass. So it's not only one of the top played games on Xbox, but it's also one of the top played games on Game Pass. So not only are people willing to play the game for free, but they're also willing to pay for it, which is very interesting, So at the end of the day, maybe some people just don't have Game Pass. But when it comes to Steam specifically, the player count as of right now is 30,000 as far as the 24-hour peak, and the all-time peak was 28 days ago when it comes to 92,000. Now, for Rematch in this podcast specifically, when we get into games, when we get into certain songs and albums that affect the masses, safe to say that the developers of Sifu and Absolver, as far as it being more physical and the fighting combat being vastly different than the football combat as far as in soccer. Safe to say that they have nailed and executed both. As when it comes to slow clap, not only do they had a hit as far as seafood, but they now have a hit when it comes to rematch, as already went over the player count. But when it comes to sales, it had over 1 million sales in its first week, despite being on the Game Pass, going back to my previous sentiments as far as it being popular as far as top paid games and also on Game Pass, which is, very interesting situation for a rematch. People would pay to play your game, but they also would play it for free. So, both of those is very interesting. But anyways, over 3 million unique players across all platforms and a combined 11.8 million matches played within 1 week. Now, when it comes to the matches, that metric, I was just letting y'all know, that's just a fun fact. But ultimately, Xbox is where it's selling the best. And some will say, once again, that it's just because it's free on Game Pass. But like I keep reiterating, it's one of the top pay games on Xbox as well. More specifically, the 5th most played, the top is number 5 as far as top paid games on Xbox. So, getting into the game for people who think this is just some realistic copy of EAFC, just know it's more of an arcade take on the soccer game, and it's more fast paced, like I said, arcade, but ultimately there's a lot of movements in the games and hand coordination that takes into effect as far as the skill driven arcade football. It's not just your arcade pick it up and there's 1 and 2 buttons to shoot in the pass, right? There's a lot more skill involved into the game, which once you get into it, once you realize how deep the gameplay mechanics go, you come to realize that it's definitely a whole casual take on the soccer aspect that EAFC cannot replicate. So ultimately, there's 3 game types. There's 3v3, there's 4v4, and then there's 5v5 for multiplayer only. And another thing about the arcade rules and it going away from the realistic aspect, because some people may just think to themselves, why not just play FC rather than just play rematch? Well, if you want more of an arcade take, and also there's no traditional football rules, meaning there's no fouls, there's no offsides, and no goal kicks, and the pitch is fully enclosed like indoor / schoolyard soccer. So there's a lot of things that's different than an actual realistic take on football that's EAFC. So Slow Clap probably already knew there was going to be a lot of comparisons between the two, but that's basically where that's where it starts and ends as far as it being a soccer game. It's its own thing. It's very good at making it unique as far as the arcade style, the third person view, the way that they have I'm not gonna say it's over the shoulder, but it's a very interesting view as far as if you're playing with your friends versus if you're playing with your friends in EAFC. There's like one camera view. You know how in NBA 2K there's one camera view and y'all can see both the teams. As far as rematch, when you're using your player specifically, you get a direct view of your player in the goal. It's a lot different than having the bird's eye view where everybody gets to see their player. So people who play sports games, they already know what I'm talking about. As far as people who, play a lot of other games, hopefully that clarifies it for you. So that the camera angle is more in action versus EAFC, that's more of a bird's eye view. So when it comes to the signature skills, there's moves like the Ronaldo chop executed via stance-based controls. There's the ragdoll physics as far as slide, tackle, shoves, and physicality, which is part of the strategy, of course. There's no fixed goalie, so each player takes a turn, and then that helps keep the gameplay fluid. And of course, when it comes to balancing across positions, people won't feel like I'm just stuck at goalie. And then when it comes to customization, it's fully cosmetic. You get a lot of different outfits, styles, accessories to dress up your character. This is actually one of the games I have on my list, my bucket list to play, because, coming to the realization that you're a full-time content creator. So guess what? The time of playing games for fun is gone, buddy. Like one of the things I wish content creators would have told me before getting into this is that, it may seem all fun and dandy. You get paid to covering music, covering gaming, play games, you know, things of that nature. But guess what? There's no more playing games for fun. You can't spend 50 hours on one game just because you like it. You know, you have to do that off stream, buddy. People are trying to be entertained. So when it comes to this game specifically, I've been wanting to get into this game. And interestingly enough, I don't know if people caught it while I was streaming, but here I am thinking I'm playing FC 26. I'm thinking I'm playing the latest FC game. And the whole time I'm playing FC 25. So there's a whole gameplay up, you know, shameless plug as well. But there's a whole gameplay up on Analytic Dreamz video where literally I titled it, I think it was back in Juneteenth. Yeah, it was back in Juneteenth because I titled the stream Kicking It With the Fam for Juneteenth. But first, ... EA Sports FC 25. Now that was supposed to be 26. I thought it was 26, but you know what I mean? I got it a little mixed up.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So when it comes to this game, I should just play Rematch because Rematch was out by the time I played FC 25. But ultimately, you know, it was just, I don't play a lot of ball games. And, you know, as far as the video game world, a lot of people are, if they're a casual, they only play ball games. So they only know the soccers, the footballs, the soccer, the football, the Madden, the college football, the NBA 2K, the MLB, like that's all they know in gaming land, right? So whenever diving into that, I'm more of an amateur at this point because I play so many other games. But as far as Rematch, I do want to get into that game. When it comes to EAFC, I actually enjoyed it, even though it was, you know, 25. When it comes to EA, I feel like they don't really do much between every single year. So I might as well have just said I played FC 26 because I'm pretty sure it's the same game. So, but maybe that's not fair because, you know, I haven't played FC 26. But when it comes to EA, their sports games year after year is very samey, right? So that's when Rematch comes in and steals the spotlight because now you have a whole arcade take on the soccer game, and it's ultimately more exciting for long-time soccer gamers out there because now they have options when it comes to, do they want to play a realistic EAFC or do they want to play an arcade style game like Rematch with their friends? Because as far as this game, just know it's out on PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X and S. And I don't know if there's crossplay. I don't think there's crossplay for, let me see, is there crossplay for Rematch? I would assume there's not. Let me see. Yeah, so Rematch does not currently support crossplay between platforms. So if you do want to play Rematch with your friends, you definitely got to pick which console you want to play on, as everybody's got to be on the same console because there's no crossplay as of right now. Now, Slow Clap did come out and say that crossplay is the studio's highest priority, saying, quote, as soon as possible. They literally said they're working to deliver crossplay, quote, as soon as possible. Technical complexities and certification requirements delayed its release. And they already had a basic version functioning internally, but need more time for interface work, debugging, and console certification. So, you know, they basically said, y'all got to wait on it. Like, we don't have it right now. You know what I mean? As far as crossplay, something that most, if not all multiplayer games have, we don't have it.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
One thing I will say about the state of gaming is if you're going to put out a multiplayer sports game, safe to say that crossplay should be included at launch. But, you know, it's Slow Clap's first sports game, so we going to let them slide for a little bit. But, you know, they're definitely on the clock to put in some crossplay. Hopefully towards the end of the summer or during the summer of this year. But, yeah, hopefully that happens. But they did say Slow Clap did come out and say they're working on other improvements and stability. Upgrades in the game and new in-game features. So hopefully the first thing they put out is crossplay, because don't nobody want to play a sports game and have to be on the same console to play with one another. Like, it's usually foreign at this point in time. Everybody can play on whatever console, especially when it comes to sports games. I don't know any sports game that doesn't have a crossplay like that. So when it comes to that, there's quick match, rank mode, custom lobbies, trainer mode, and seasonal updates with new maps, cosmetics, and occasional tweaks. So when it comes to that, The custom lobbies is great to know as far as the sports game and them having different options as far as getting to know the game. As far as the training mode, you get to see how deep and layered in the complexity that the gameplay loop is, as far as once you really get to understand the different moves in the game. And you had real world stars at launch like Ronaldo, I don't even know what that is. Also the game ambassador. It's not Ronaldo, it's something else. Ronaldo. Okay, I don't know what that is. I don't cap to you. And then there's multiple arenas, compact areas tailored for chaotic play. More arenas planned for future updates. I already went over the sales. As far as the review scores, I'm not gonna lie to you, there's not a lot of people who reviewed this as far as giving it actual scores, but the people who did give scores, it was essentially 7s across the board, with 6 being the lowest, 8 being the highest. But ultimately, they said it's a solid game. I don't expect this to be some type of game of the year. It's not that type of game, but it's definitely not a bad game. A lot of people say it's very engaging. It's a refreshing take on the soccer format as far as in the video game landscape, because if you don't want to play realistic soccer, well, now you have another option as far as Rematch, the more arcadey take on the game. And of course, when it comes to balance concerns, a lot of people was debating the meta forming around certain play styles. I don't know what that is. It's, it's probably people who are more like, I'm not going to say in the program, because some people who are just really good in general want balance fixes. So let me see. So as far as when it comes to the rest of the game, there's other things as far as monetization pushback. The battle pass and skins have been criticized, but no pay to win mechanics have been found as far as this game. So that's good. I mean, as far as EA, they probably definitely took that playbook, because, developing studios are definitely out here trying to make an enjoyable experience, but, it wouldn't hurt if they had a certain marketing strategy to get them to a certain dollar amount for the end of the quarter to tell their investors. So when it comes to that, the main thing I wanted to get across was just the sales for the game, the reviews for the game, let you know it's more of an arcadey type of take on a soccer format. Rematch is definitely set to be more of a long-term staple in the sports gaming world. We'll see how long it lasts, because of course EA plays all the dirty games in the world. So safe to say, Slow Clap has their, ironically, they're going to be slow to clap over at a lot of different gaming corporations, because EA is probably looking at them like, hold up now. I know y'all ain't supporting a soccer game that's not FC. You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all out here supporting a game that's including soccer, that's not FC, EA gonna look at y'all and be like,
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So there's a lot of interesting games that's gonna be played between EA and Slow Clap going into the future, because now, technically, EA FC has some undeniable competition, as Rematch to this day is still putting up phenomenal numbers, not only on Xbox as far as top pay games, but also Game Pass, which just showcases how people are willing to pay for the game and also play it for free. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Rematch? Do you think it's a fair, do you think it's an actual competitive game as far as sales wise and quality wise to EA FC, or do you think this is a fad that is here today, gone tomorrow? When it comes to being a Hall of Fame pocket watcher, I will let you know that 9 times out of 10, that is absolutely me.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
but as far as what else I be saying when it comes to the gaming ecosystem, safe to say that Electronic Arts is the 5th most profitable company when it comes to games in the world. When it comes to that, Nintendo is number 1 with 109 billion, with a B, of course. Roblox is number 2 with 76 billion. Flutter Entertainment, which I don't even know what Flutter Entertainment does, and I did not bother to look it up, because I was thinking about it. I was like, hold up, when's the last time you heard of Flutter Entertainment? But maybe they just be behind the scenes like that. So they are the 3rd most profitable gaming company with $51.8 billion. Take-Two Interactive is $42 billion. And of course, you have EA, aka Electronic Arts, at $37.5 to $39 billion. And this is the market cap for July 2025. And the reason why I'm saying all that, as far as being a pocket watcher and letting you know that EA is printing money hand over fist, is simply due to the fact that not only did they have a plethora of layoffs, just like every gaming company, but unlike every gaming company, they're actually producing more money and still laying off people, right? So how do the two correlate? You let me know. I think as far as companies, EA is definitely up there as far as being one of the more greedy companies when it comes to capitalism, right? And that ultimately showcases in the overall final product as far as the top gaming conglomerates in the world. But ultimately, another thing I was wanting to say is that when it comes to their, what some would say is a monopoly over the football genre, whether it's Madden, whether it's college football, safe to say that printing money hand over fist makes it very egregious that they keep putting out the same product year after year.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And speaking of what else is going on, when it comes to the previous installment, College Football 25, because for those who don't know, that particular game was the best-selling sports game in U.S. history by Circana data, because everybody knows about college players not getting paid what they should have been as far as their likeness way back in, I think it was 2014. I forget how long it's been since 25 to the last college football installment. But ultimately, they took away the game because, of course, if you're not going to pay the players, then, you know, the government got to step in and be like, hey, you can't be making money off of the likeness and not paying them. So they went away, and now they came back with a system that helps pay the people who are in the game, as far as the college athletes, as far as the coaches. Well, I guess they obviously they ain't pay Bill Belichick and Deion Sanders enough, but, you know, that's a whole nother story. Ultimately, getting back to the return of college football, it peaked at 2.8 million players in the early days. It had 700,000 concurrent players during early access, and it outsold. This is the biggest thing, right? The biggest metric when it comes to the analytics in College Football 25 is the fact that it ultimately outsold Call of Duty, Black Ops 6, NBA 2K25, and Madden NFL 25, which ended up making it the second best-selling game in US for the year of 2024. So safe to say, after all that money coming in, as far as the company, as far as a specific game, when considering the return to form as far as actually having a college game that you could play in the modern day and age, their continuation in College Football 26 is very lackluster, to the point where I've played it myself, and given my own personal review, it feels like every single football game I've played in the past. And I know what you're saying, well, there's only so much you could do with the sport of football, which is ultimately not correct, because when you come to 2K and them having different story modes, as far as my career, making each story mode unique, I don't care how people be like, oh, 2K puts the story and we don't even want it, we just want to play in my part. Ultimately, a lot of people keep coming back to 2K time and time again, and whether they want to admit it or not, they appreciate the amount of time that 2K puts into every single story mode to make it feel like you have to go around and do certain things to upgrade your character. And this game, I'm not gonna lie to you, the amount of money that EA is making, they could make a whole story mode as a separate game as far as College Football 26. The amount of money they made with College Football 25, and to put out the exact same product with no obvious improvements is insanity, right? So when it comes to that fact, the main thing I wanted to let y'all know is that EA could care less about y'all's enjoyment with college football. The main thing is, if you're still paying the money when it comes to Ultimate Team, when it comes to the road to CFP, I know a lot of people enjoy, you know, the whole microtransaction of my team or whatever, but when it's very interesting as far as the transition from college football to Madden, right? And the same microtransaction problems lie. And I think it's, I don't think it's the greatest thing in the world as far as the sports gamers taking over the whole perception of microtransactions to make it seem like it's not a big deal. Ultimately, that's how we got Fortnite, a free game filled with microtransactions. Obviously, Fortnite's free, so it's okay. But when it comes to the sports games, they cost $70, sometimes $80, and you're still having those same type of free-to-play microtransaction practices in play. So I'm not a huge fan of that. I do like how all the schools in the game, well, from FPS, right? All the teams from FBS have a lot of uniqueness as far as the intros, the outros, the different traditions, the uniforms, things of that nature. And of course, like I said, I already played this game. So whenever I'm talking about it, I'm talking about it from a personal standpoint and of course an analytical standpoint. As right here, I literally have, let me see, I could play a clip right here. So to showcase what it kind of looked like as far as me playing the game. And of course, if you wanted to see my gameplay of College Football 26, just type in College Football Analytic Dreamz with a Z on whatever platform you listen to podcasts on. But more specifically, you should probably go to Spotify to see the video along with the audio. But anyways, this clip is from that. So don't forget Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. It's why I have this gameplay up. But as you can see right here, this is me playing the game. And I just made a little clip out of my live stream. Whose sports team has a dolphin? I mean, we ain't even talking about Miami because, you know, they a little... Miami a little special. Okay, so I'm blocking myself. Hold up. I'm not trying to block myself. You know what I mean? Gotta be a W Tech guy out here. Well, actually, I'm not blocking myself. It's all the way over there. That's crazy. If you don't see, it's a little breaking the fourth wall. I'm farther back, so it was hard for me to see that. But anyways, even with glasses on, ain't that about it? You know what I'm saying? Ain't that about it?
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
anyways, let's get back into the clip. My fault for that. Whose sports team has a dolphin? I mean, we ain't even talking about Miami because, you know, they a little... Miami a little special. You know what I mean? Whoever the coach, the GM, the owner, all of them need to be fired. They got their QB throwing up gang signs and playing him the next day. Jerry Jones only cares. Sad day in history. That brother need help right there. I ain't gonna lie to you. That brother need help. You know, who making those type of jokes. Man, who would do that? Who would do such a thing? But anyways, you should definitely follow that because that was my entire experience with Road to Glory. Well, not that, the ultimate like explanation of it. The main thing you need to know is that when it comes to that clip, I played the game. You can go watch it on Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify. But of course, this is more of the deep dive coverage into the reviews and sales. So now, getting into the sales of College Football 26, the main thing you need to know is that it's not really performing like College Football 25. When you look at it, interestingly enough, I haven't seen it on the top 10 list for PlayStation. I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it at all on the Xbox top 10. Actually, I'm lying. It's number one. It's number one on PlayStation. Yeah, they was just the deluxe edition is number one. What in the world?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Sometimes I think to myself too, what is going on? The standard edition is not even number one. It's the deluxe edition. That's crazy. Yeah, we just, as far as sports gamers and people who only play ball games, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Y'all just forever lost. But anyways, so I stand corrected. College Football 26 is the most popular game on PlayStation currently. When it comes to Xbox, it's not in the top 10 and is not on the top games for Game Pass. So I'm kind of interested to see how that works because, of course, whenever I played this game, it was through the Game Pass. And this game is not on Game Pass, so that may get a little confusing, but I'm about to explain it. So EA Play gives you a free 10-hour trial, which as a content creator, that's all I need to repurpose clips and get back what I need as far as playing certain games. But ultimately, for other people, you'll have to go through EA and you get a 10-hour trial, which I would assume is not enough for people who want to play this game for the long haul, right? So the EA trial, I believe, may be taking away some of the analytical numbers from Xbox top paid games and from top trending games on Game Pass. But ultimately, I would bet my money on it not performing as well as the last College Football, which would make it even worse because now EA finna look at the bottom line of College Football 26 and think to themselves, oh, we're gonna put out the same game again next year. Y'all thought we was finna upgrade the game after we printed money hand over fist for College Football 25, but now we get into College Football 26. And y'all don't support it the same? Guess what? we may just take out features next year. You know what I'm saying? EA really is, you know, they're really interesting when it comes to their marketing practices. It's very capitalist type of mentality. And some would say that's not the way to approach like good product, but then people keep buying it. So I don't know which way people want EA to go. I think they're following the money. If people stop paying the game and actually band together to ask for more quality or an actual change and upgrade year after year, because say what you want about 2K, but I believe when it comes to the mod park, when it comes to the neighborhood, as far as them upgrading from park to an actual GTA style landscape where you're going to different places, doing a lot of different activities, shopping, you know what I mean? You taking your guys shopping like you playing the male version of The Sims, right? To change out his outfit and stuff. When it comes to college football, when it comes to Madden, they could easily have that as well. Why don't they? Because they don't care. They just don't care. So ultimately, I think college football 26 is not going to perform as well as college football 25. And when it comes to that factor, I could see them not only putting out the same game next year, but maybe just taking away a couple features and making it not as noticeable as far as, you know, minor quality of life improvements may not be in there because, you know, y'all didn't support it as much. But anyways, getting to some of the more interesting things about this game is that when it comes to some of the different modes, that's not specifically what I was wanting to like make the focus of this review, but I will touch on it. So as far as personally playing the game, Road to Glory was pretty solid. I don't like how they had certain plays for high school. Like I would have rather just played out the game. Like if you're going to give the option to be in high school, why not play out the games? Like I'm trying to run it up 99-0, right? I'm trying to put up 100 trillion points against some random high school team, but now I can only play key moments in the high school games. So to give us the choice to play in high school, but then to take away the choice of playing the full games in high school is interesting, because some people like playing the games the way that they want to play it, right? Like if they want to play specific plays, I think they would just sim the game, which they even have that option when it comes to Dynasty mode, which is my next point. Dynasty mode, I enjoy Dynasty mode a lot more than my player, but the reason for that is due to the fact that I believe I'm not the greatest at the game. Like, just to be honest, I think the whole factor with people coming back for the gameplay walkthrough to watch me play the game is for the comedic element, because I'm just out here straight ignorant, amateur gameplay, and at the end of the day, I'm really judging it from a gamer perspective because I play a ton of games. So when it comes back to the ball game, which is the most successful as far as in the gaming ecosystem, I think the main thing when it comes to the overall atmosphere of college football is that you just make the game enjoyable, but when it comes to options, they should be able to play the game the way they want. So that's the main thing. I would say I was trying to make a superstar in college football, and that did not go the way I wanted. Granted, I did have it on varsity difficulty setting. There was an easier setting, so I could have put it on that. But I didn't want to go all the way to the easiest. I mean, goodness, I know a little bit about football, so you know what I mean? But yeah. So when it comes to Road to Glory, it was solid. When it comes to Dynasty mode, I enjoyed it. But ultimately, a lot of things that people want to know as far as the Dynasty mode, Road to Glory, the Ultimate Team, Road to CFP, a lot of that is more of out of my expertise because I'm not diving into the game specifically. But of course, this is a review roundup. So what other people were saying is that Dynasty mode definitely stands out amongst the other modes. And they do say that when it comes to Road to Glory, the way you could import your Road to Glory created player into Madden, they say that's pretty cool. And it is a lot of interesting things when it comes to that, because if you have two games that just transition into each other as far as Madden and college football, some will be wondering if we will ever get like a Dynasty import into Madden. You know, if you can import some of the players from your Dynasty team into Madden. But you know, that would be a lot to ask. So when it comes to the sales, it's pretty solid. We don't know if it's going to sell as much as the previous game, but as of right now, I don't think EA really cares where it's at, because with the way that College Football 25 sold, I think that's a once in a lifetime type of thing, because it was the best selling game. It was the second best selling game of 2024. That doesn't happen too often. So, especially not for college football. So I think it was just because it came back, and now the honeymoon phase has just worn off. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you're looking at college football, when you're looking at all the different modes and the way you get to play with a lot of different teams and go to the college football playoffs and win with whatever school that you prefer to play as, I think that's the main thing as far as the role-playing aspect. So they probably won't be asking for too many improvements. But as an actual gamer, I feel like I'm an actual gamer. Very lackluster, and I just feel like they could care less. They made so much with College Football 25. I'm going to keep reiterating this. I don't think you understand. If you have the second best-selling game of last year, and the revenue you make from that, it's probably way more than you spent on the game, right? So the next installment of the game, wouldn't you just instantly think that some obvious improvements would be made to the sequel? That's the only thing I keep missing. Like, people who support these type of games only, I'm talking about people who only play ball games, and the money they make time and time again having some of the best selling games of the year, whether it's college, MLB, whether it's FIFA, Madden, and year after year, they keep putting out the same product. And the whole time, say what you want about 2K, but going from my park to the my town neighborhood or whatever they call it, having a whole GTA landscape while also being able to play basketball on the side. Like, people are literally calling 2K GTA with a side of basketball. I forget, for one of the games, there was so many side activities. It was like, oh, can we get to playing basketball? Madden in college has forever been the opposite, right? So that's unfortunate. I believe that's another critique. It should have had way more cutscenes. As far as me personally playing the game, Road to Glory should have had way more cutscenes. I don't know why in the world they was just showing us slideshows of what your player was doing or texting. Like, we can't get no cutscenes. We can't have no story. You had the second best selling game of last year. In the sequel, we can't get no my player, no nothing, no type of cutscenes. We don't care how fast or how long it takes. The money that y'all have, y'all can expedite the process by paying people what they are owed, right? So anyways, that's the main thing, man. Microtransactions, EA making money, printing money, and still not upgrading the product year after year. So I don't really have too much positive to say about college football. As you've seen with my clip, I was literally dressed up as a referee because I do acknowledge how college football, or just ball games in general, are always outselling just regular games time and time, year after year. So for that, I definitely put some respect on their name, as when I dressed up, I'm trying to find it again. When I dressed up as, here we go. So when I dressed up as a referee, just know it was just to basically give kudos to the community, because of course they have the biggest community as a consistent factor as far as a conglomerate. So whenever I'm dressing up as a referee, it's just to highlight that. It's just to, I'm definitely playing a ball game, and I'm gonna let y'all know that I definitely respect what y'all have built. Y'all definitely support ball games only, as we've seen by the numbers. So, if they keep making the same product year after year and you keep buying it, then at the end of the day, I guess I can't fault EA. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about College Football 26? And what improvement would you like to see next year that they didn't do for 26? Now, I already know what you're thinking. Why are you talking about a game and reviewing a game that came out in 2021?
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, if I'm informing you about the state of gaming, I have to let you know that technically this game did come out in 2021, but it was early access. And then it initially released on Steam December 13th, 2023. But ladies and gentlemen, I have to let you know, Ready or Not is currently the second most played game on the PlayStation platform. Now, who in the world would have saw that coming, right? Because obviously you have college football, 26, the most popular game on PlayStation. Then you have Fortnite, which is the third most popular game. 2K, which is the fourth. Call of Duty, which is always there, as the fifth. And then Marvel Rivals as far as the sixth. Now, when it comes to Ready or Not being the second most played game on PlayStation, that was very surprising because if you look at Xbox, as far as top paid games and as far as Game Pass, is nowhere to be found as far as the top 10. Not to say it's not selling well on that platform, but it's just currently not in the top. And when it comes to Steam, the 24-hour peak is 26,000, and then the all-time peak was 1.6 years ago. So safe to say that it's making a resurgence on PlayStation 5 because consoles finally got this game 2 days ago. Because as of me recording this, it's July 17th. The console version of Ready or Not came out for PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S, and it released 2 days ago. But for people watching in the future and listening in the future, well, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. I'm currently playing gameplay from Ready or Not, but it initially released July 15th. So now you look at that's the digital only. The physical edition comes out August 8th. And if you was wondering, there's full crossplay between PC, PS5, and Xbox. So all of that is very impactful as far as people hopping into the game and wanting to know what it's about. Because, of course, for people who don't know about Ready or Not, if you just know it from the title, if you don't know it at all, just know Ready or Not was developed by Void Interactive, Ireland-based tactical shooter specialist. And that's essentially what this game is. It's a hardcore tactical FPS focused on realism, strategy, and ethical, I repeat, ethical law enforcement decisions. So with that being said, getting into the PC version that came out in 2023, safe to say it was a phenomenal success. As 2023 to April 2025, it has sold over 9 million copies, as far as it also approaching 10 million units because of the console versions now being out. But specifically on Steam, it's over 9 million copies sold as of April 2025. And when it comes to the peak concurrent count, I already talked about that. The daily averages as of right now is around 23,000, which is a jump up from earlier months because I would say the console versions and the way that the crossplay is being implemented. And I think that helps out a lot. But not only to mention that it has a lot of positive reviews. So if you don't know, when it comes to Notorious Mass Effect, we always get into certain games and music IPs that affect the masses. So with this specifically, the reviews for this game is pretty solid across the board, with the highest review coming from, ironically, PlayStation Lifestyle, as it gave it a 9 out of 10, saying that the tactical gameplay and standout co-op moments, but there are minor bugs, but it's a very unique experience. But most of the reviews is around 7 at the lowest to 9s at the highest. So a lot of people are really enjoying this gameplay loop. And as far as what you will be doing throughout the entire game, it's very interesting because you're handling real world topics like mass shootings and child exploitation. And the overall portrayal of that has, of course, sparked a lot of ethical discussions. But at the end of the day, the ongoing discussion in video games will forever be existing because of the balance between how much realism versus how much fun do we want to have. And for this game, it takes on that very uniquely, I might add. But of course, the realism is very much there, to the point where some people will say, I'm not having fun, or it's vice versa. Some people may like being able to take out the mass shooter or take out the people who's doing the child exploitation. But some people, they may be too realistic in their video game. Like sometimes they just want to escape and play something that's more lighthearted and not as it's not as a replica of the real world that we live in. So that's one of the main things about this game. It handles a lot of ethical actions as being a law enforcement, because of course you get penalized if you do unethical actions as far as NPC police hostility. And then you can't sprint or jump, which emphasizes the deliberate tactical movement. There's permadeath and morale, meaning that the commander mode influences squad mental health and gameplay consequences. And then of course there's evidence collection. That's an addition to the gameplay loop that rewards replay and deeper story engagement. And then ultimately, when it comes to Void Interactive, growing from 3 to 4 staff in 2017 to over 70 by 2025, you could come to realize that this is a very successful game for them to be able to upscale their staff and ultimately the work power and the overall workforce because of this game being successful. To the point where CEO Julio Rodriguez announced ongoing developments of, quote, a couple of an unannounced title. So safe to say that Void Interactive is making its mark on the gaming industry, and they're upscaling to make even more impactful games in the future. Of course, we don't know what genres those will be in, but as far as this one, as far as Ready or Not, it's very interesting because ultimately, if you're looking at this from a realistic standpoint, I definitely talked about this before. I think it was called Body Cam, right? Yeah, okay. So it's Body Cam. So Body Cam, which I reviewed all the way back on July 20th, 2024, which shout out to the people who watched that segment. That did pretty well. I talked about how it was a very complex topic as far as, is it too realistic? Now, with Ready or Not, it's not as realistic as Body Cam. Body Cam is pretty realistic as far as the graphics and everything. And I believe that was an early access PC game, which, you know, interestingly enough, that's how Ready or Not started off. But a lot of people were saying that it was just too realistic and nobody wants to have that much realism in a shooter game, because of course then we get into the mass shootings and things of that nature being linked to video games, which I think is blasphemous. You know, as a gaming connoisseur, you know, playing GTA never made me want to steal cars in real life, right? Never made me want to rob houses, never made me want to shoot people for fun. You know what I mean? Playing GTA never made me want to do any of that. So ultimately, I think there's a lot of people who get mental health and the need for mental health help confused with their addiction for video games. Because sometimes some people just need mental health rather than just blaming everything on video games, as far as, you know, what the huge conglomerates love to do. So I will say this game is very ethically nuanced as far as a tactical FPS perspective. But ultimately, it's the player's choice to play this game. You don't have to. Obviously, it's the second most played game on PlayStation. I know it just came out 2 days ago, but that means a lot of people are enjoying it. A lot of people are liking the co-op feel of being a police officer and ultimately being a SWAT, being a part of SWAT personnel, where your mission types are drug bust, hostage rescues, active shooter scenarios, evidence collection. Like, it's a lot of things that you're approaching head on with your buddies as far as multiplayer, that I believe showcases how people enjoy these type of realism scenarios, because it's literally an escape, right? If you don't want to join the police the police force in the real life, then this is like an escape with your homies to hop into real situations where you really need communication to get through the mission. And communication is the main focus because there's a lot of evidence that you have to pick up with shared objectives with your squad mates. So some of the settings in this game is Las what is that? Suenos? I don't even know what that is. Also California. Well, yeah, Los Suenos in California. And players lead the SWAT team under Judge Beaumont. I think that's how you say it. I'm not I'm not even certain how you pronounce that. And then ultimately, already said the mission types and things of that nature. I said the review roundups. I think I gave one review. So other reviews is the Game Machine gave this an 8 out of 10, saying that the deep SWAT sim, addictive gunplay, and detailed agent management is one of the better things in the game. And then of course, IGN Spain gave this a 7.5 out of 10, saying that the tense tactical gameplay is a little repetitive, but offers a lot of memorable moments. I think the main thing you need to take away from this is that not only is it very realistic to the point where having no sprint, very slow movement, no jump, right? It's replicating a lot of real SWAT tactics. The co-op, so if you want to play with friends and enjoy just tackling realistic type scenarios with your homie and feeling like because I know with me personally, I used to play this game called Splinter Cell. Now, of course, it's not as like serious as the situation this game puts you in, but taking out people stealthily, using communication with another player, especially someone that you're close with, I think offers a lot of memorable moments that gamers love to have, and which is why multiplayer is so popular in the first place. So with this game, yes, there's a lot of realism, just like there was for Body Cam, the game that I covered all the way back in July 20th, 2024, which you can look up. Just type in Body Cam, Analytic Dreamz with a Z, and it should pop up. But my coverage of Body Cam was literally just saying that a lot of things are put off on video games as far as very serious and violent acts. But ultimately, it's just people needing mental health, because I don't really think it's a video game problem. Because a lot of people play video games just for the simple escapism content. But of course, if they're playing realistic games like Ready or Not, like a Body Cam, it does not mean they want to actually do these things in real life. Some people just want to be put in those scenarios to see if they can come out of it in a video game format, right? So that's all I had to say for this particular game. As far as the main story, the core missions takes about 18 to 30 hours, so it's a pretty lengthy game. When it comes to the completionists, like S ranks, as far as getting all the evidence or playing the entire run on permadeath, it's 40 to 60 hours. So, it's a pretty difficult game if you try to do the hardest mode and get all the evidence, and as far as having the S rank. Ultimately, the way that the PC sold, as far as having over 9 million copies, specifically on Steam as of April 2025, that bleeding over into the console release as far as July 15th of this year, that bleeding over into having the second most popular game on PlayStation. Granted, it is out on Xbox as well, so don't forget, it's out on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and S only. Well, in PC, but that's a given. So, and it has full crossplay. So if you're with your homies, if they ask, do I have to be on the same platform as you? You do not. You can play it on whatever platform you choose, as far as PC, PS5, and Xbox Series X or S. So when it comes to that, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Ready or Not? What do you think about its realism take on certain approaches to mass shootings, to there was a lot of other things, but I didn't want to say all of them. Let's just say drug bust, hostage rescues, active shooter scenarios. What's your take on that? Do you think it's too realistic? And if not, does this look like a game that you would try with your homies? It is finally here. Now, at first, we had a little showcase of Marvel Token Fighting Souls, but now we finally have received more of a deep dive into the game. And of course, with it being 12 minutes, we're going to get right into it. And I'm going to try not to pause too much because, of course, I want the whole thing to play out, because this is more of a reaction, but I still want to watch the full video, because longtime listeners of the podcast already know that when it comes to my love for fighting games, it all started in MKX when I was using that clone ability like it was going out of style. which technically it did go out of style in the next installment, which I still hate NetherRealm for that, but it's okay. When Sub-Zero received his Ice clone back again when Injustice 2 came out, I was ecstatic. And of course, I went back to abusing the Ice clone. If you don't know, I'm a very defensive player in fighting games. So Ice clone was one of my favorite moves. You know how upset you would make somebody, especially if there's money on the line. You do a whole combo, right? And real Sub-Zero players will, you know, understand what I'm saying with this. You do a real combo into an Ice clone, so they thinking they finna punish you. You do a 2 kick into an Ice clone. I forget the numbers. What is it? A 1-1, a back, no, 1, 2, 3, a back 3-3. Yeah, it's been so long since I played MKX. Into an Ice clone, when I tell you that's some of the most infuriating, I don't even know if I'm saying the word right. We're going to try it again. Some of the most infuriating actions you can ever do to another human being that thinks they're good at fighting games. Because when I tell you they were so livid, and there was money on the line, mind you. I'm back in college. He was like, man, let's put 25 on it. I'm thinking to myself, man, this guy must be really good. He said 25. Get on that game. I'm putting BTA.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Now, that being said, with that, you know, gloating out of the way, let's get into Marvel Token Fighting Souls. As with this fighting game, not only is it combining my love for fighting games, but it's also combining my love for superheroes. As y'all already know, I think Spider-Man is the greatest fictional creation of all time. And you know I'm excited because I just said we was going to get into the trailer, right? And I had to go on that 2-minute rant about my love for fighting games and superheroes. So that being said, let's get into Marvel Token Fighting Souls right now. Oh, I guess you got to hit the play button. You know what I'm saying? If you want the video to play, I think you got to hit the play button. My fault. Oh, that was loud. Even the aesthetic, like, hold on, man, hold on. Like, even the aesthetic, like, look at this. This reminds me of peak Marvel Rivals before it came out. Like, you already know they cooking just based off the costumes. Based off the whole aesthetics, they already cooking. Like, you know what I mean? Might as well just give them Game of the Year already. Game ain't even out. Forget it.
皆さんこんにちは。マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズディレクターパチこと関根和人です。この後の映像では基本操作やゲームルールをご紹介します。まだ開発中のものですが、8月のエボにて世界初試遊を出展します。ぜひこの動画を見て予習してきてください。皆さんの試遊とフィードバックを楽しみにしています。それではご覧ください。
Battles are 4v4 in a 3 out of 5 round format. The 4 characters on your team share a single vital gauge. A KO is achieved by reducing the opposing team's vital gauge to 0, earning you a round win. The team who takes 3 rounds first wins the match.
And then also for the I don't want to get it incorrect. They're speaking like Japanese, right? If they're not, just call me ignorant, but I think they are. So with that being said, ultimately, I like how they're speaking like that because, of course, when it comes to Sony, which, you know, shameless plug, I just talked about Sony buying 16 million shares into, who was it? I just covered this not too long ago. Yeah, July 29th of this year, Sony bought 2.5% stake, which is 16 million shares into Bandai Namco, which ultimately, as far as USD, was $464 million. What I think, that partnership, as far as for anime, for manga, and more, could include this game as far as making it a live adaptation as far as a TV show. And if they keep that same language as far as making Marvel Avengers into an actual anime, I think they might be cooking. But of course, you know, that may be me looking too far ahead into the future. So let's continue.
The assemble gauge sits just below the vital gauge and is used for assist-related mechanics. On the bottom of the screen, you can see your skill gauge. This is needed to perform powerful skills with your lead character. The first round of a match starts off in a 2v2 format.
They got Iron Man looking like a whole Gundam.
Or landing certain special moves in just the right location sends the opponent flying and triggers a stage transition, reuniting you with your third and then 4th ally. Your allies also meet up with you when you slam the opponent into the stage corner or lose a round.
KO!
Oh, that's interesting.
When an ally meets up with you, the maximum values for your vital gauge and skill gauge also increase. Try to get your team together as fast as you can in order to reach your team's full potential.
Oh, so you don't start out with your team. Okay, that's interesting.
Look at the button layouts for both controller and arcade stick. Please keep in mind that these are just the default layouts, but feel free to mix things up in the key config menu to come up with a custom layout that suits your needs and play.
Or the way they breaking down this game, you already know it's gonna be heat.
Set macros for simultaneous button press.
Like it's not even out yet, and I can already tell this is peak.
Feel free to take a screen.
Maybe I'm glazing. I don't know.
Start considering a layout that works for
See,
you.
that's the problem.
Basic moves. Left and right directional inputs move your character forward or backward.
Man, the way they move forward and backward, I'll just play.
And downward inputs perform a crouch. Quickly tap forward twice or press the dash button to perform a dash. Quickly tap back twice or press back and the dash button to perform a back dash. Dashes and back dashes can also be performed.
It was like, forget a tutorial. We finna make a whole trailer go crazy just based off explaining the jumps and dashes.
A double jump. Quickly tapping down before jumping from the ground lets you perform a high jump.
Okay, my boy got bounced.
Block the opponent's attacks by inputting a back direction.
Yeah, no cap and Black Panther was they was getting to it in Endgame. Was it Infinity War? No, it was Infinity War. When they ran that full flat.
And back while jumping.
They ain't show who won that race, but they was neck and neck.
3 types of normal attacks.
Black Panther ain't no Captain America, had speed on him like that.
Medium and heavy. Each attack has variations that can be used while jumping or crouching. These attacks can also change when combined with directional inputs, such as pressing forward and heavy or down and heavy in midair. Unique attacks, activated with the unique attack button, perform actions distinct to a character's abilities.
I wonder if they're gonna do what Marvel Rivals did and make Spider-Man less accessible. And what I mean by that, I wonder if they're gonna make him like a hard to master and hard to pick up type character. Like some characters are easy to pick up, hard to master, hard to pick up, hard to master. I think that's what Spider-Man's gonna go on. I think he's gonna be harder to pick up. I mean, just going off of what we learned about Marvel Rivals, it seems like Spider-Man is already one of the most intriguing characters as far as what people want to play. So making him harder to play would be an interesting approach. But Marvel Rivals did, and they got away with it. So
Captain America throws his shield in a special trajectory. Iron Man fires his repulsor blasts. Ms. Marvel extends her arm to move. Storm creates a gust of wind across the screen. Star-Lord swaps the element in his element gun. Doctor Doom creates a shield that defends against projectiles. Some characters' unique attacks feature variations when combined with different directional inputs. Each character has their own set of special moves called skills. You can perform a variety of skills using different combinations of directional inputs and the skill button. Press the skill button, medium, and a directional input to perform a variation of that skill. Pressing the skill button, heavy, and a directional input costs you 25 skill gauge, but allows you to use the EX version of that skill, called an extra skill. Skills are not limited to the skill button. Command inputs can also be used to...
This is how you know this game so far. This got me locked in. They just talking about random stuff.
Deal slightly more damage. Super skills are powerful special moves that cost 50 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, and heavy simultaneously. Ultimate skills pack even more of a punch and cost 100 skill gauge. They can be activated by pressing the skill button, medium, heavy, and forward simultaneously.
Okay, that don't look that hard.
And ultimate skills.
Sometimes, hold up. Sometimes fighting games be doing the ultimate, the most like convoluted, have your fingers like this. Look like you throwing up gang signs, you know what I'm saying? Trying to do the ultimate. But it looked like this one's pretty easy to execute. I wonder if they're all like that.
Damage when worked into a combo.
Boy.
Link attack.
Giving them hands, feet, and elbows, ain't he?
Combo by pressing attack buttons repeatedly. Press light repeatedly.
Nah, they're jumping.
A light route combo.
It's Civil War all over again.
Allies to perform a series of attacks before using a skill attack, sending the opponent flying. Press medium repeatedly to execute a medium route combo. This combo features a skill attack and finishes with a super skill. Press heavy repeatedly to execute a heavy.
Not gonna lie, the game looks easy to pick up. I thought it was gonna have that Street Fighter type inputs where it's a little harder to pick up as far as for newbies, but it looks a little easier to pick up.
Midway during the link attack as well, such as going from light to medium to heavy. The assist attack in the light route powers up with the more allies you have available on your team. Slam launcher. Press down and heavy near the opponent to launch them into the air with the slam launcher. After launching the opponent, you have a set duration of time to perform follow-up attacks while mid-air.
I don't remember Captain America doing any of that in the movies.
Heavy to perform a powerful knock.
Hit that boy to Yucatan.
Forward and heavy to trigger a blowback attack. Assemble assist, activated with combinations of the assist button and different directional inputs, can perform a variety of team actions.
You know what I just realized? How y'all think Capcom feel about this? They probably looking at this game like, hold up.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
A tag team fighting game with Marvel characters in it?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
You ain't think the call is Marvel? You know what I'm saying? Capcom sitting in their chair like, hold up. I know these folks ain't just cut us out of a tag team game, fighting game, mind you, that we usually collaborate in. It's almost like Marvel fake. They switched up on them. Ain't that crazy?
Press the assist button or assist and forward to summon your ally in the first.
Marvel was like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
To summon your ally in the second slot. And press back and assist to summon your ally in the third slot. You can also swap with your ally character by holding the assist button when calling in the ally. Alternatively, you can swap in your ally by pressing the assist button when an assist attack hits or during your ally's standby animation. If you've summoned multiple assists, you can tag in with the last ally called in. A tag cannot be performed if either your lead character or ally are hit by an opponent's attack during the assist. There are various types of assemble assist actions. The assist attacks will change depending on the slot each ally is in. If an ally is summoned in mid-air, or after performing an attack with the lead character. When calling an assist while on the ground, the assist attack type is determined.
That man saw me shaking my head. I wasn't even talking about this game. I was thinking, bro, the things that could have been having Mr. Fantastic do while throwing hands, and they did none of it. It's okay. I'm not gonna. Y'all already seen my social media clips on TikTok and Instagram as far as people upset in my Fantastic Four review. So I'm just gonna leave it there. But looking at Ms. Marvel, fantastic. I mean, Mr. Fantastic wasn't doing any of that in the movie. But anyways, let's keep going.
The assist attack type is determined by which slot you are calling in. Tapping assist summons the ally in the first slot to perform a shooter assist, generally using projectiles. The down and assist input summons the ally in the second slot to perform a vertical assist, generally with an anti-air attack. Lastly, the back and assist input summons the ally in the third slot to perform an assault assist, an attack that leverages the unique abilities of that particular ally. Calling an ally mid-air performs an aerial assist. Assemble rush. Pressing assist after your lead character lands an attack brings in an ally to perform a lunging attack. This costs 1 bar of assemble gauge, but it is highly versatile to keep a combo going or to cover for a blocked attack. Assemble Smash is a powerful attack that lets you endure hits from the start of your move and until just
Dang, boy. Lands. I know that's gonna be annoying. Whole time you think you finna get off a whole combo.
On contact, you can spend your assemble gauge to perform a follow-up attack by pressing the assist button. Each ally's follow-up attack costs 1 bar of.
Golly, boy, I can't respect that jumping.
Stronger effects. The aerial version is a lunging move that tracks to the opponent's position. Assemble counter. Press assist, light, and back simultaneously to perform an assemble counter. This costs 1 bar of assemble gauge to activate, but endures a
Am I tripping? But who's that in the top right? As far as an assist character? I can't make that out. I don't know who that is. Is that Star-Lord? Oh yeah, maybe that's Star-Lord.
Directly after activation.
He didn't have the mask on. I was a little confused.
Use this with caution though, as it leaves you vulnerable if it whiffs. Super Assemble. Pressing a direction and assist during a super skill calls in an ally to perform their...
Oh! Not the Glock!
The called-in ally will be swapped in as the lead character.
All that magic and technology just to pull out the Glock. That's actually insane. That just show you he has no respect for you.
Of unleashing 3 characters' super skills in one fell swoop. It costs 50 skill gauge each time to activate, so keep an eye on your gauges when you go for it. Crossover is a defensive technique that calls in an ally to cut in while you block. This can be executed by inputting assist and light while blocking.
I almost said Dr. Umar. Dr. Doom just out here aura farming.
However, the opponent can counter this with their own crossover reflect. Crossover reflect can be performed by pressing assist and light during
that's pretty dope.
Crossover. If you execute a crossover reflect at the last moment, this becomes a perfect reflect and triggers a counterattack against the opponent and their ally. Mastering the timing to execute a perfect reflect is quite challenging, but if successful, it prevents the player from summoning assists for a duration, giving you the upper hand. This mechanic can be tough to master, but give it a shot once you get a hang of the controls.
Hey, okay, this game looks so peak.
よりエキサイティングな体験を提供できるよう、スタッフ一同全力で開発に取り組んでいます。世界初使用となるエポでのトライアル版をぜひ楽しんでください。
Dang, they said people at Evo get the first trial. That's respect. That's gonna earn you a lot of brownie points. They said we giving it to the real fighting game connoisseurs out there.
マーベル闘魂ファイティングソウルズはプレイヤーの皆さんと一緒に育てていきたいと思っています。皆さんからの忌憚のないフィードバックをお待ちしています。また今後の発表を見逃さないよう各種 SNS をフォローしてください。それではエボでお会いしましょう。最後までご視聴ありがとうございました。
Just straight peak. And I ain't gonna lie to you. I was watching that whole video thinking to myself, this game ain't coming to Xbox. Sad day in history, ain't it? Like, come on now.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Well, I tell you what's not going on. This game on Xbox. I don't even know why I had to throw it in y'all face. Because honestly, y'all could get it through Steam. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to this game, only being on PlayStation 5, only being on PC, we don't have to think about that because technically, you could get this game through Steam, I think. But this game only being on PlayStation 5 as far as the only console in the ecosystem of gaming is actually kind of insane when you look at how good this game is. Even with the Invincible game, which I think was during the Xbox showcase, it was like, that's coming to all platforms. Xbox out here trying to be consumer friendly. PlayStation out here like, hold up now. No Xbox connoisseurs are touching our game. Our precious Marvel token. And don't even let Spider-Man touch PC. That they may have a field day as far as sending lawsuits everywhere. Because you already know how Sony is with Spider-Man. They're like, we got Spider-Man exclusively. If we lend them out to Marvel rivals, if we lend them out to a Marvel token, just know we blessing you and don't take that blessing for granted. That's how they're talking now. That's not how I'm talking. That's how Sony be looking at Xbox. They be like, hey, bro, we got Spider-Man exclusively. So Marvel token is only going to PS5. Yes, PC can have it. And I guess they could get it through the Steam. But that's how we coming. Pause.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So that out the way. Obviously, Marvel token Fighting Souls, I'm very excited for. Probably one of my highly anticipated games. Because I don't really get hopes up for too many games because you don't want to be let down. I've seen enough. Marvel token Fighting Souls. Forget Marvel Rivals. I hope this game's not. I hope this game's not half as toxic as Marvel Rivals because that would be absolutely insanity. But anyways, besides that, Marvel Token Fighting Souls is definitely one of the most anticipated games for me in general. Even up there with GTA 6. That's how much of a fighting game connoisseur I am. So I'm an avid fighting game player. So Marvel Token Fighting Souls, man, it's looking like it would definitely be It maybe end up being my game of the year. I ain't gonna cap to you. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about Marvel Token Fighting Souls, the official beginner's guide overview? And ultimately, which character are you looking forward to trying out the most, and what stood out to you the most as far as this entire beginner's guide overview? Now, of course, we already talked about Warhammer 40,000 Space Marine 2 that currently has a 24-hour peak of 14,000 and around 7,000 players right now playing the game. And its all-time peak was 11 months ago when it comes to 225,000 players. So that was their all-time peak that happened 11 months ago. But currently we are getting into the mobile game. So not the console, Space Marine 2. We're getting into the mobile game, Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious. As I looked up how many Warhammers are there, and ladies and gentlemen, there's about 40 plus Warhammer games, and we are not even talking about tabletop or other things of that nature as far as board games. Because when you look at the Warhammer franchise, it is very interesting how they started off in 2011 with the original, actually not 2011, when they started off in, let me see, what was the first one? 1993, that's what I'm seeing. I think it was 93, with their first game ever being Warhammer 40,000 Space Hulk. And then continuing into 2025, having every single Warhammer have some type of analytical success when it comes to the fan base definitely showcase how there's definitely a lot of love for Warhammer in the gaming community. So specifically, getting into mobile, talking about Tacticious, all you need to know is that this mobile game is also impacting the masses notoriously, as when it comes to mobile games, it's currently the 6th most played mobile game in the world. And when it comes to that, Tacticious sold over 1 million downloads, or had over 1 million downloads since August 2022. And now it's currently having around 540,000 monthly active users across iOS and Android, with iOS having 3.5 times more monthly active users than Google Play. And then when it comes to revenue, we can't specifically know how much revenue is coming in because of loot boxes, campaign extensions, things of that nature. But some would say that the monetization in the game is very blatant and is very in your face, to the point where it could be a nuisance to some people. The rating is through the roof, but we're going to get to that in a second. I was just basically getting into the sales roundup of this mobile game. When it comes to the overall mobile game, if you don't know about Warhammer specifically, there's over 40 plus games, but they do not all play the same. As with Tacticious specifically, it's a turn-based tactical strategy developed by Snowprint Studios, acquired by Modern Times Group back in 2023. And of course, like I said earlier, the release date was August 15th of 2022. And because of it being a mobile game, it's only on iOS and Android. When it comes to the mechanics, there's a lot of different maps, but more specifically, the map design is more small hex grid battlefields. And then your composition as far as your team, you have squads of up to 5 units. And then the factions represented is, of course, Space Marines. Then you have Chaos, Xenos, Imperial Guard, and then others. And then they said not all tabletop factions are included in this mobile game. But the main thing you need to know is with every turn-based game, you have your basic attack, your active abilities, your passive abilities. So they definitely covered their bases with that being considered. But I know some people out there are probably wondering, as far as a mobile game, how long is it going to take me to actively beat the game? Well, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the main campaign, as far as it being 5 chapters in total, 20 battles per chapter, plus bosses, the estimated time to complete it is 20 to 30 hours. But of course, like always, it's based on your skill level.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
So if the state of gaming is a lot of people who are not good in mobile games, it may take you longer than 20 to 30 hours. But with that being said, there's a lot of extended content as well. If the 30 hours isn't enough for you, they have PvP They have raids, events that can double or triple total playtime for completionists. So when you're out there in the field of Warhammer Tacticious, just know they got you covered with a plethora of content. So you could definitely dive deep into the Warhammer lore even more. So that being said, one of the main things is that a lot of people are coming out saying that there's occasional UI glitches, PvP matchmaking delays. They talk about how the developer, which the developer once again is Snowprint Studios, the developer came out and basically said that they're updating the game with frequent patches and updates, and they're actively listening to community and engaging with the community to fix the game even more to their liking. The main complaint, though, which of course I touched on that earlier when I talked about the sales, the gacha system. A lot of people are saying is overly random and way too aggressive compared to other mobile games, which, as far as mobile games in general, always having certain gacha elements in it, and then the mobile gaming community to come out to say that it's way more aggressive and tacticious, and the gacha mechanics are way too overly random. It has me thinking to myself, as far as microtransactions, I don't know if mobile players will ever be able to get away from it because of it being a free game. I'm not advocating for Snowprint. Let me see. I'm not advocating for Snowprint Studios. I'm just essentially saying when it comes to mobile games, because of its free to play model, it's not right. But you know, they give you that 2 to 3 hours of feeling like you on top of the world, and then they show you the real gameplay loop, and you can only engage in certain more enjoyable activities if you pay a certain microtransaction, or if you want to wear a certain skin, you got to pay a certain microtransaction. So ultimately, or if you want to use one of the best weapons, y'all get the point. There's a lot that goes on in the mobile gaming community that does not sit right with mobile gamers.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
But something else is going on is people also talking about how when the campaign is happening, the main thing is that is happening via the writing of author Matt Forbeck, who adds a lot of narrative credibility for the Warhammer fans out there. And of course, there's a reason why this game is still one of the most played mobile games in the world, as there's optimized battles, quick 1 to 2 minute time frame as far as different battles, and then they have deep customization as far as gear loadouts and unit upgrades, shape attacks. And then of course there's the multiple modes, like I said earlier, as far as the PvP, the guild raids, and the challenges that expand content variety. But overall, getting into the review roundup side of this particular game, safe to say that player base, I already talked about the player base. Safe to say that Pocket Gamer enjoyed it, giving it a 4 out of 5, praising the approachable mechanics, visuals, and lore, but notes repetitive battles and gacha issues. And then Common Sense Media gave it a 3 out of 5, saying fun, scaled down, 40,000 Tacticious, criticized for pricey purchases and violent content. The Android Police, so you know that he was on it, gave this score, actually he didn't have a score, so those are the only two with the score, but Android Police did say that it was solid gameplay, engaging modes, but bloated UI and monetization detour. And I was going to say Metacritic, but there was no score, so there's no reason for that. But yeah, so that's some of the roundup reviews that for this game specifically. The main thing for me, when I look at Warhammer, when I look at the console version, when I look at the mobile game like I have right now up on the screen, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio. As far as mobile gaming, as far as console, I think the most I've ever deep dive into a mobile game, and it's gonna make me sound really old, it was this one game where you was like on a jetpack, and when you held it, he went up, and when you let it go, he went down, and you're supposed to dodge all the lasers and stuff. I forget what that game is called, but as you can tell, I don't really mobile game like that. I barely have time to play games on console. So when it comes to mobile gamers still being one of the more pivotal factors of the entire gaming community, if you don't know, actually let's look it up right now. How much does, I want to make sure I get this correct. I don't want to just throw out a percentage, you know what I'm saying, like most people. Let me see, account for gaming industry. So when we're talking about the mobile gaming industry, the reason why I put so much respect on it is because it accounts for approximately 49% of the global gaming industry. Let me repeat that. It accounts for at least 49% of the global gaming industry, generating $107 billion with the B. So when you look at that and you think to yourself, wow, I can't believe mobile gaming is so huge. It's for games like this. It's for games like Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's games like Cookie Run Kingdom, Pokemon Go, Crystal of Atlan. A lot of these mobile games drive consumption because of them. I'm not gonna say they reinvented the wheel, but they definitely continue the way that mobile gamers love to enjoy their games, right? And the main thing for that is just ultimately knowing what gamers like and what they ultimately are going to be driven towards as far as a gameplay mechanic and a gameplay loop. So that being said, that's basically it as far as my coverage of Warhammer Tacticious. Ultimately, it is one of the most popular games in the world, and I think that's just a testament to Warhammer in general, having 40 plus games, not even including tabletop and board games. It's safe to say that like this is one of the greatest franchises that we've seen in gaming history. So with that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about What do you think about Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious? And if you're a huge mobile gamer out there, will you be playing or giving this game a try? Now, when it comes to this subject matter, it can potentially be triggering for some folks because of their past experiences with either of these instances, but I have to cover it for the simple fact that we do cover the entire gaming and music industry over here, and this is unequivocally one of the most downright atrocious things I've seen in the gaming industry, especially because that they were founded guilty. Now you're probably thinking to yourself,
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
Looking at the state of gaming, Ubisoft executives, 3 former Ubisoft executives to be correct, because we're not trying to get sued, you know what I'm saying? So 3 former Ubisoft executives were found guilty of harassment related offenses by a French court following a landmark trial seen as the first major Me Too legal case in gaming history. So safe to say, when it comes to the people who were founded guilty, we have Thomas Friend Quace. Not gonna lie to you, some of the spellings of these names, I don't know what in the world he put in between the N and the C. For those who've seen the name, you know exactly what I'm talking about. But I think it's Thomas Friend Quace. And of course, I would put their picture up there, but you know, they probably have family and things of that nature that don't want their pictures put up. But at the end of the day, I am saying these names is so you know exactly who I'm talking about. As far as the video playing in the background, it's just a random Ubisoft video, so it's not pertaining to any of the pictures that may pop up if I say one of these names. So anyways, Thomas Friend Quace, that was convicted of attempted sexual assault, sexual and psychological harassment, and he was sentenced to 3 years in prison. And he was fined $35,000. And then for the next person, Serge Hascoët, I think that's how you say it. He was convicted of, Serge Hascoët, he was convicted of psychological harassment, complicity, and sexual harassment. And he has a 18-month sentence in prison, and he was fined $53,000.
Shepard.
And we're going to keep going. So, Guillaume Patrusk, what in the world? Ladies and gentlemen, last but definitely not least, Guillaume, what in the world? How you even pronounce that? Hold up, let me see. We finna get AI to say this correctly, because that was way too many G's and L's for me to pronounce any of that.
Guillaume Patrux.
See, I would have never thought in a million years. So anyways, y'all heard what the AI just said. That person was convicted of psychological harassment and will serve a 12 months prison sentence and was also fined $11,000. So ultimately, when you look at the totality of the convictions and how they was founded guilty, not just accused, because that could happen to anybody, right? You know how they say proven or you're innocent to proven guilty. For these people, they was convicted, so they was founded guilty in the court of law. And of course, when it comes to that, I believe, they also ended it off by saying that these are the prison sentences that they could serve if terms are violated. So technically, they won't serve any jail time because they was fined $35,000, $53,000 for one, and then $11,000 for the other. But of course, that's the sentence that they could serve if they violate terms. So I know some people may be saying, oh, they got off too easy. They should be able to serve. They should serve jail time. And when I dive into the deep in as far as talking about what these specific people did, you may be correct. So I'm just going to leave it at that. Thomas Francois at a Christmas party, and this is all during the court proceedings, but at a Christmas party, Thomas attempted to forcibly kiss a female employee.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
What is going on to where the thought process running through your mind is to forcibly kiss a woman? Like, what in the actual is going on in that man's head? Anyways, other misconduct: tied a woman to a chair with tape. Hold up now. And pushed her into an elevator.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
He has a lot more. Allegedly forced a woman in the skirt to do handstands.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Thomas, what you doing out here? You can't be doing that in the workplace. What in the world? This man breaking all type of rules out there. Anyways, and we're going to keep going. Forced colleagues to clip his toenails.
I know that ain't who I think it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, that would be the last day in the free world if my boss or owner comes up to me and asks me to clip his toenails. I'm not going to lie to you. I would have to do ungodly things, and I may just end up in prison. So that out the way. Last but definitely not least, Thomas was out here frequently watching pornography at work. Now, this is a PG podcast. So I already said the word, but I'm not going to say it again. This man was watching a lot of provocative actions at work. And with that being said, his defense was, we just had a culture of joking around.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I don't know what type of jokes y'all be telling, but usually me and my homies, we tell jokes that's very funny, right? That a lot of people laugh at and they enjoy themselves as far as the joke telling process. Asking somebody to clip your toenails, asking a girl to do a handstand when you know she's wearing a skirt, that's just unequivocally one of the most insensitive things you could do, especially in the workplace. Anyways, all right, let's transition to Serge Hascoët. I think I'm saying this name wrong, but hold on, let me see if AI pronounces it any better. So let me see.
Serge Hascoët.
See, I mean, I technically got it the same, right? I don't know. He was convicted, right? So all of these all of these things that's happened in the courtroom, this is the specifics of them being found guilty. This is like why it happened. So Serge Hascoët made a lot of racist remarks, made Islamophobic jokes to a Muslim employee after the 2015 Paris attacks, replaced a coworker's desktop background with food during Ramadan, I'm gonna get canceled. That's kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
No, that's kind of funny. Yo, I said I can't hold myself. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie to you. I be knowing the struggles that they be going through Ramadan. Imagine you just put plates of food on a desktop screen. I no, hold up. That can't be why he got fined there. Hold on, let me go. How much the jail time did he get? You can get put in prison for that? What in the world? He got 18 months. It was a suspended prison sentence, but he could get 18 months if he violates the terms. But hey, I'm not gonna lie to you. This is a serious topic. Hey, y'all tighten up. Y'all tighten up. Stop doing that. We're in a serious topic right now. Okay, so he replaced a co-worker's desktop background with food during Ramadan. And then last but definitely not least, blew nose into a tissue and handed it to a staff saying it's worth gold at Ubisoft.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
That one's just nasty. Now, I think the main thing was the Islamophobic jokes. I think that was the most egregious one. Obviously, as far as his defense, he basically came out and said, I have never wanted to harass anyone. Well, your intentions, allegedly, as far as let you say it or let you tell it, wasn't in that place of malice, but obviously people did not take too kind to that. But I'm not gonna hold you, man. I know this is a serious topic, but put somebody's desktop background as a whole Thanksgiving buffet during Ramadan, that's hilarious. I ain't gonna lie to you. All right, so the last but definitely not least, Guillaume Petrusk. I think that's how you say it. Let me see. How you read this?
Guillaume Petrux.
Guillaume Petrux. Okay, there we go. So this specific person was found guilty of punching walls. What? Mimed hitting staff? Cracked a whip near colleagues' faces?
You guys. See, that's the problem.
Actually, Kanye probably would like that one. But anyways, I feel like this is the most egregious one. Because he also threatened to shoot he threatened an office shooting. I have to say it exactly like they have it in the court of law because they was found guilty. If I mix it up, they could try to sue a brother. You know what I'm saying? And try and deal with that. So threaten an office shooting, and then last but definitely not least, set a colleague's beard on fire with a lighter.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
I'm not gonna lie to you. What type of workplace culture do they have going on? This is the most childlike leaders I've ever seen as far as the list of abusing things they did to their co-workers. Very interesting. So obviously that person denied the charges, but ultimately the court proceedings went and they was found guilty. So Ubisoft, now they come into play because now they have to respond to it because guess what? Your executives out here wilding. What you gotta say about that? Ubisoft basically came back and they was like, hey, guess what? We declined to comment. We don't want to comment at all. Like they completely just threw that to the wayside, right? They did say former Ubisoft executive, so obviously they got fired. But well, we don't even know if he got fired or maybe. Usually they step down. That's the new terminology for people who have a lot of money in these certain companies. They let them step down instead of firing them. So we actually don't know specifically what happened to these individuals. The origin of the scandal happened during 2021. And it sparked a lot of internal complaints. And then, of course, with the overall criticism was basically saying that the executives accused of misconduct were often relocated instead of fired. So when they was found guilty, and then during the court proceedings, them coming to that conclusion, it was a huge landmark moment for accountability in the gaming workplace. Because I don't care what y'all say. I think gaming devs have one of the hardest jobs in the world. Because one, is very much a high turnover rate. Two, they have you working like there's literally no tomorrow. They have you working on games like they want you to put it out the next day. And then you wake up and do that process all over again. Certain places, they have gyms. They have massage parlors. No, just playing. They don't have all that. But they have gyms, pools, like locker rooms. Like they basically want you to live there. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a whole room just built with inflatable mattresses just so you could go in there and take a little nap and get right back to work. Because that's the type of scrutiny and that's what the term time crunch came from. I don't think it was originally for game developers, but as far as a time crunch, game developers are under it the most as far as when games are about to come out. For some reason, they just don't care about game developers' mental health, so they make them work on games until they're blue in the face. So that being said, that's the overall story. That was a huge, that set a huge precedent for future legal action in the entertainment industries, more specifically gaming. Because of course, if I dived into the Shannon Sharp case, that was way more than just $55,000. That man gave the lady so much money. She put up a post saying that she retired from OnlyFans. Now, I know that was a very abrupt segue. It wasn't really a segue, but side tangent. But I just had to let y'all know that in the entertainment field, a lot of these Me Too moments are starting to be very lucrative if you have actual evidence to stand on, which it didn't used to be like that in the past. In the past, I'm not even gonna blame it on the internet. People not willing to back others who spoke up. Now that activity, that type of characteristic is encouraged because what are you going to do about it? So it's nice to see that nowadays we can see justice being served in the courtroom as, once again, the three former Ubisoft executives were found guilty of harassment-related offenses by a French court following a landmark trial as the first major Me Too legal case in the gaming industry. So that being said, click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about my overall coverage of the Ubisoft harassment trial? And ultimately, what's the worst story you've seen in a harassment case in the gaming industry? Now, when it comes to the back and forth of what seems like a bingo club type of rap battle, because of course these gentlemen are of age to get their pension, but you know, all jokes aside, when it comes to Jim Jones, when it comes to Pusha T, this is unequivocally what the sport of rap needs.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop, like, what's going on?
Until you realize both of these artists have albums out. Now, as far as Jim Jones, he's not on the marketing rollout that Pusha T is on, as far as going to every single major outlet that Pusha T is currently doing for their album that just came out, as far as Let God Sort Them Out. But Jim Jones does have an album titled At the Church Steps that came out March 7th of this year, and it's 31 tracks in length, an hour and 28 minutes. Now, goodness gracious.
But then, you know what I'm saying, I was like,
that is a long album I ever heard. That is a long album. But both of these rappers are very well respected when it comes to their penmanship and the level of effort they put in constructing bars to go at either their opponent or just, you know, rapping about their life. So when it comes to a Jim Jones versus the Clips feud, let's just say everybody who's real hip hop fans is really paying attention to this particular battle. Until you realize, June 24th, 2023, Jim Jones already rapped over the Chains and Whips beat that Pusha T dissed him over this specific year.
But then, you know what I'm saying?
So now I'm looking at it, I'm thinking to myself, hold up. You're telling me that 2 years ago, Jim Jones already rapped over a beat, literally responded to a lot of things that Pusha T said in this specific year. 2 years later? So if Jim Jones had a rebuttal for bars that came 2 years after that initial shot at the Clips, then who is actually in the lead? Because a lot of people are saying, how are you going to let Pusha T shoot at you on Chains and Whips? He has Kendrick on it. The things that he's saying, more specifically, if I could pull it up right quick. So more specifically, when it comes to Chains and Whips, he says something very direct to, okay, right here. So Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see the video along with the audio, because essentially Pusha T responded 2 years later. And I'm not gonna lie, after listening to Jim Jones freestyle, as you can see right here, he went on, what's this called? From the Block performance, Jim Jones freestyle, literally rapped over the same beat in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 2025. So, the hip hop fan of me is thinking, hold up. If any popular artist did what Pusha T did, they would be killing him. They'll be like, bro, you missed the party. Did you not hear him when he said this in 2023? But here he is in 2025. Coincidentally, at the same time that he's on a huge marketing rollout. I mean, he's been with Charlamagne the God, been with Joe Budden. I mean, every single hip hop platform you could possibly imagine. I mean, to be fair, Jim Jones did go on the Breakfast Club as well. But he already said what he had to say in 2023. So here, Pusha T is 2 years later, now coinciding with his marketing rollout for Let God Sort Them Out. And now he has bars towards Jim Jones, literally saying all of these things about Jim Jones, saying that reality TV is mud wrestling. Some signed checks I know better than beware of my name. That there is delicate. You know I know where you're delicate. Crush you to pieces. This is about Jim Jones. I'll hum a breath of it. I will close your heaven for the hell of it. You'd think it'd be valor amongst veterans. This is a bingo club type fight. But anyways, let's keep going. I'm watching your fame escape relevance, which is not true. But anyways, let's keep going. We all in the room, but here's the elephant. You chasing a feature out of your element. And those lab diamonds under inspection. And then right there, I thought to myself, in 2023, Jim Jones literally said, Pusha T, stop talking about my jewelry. So, and 2 years later, as a rebuttal to something that Jim Jones already did over the same exact beat, I don't think people realize how crazy that is as far as the hip hop society letting a beef simmer for 2 years. And then when Pusha T finally responds, people be like, wow, he really got Jim Jones. I can't believe Jim Jones let him do him like that. Like, hold up. Time definitely is a factor in rap battles. If it took you 2 years to come up with this, and if I go 2 years in the past and listen to Jim Jones freestyle, and he's literally having bars that retort some of these lines in 2025, I'm sorry, but I have to give the one up to Jim Jones.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
And to be fair, my coverage of this album is immensely positive. I think this is one of, if not the best rap album of the year. Currently, for me, my favorite rap album is Russ and his album Wild, because the way he had grown-up type bars as far as the therapy and his introspective, but also having replayability with tracks like Crazy off of the album. I think that's my favorite rap project currently. But when it comes to Pusha T and Malice in the clips, this album is definitely climbing the ranks. But when it comes to the back and forth with Jim Jones, it's very interesting how this started in 2023. And now people are just saying that the beef has really started because Pusha T responded 2 years later. That is not how it works. So Pusha T and Jim Jones been had beef since 2023 when Jim Jones put out this freestyle. But of course, even before that, when he went on the Breakfast Club and literally said that Pusha T shouldn't be on Billboard's top 50 greatest rappers list, which is, it's a little insane. I think Pusha T should be on that list. I think he's very underrated when it comes to the lyrical aspect of rap. And that's saying something, because you already know how highly people speak about Pusha T's pen. But Jim Jones obviously wasn't feeling that. But, to be fair, he also wasn't feeling that about Nas. So at least he keeps it 8 more than 92, whoever the artist is. He don't care if it's a superstar or not. He'll just say the most outlandish things and say that he should be on that list instead of that specific artist. So he said that about Pusha T. Pusha T seemingly responded during a Coachella lyric leak and later on previewed the Chains and Whips in the June 2023 Paris show. So those bars were aimed at Jim Jones without naming him directly. So now you come to realize why Jim Jones has these bars that's directly responding to 2025 lyrics. And he released this, as far as Jim Jones, he released this from the Block Freestyle 2023. Because that's when initially the lyrics was leaked. But to be fair, 2 years later, you could always tweak lyrics and make it, give it an update. Apple has this thing where they'll give an iPhone an update every other week, right? And then now the older iPhones are slowing down. But, you know, that's besides the point. Really, what I'm trying to tell you is that you can easily go in, change some verses, and now make it updated to where the way you're going at Jim Jones is not only keeping the same vitriol, but also responding to some of the stuff he had to say on the From the Block performance in 2023. I just think what Pusha T did was a little lazy, which is interesting. The more I dived into it, realizing Jim Jones had a freestyle in 2023 responding to the leak as far as chains and whips, but Pusha T could not be bothered to change the lyrics as far as going at Jim Jones. So I think that was a missed opportunity for Pusha T. If you was wondering why they had beef, well, that's why. Back in 2023, Jim Jones was upset and said it on the Breakfast Club. So if you look at the Jim Jones Breakfast Club interview, he literally said that Pusha T should not be on Billboard's top 50 greatest rappers list. That's where the beef started. And now we see the beef continuing in 2025. So ultimately, when it comes to the clips, when it comes to Jim Jones, I think they'll always have beef because it's not a full-on diss track war. Obviously, Pusha T took 2 years to even respond. But when it comes to Jim Jones and Pusha T, the longevity in hip-hop will forever be solidified because they just been him for so long. Jim Jones and Pusha T. Do not get mistaken with my bingo club jokes. Both of these rappers are phenomenal lyricists. That should go without, that should already be noted. I just think when it comes to the timing, it could have been a little bit more, Pusha T could have been quicker in his responses. I mean, I don't know if Drake and Kendrick spoiled us as far as us getting 50 million diss tracks back to back to back in the span of an hour. But what Pusha T and Jim Jones is doing as far as dragging this on for years and years to come, I just think it's it really is Pusha T, because Jim Jones does respond pretty quickly. But as far as Pusha T, it's definitely looking a little funny in the light when you start to look at the timeline of things. But I wonder what y'all think. So click my link tree in my bio. Let me know on one of my social medias. What do you think about the timeline of Jim Jones rapping over the Chains and Whips exact beat in 2023 and Pusha T not changing any lyrics as far as 2 years after and releasing the album Let God Sort Them Out? And ultimately, who do you think is winning this current rap battle between Jim Jones and Pusha T? So that's about it for episode 151, which of course is titled, Is Nintendo Taking Over Gaming in the Year of 2025? But of course, before we get into the overview of episode 151, I do want to let y'all know that of course I appreciate any and everybody who subscribes to NME Plus via my link tree in my bio. As you can see right here, is this link right here. So if you click on Analytic Dreamz presents NME Plus, you will get access to exclusive content, which of course I made sure to have a package of content waiting for you as far as the people who chose to subscribe and support the podcast. When it comes to a fitness blueprint edition, I have my very own show I'm creating, of course, inspired by The Biggest Loser, which we're not really focusing on weight loss. It's just really more impactful for transitioning the mind into positive thinking and of course working out to make you feel good rather than just trying to do a diet that you can't sustain, right? So I show a lot of detailed workout, vitamin regimens, protein packed smoothies, and nutritious meals, something that you could take bits and pieces to implement to your own fitness routine and overall transform either your body or just your mental when it comes to, because I also drop gems as far as my narration of my workouts. Then also we have, besides the Biggest Loser Analytic Dreamz edition, which is my fitness blueprint, we also have my Notorious Mass Effect music EP.
But then, I was like, damn, look at the state of hip-hop. Like, what's going on?
I didn't finally let that trash rapper get on the mic and add something to the podcast. So ultimately, if you subscribe to NME Plus, hey, man, I guess you'll hear some type of Notorious Mass Effect project. I guess it'll add to the replay value. The underground rapper was telling me, he was like, hey, man, put this on there. I was like, man, I guess I can give you a slot. So anyways, with that being said, that's also a part of the NME Plus package, which, weekly and monthly content as far as all of these being considered. And then last but obviously not least, as we have the first ever part 1 of the Mass Effect Legendary Edition by yours truly, because of course people been asking me, they was like, hold up now, ain't no way your podcast is titled Notorious Mass Effect and you don't have a playthrough of Mass Effect.
Shepherd.
Nah, see, I gotta talk to him. Like, I honestly, you know, at the end of the day, I told him I was gonna get to it.
Shepherd.
Nah, see, I really gotta. So, as far as Enemy Plus, that was one of the first things that came to my mind as far as exclusive content that they would think is high quality. So, ultimately, my full Mass Effect Legendary Edition Part 1 is up now. I'm going to be giving at least 10 to 15 hours of Mass Effect gameplay every single week. We're going to play the Mass Effect trilogy until 2099.
Shepherd. Just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
And that's why we're diving into the entire Mass Effect Legendary Edition. So we're getting into the entire trilogy. It's the PC version. So even if you played the base vanilla game 50 million times, guess what? You're going to see something completely new in this playstyle. We uploaded a lot of mods, which, you know, one of them may put me in Gunner prison, but that's for another day.
You guys. See, that's the problem.
So, you know, besides me, besides my time in Gunner prison, definitely pending. With that being said, Mass Effect Legendary Edition Part 1 is definitely up as far as right now. And of course, Part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 till 8 trillion is coming out, right? So we're definitely trying to turn into a completionist as far as this Mass Effect trilogy playthrough. So, of course, going off of the podcast title, I know this is something that people have been clamoring for. So why not give it to the people who really support the podcast as far as the exclusive side and NME Plus. So, like I said, it's on my link tree right here. As you can see, it's the fourth one. And you're probably wondering, what is this at the top? Hold up now, what is this one? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have dropped our very own merch as far as the Notorious Mass Effect. Oh, my fault, wrong sound. We dropped our very own merch as far as the Notorious Mass Effect podcast. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got our own merch. As you can see right here, we have tank tops for the ladies out there. We have, hold on, let me switch my screen. We have tank tops for the ladies out there. We have Mass Effect hoodies, long sleeve tees, t-shirts, desktop mats, because, you know, for the gamers out there. And of course, for the fitness enthusiasts, we have headbands. As you already know, I wear my headband religiously. You know, it's really because of my background of me hooping, you know, taking people's ankles, you know, putting up the highest 3-point percentage you've ever seen. But, you know, besides that fact, you know what I'm saying? Besides me being a real hooper, you know, ultimately, this merch is going to be for the people who really want to support me even more as far as buying something that they believe is high quality. Because, you know, I've already have this right here. So the one that's changing, because you can't see my mouse. The one that's changing, desktop mat. This one is already in front of me. I have all the merch coming, but of course I didn't want to wait as far as plugging it. So, you know, with that being considered, I think my headband just came in. I just got a notification for it. It was just like, just arrived, just delivered. I was like, hey, that's fantastic. So anyways, you can have merch just arriving to you. So as far as the Notorious Mass Effect store, as you've seen, is the top of my link tree in my bio. So with that being said, now let's transition into the overview of episode 151, which of course you already see is titled, "Is Nintendo Taking Over Gaming in 2025?" So getting into the overview of episode 151, of course, we started off with a little Drake Iceman coverage as far as his marketing rollout into Iceman. That doesn't need to be explained. I mean, the biggest artist in hip hop out here showcasing that he's actually putting together some sort of thought as far as a marketing rollout, and I think it's gonna pan out. Even though which one, I'm not gonna say it was a flop, but definitely wasn't as successful as What Did I Miss? And you know, if you're suing your own label, can't be surprised when one of your singles flop, right? And that's all I gotta say about that. So I go more in detail, of course, as you already heard in the episode. But then we transition to Pusha T and Malice. Clips, album, Let God Sort Them Out. I get into my deep dive coverage of that. I talk about how that's one of my favorite albums of the year. Definitely one of my favorite rap projects of all time. So that being said, then we transition from that into Justin Bieber album Swag. I got into detail about the sales and things of that nature as far as overview, and talking about how Justin Bieber is really one of the more consistent artists that we've seen in quite some time. Some people forget this man been Justin Bieber since he was a wee little lad, right? With that being said, he put up phenomenal numbers, and still to this day, not to sound like Deontay Wilder, but out of all these people we talked about, he has the most popular album as of right now. Swag is currently still the 5th most played project in the world. So with that being said, Travis Scott, Jacquees Webster, he put out the sequel to Jack Boys 2. Obviously, you already know how I feel about Travis Scott, but ultimately I did like some tracks off of it. I think my favorite part of the album was listening to
Kodak Black give his glitch for the Twitch freestyle. Like, obviously that's not what it's called, but when he was going off on that Jack Boys 2 album, actually, let me pull it up so y'all know what I'm talking about, because he had a certain flow on his verse on the Jack Boys album that I was thinking to myself, okay, maybe he need to take more glitch for the Twitch. Nah, I'm just playing, my fault.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look at the state of hip hop. Like, what's going on?
But yeah, the Florida flow. That track with Travis Scott and Kodak Black is one of my favorites, and then the track with Travis Scott and Glorilla, that's also pretty solid. I like the wobbly. I like how fun it was happening with in the creation of that track. So anyways, then we got into then we got into Tyler the Creator, last but not least, as far as music coverage. Tyler the Creator's album, Don't Tap the Glass. Obviously, you already know he probably wanted to take the GL off, but you know, you gotta keep it PG, you know what I'm saying?
I know that ain't who I think it is.
So anyways, as far as Tyler the Creator putting out the album Don't Tap the Glass, that's still one of the more popular albums in the world. Last time I checked, I think it's at like number 7. Actually, let me see right quick. So it's currently at number 10. Okay, so it's the 10th most played album in the world. So shout out to Tyler for that. Definitely one of the more impactful hip hop albums that we've had in this year, and because we haven't had a lot of them, you know what I mean? Maybe if Size 7 didn't, my fault. Let me chill. So, and then in industry news, we talked about how the music industry is down compared to 2024. Which, of course, with that specific topic, I've really got into the crisp of the analytics, breaking down the sales when it comes from a digital aspect, when it comes to physical, talking about how halfway into 2025, 1.4% of the revenue growth was down from the 7.6% in 2024. So safe to say, as far as my name right here, Analytic Dreamz video on Spotify to see why I'm pointing. But as far as the name, I think I lived up to it in that specific segment. Then we transition from that to get into Live Nation creating the largest creator network for launching the largest Black creator network in the industry. So safe to say, Jay-Z's going to get a lot of kudos for that, as he doesn't own Live Nation, but of course he has a very interesting partnership when it comes to Rock Nation and Live Nation. So with that being said, Sony also bought shares into Bandai Namco. So we talked about that. They bought 2.5% stake into Bandai Namco, which is approximately $464 million. So that was a huge deal. They want to get more into anime, manga, and more. And all I'm going to say is I wouldn't be surprised if Marvel Token, let alone it being one of the best fighting games ever, I wouldn't be surprised if it turns into a whole series based off of how much money Sony just put into Bandai Namco. So anyways, then we transition from that into straight game talk as we got into Donkey Kong Bonanza. As you can see, that's one of the main things as far as the episode is the cover for the gaming portion. So we got into that right off the bat. Then we got into Rematch. Talked about how that game is phenomenal. And of course, it gives you an extra option for soccer fans out there that may not want more of a realistic feel. Maybe they want more of an arcadey feel. Now you have a game for that as far as Rematch. College Football 26, let alone my gameplay on Analytic Dreamz video. I also broke down the sales and review roundup, so we got into that in its entirety. It's essentially the same game as College Football 25. Sad day in history.
Shepard, just look at the state of gaming. Like, what is going on?
EA makes all that money and they still, at the end of the day, find some way to slight their consumers. Anyways, Ready or Not is still unequivocally one of the more exciting shooter games that we had in quite some time. Obviously, Battlefield right now is clamoring for that title, but when it comes to Ready or Not, they're putting up numbers that is very surprising based on how realistic it is. And you know, people really like more arcadey feels, but Ready or Not is a fantastic SWAT simulator, especially to play with your homies, which you already seen some of the footage as far as me and my homies playing the game. If you haven't, definitely follow my live stream on TikTok, Twitch, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Analytic Dreamz TV YouTube channel, Facebook. Yes, I even live stream on Facebook, and Twitter. So with that being said, let me actually play you a little something so y'all can see what I'm talking about. So this is one of the clips from me playing with my homies. So let me see which one. All right, my fault. But that Central Cee verse still plays in my head. Pause. So this is actually, let me find another clip. I have so many clips of us playing. Let's go to I'm over here trying to figure out how to play the game, and the mini boss out here taking cheap shots. See, that's that. We did all right. So that's the complete wrong game. That's fantastic. But that's me playing Wu Chang. Let's get into this right here. There was one I was specifically wanting to talk about. I have so many different clips. Oh yeah, this one.
We had some people to save. We ain't save any of them. They all died. But at the end of the day, we did secure the 2 meth labs. Oh, ultimately, we're going to... L-Tech guy, I'm glad I was blocking it because I put up the wrong game at first. But anyways, here's the clip. We had some people to save. We ain't save any of them. They all died. But at the end of the day, we did secure the 2 meth labs. And ultimately, we're going to keep doing our job.
I have a dream that one day,
Yes.
we can go on a mission and nobody died.
Talk to him, Pastor. Talk to him.
Nobody deserved to die. We didn't deserve this. All right.
Take your time. We are taking no prisoners. They out here wilding, so we wilding too. I feel like bad. So as you could tell, me and the homies are having a blast playing Ready or Not. So I dived into more of the, that was the live streaming portion, was just me playing the game, right? Obviously, when you come over to the podcast, it's more of a condensed, concise version of me breaking down the sales and review roundups of the specific game, Ready or Not. So we go into detail of that. Obviously, you already heard it, but of course, when it comes to that review, I really enjoy making that, and I enjoy playing the game. I don't think I've gotten to part 6 or 7 of a game since Split Fiction. That should tell you something. If I really enjoy a game, I'm getting to part 6 and 7, right? So, Ready or Not is phenomenal. I can't sing his praises even higher. So with that being said, Marvel Token. I already talked about that as far as Sony Bandai buying shares into Bandai Namco, but I do believe Marvel Token is the next fighting game phenomenon as far as being one of the best fighting games of all time. I know it hasn't even came out yet, and I'm already saying that it may be one of the best fighting games of all time. Safe to say, Marvel Token is shaping up to be one of the best fighting games of all time. I know I just said that like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times, but I really want y'all to understand Marvel Token is one of them.
But then, you know what I'm saying? I was like,
so with that being said, then we got into the last game. Of course, I had to put respect on the mobile gaming community as I talked about Warhammer 40,000 Tacticious. The mobile game got into the review and sales roundup of that specific game. And of course, had to end off with some drama as Ubisoft was in hot water once again. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to 3 former Ubisoft execs being found guilty for enabling a culture of sexual harassment, we dived into that and dissected it like a kilo of Hunter Biden.
but then, you know what I'm saying? I was like, damn, look.
So with that being said, then we transition from that into Jim Jones versus Pusha T, because you know we had to end off with some beef. I mean, after the cover of this particular episode, you know we had to get into how they had beef throughout the entire rollout. I mean, beef with Jacquees Webster, beef with Aubrey Graham, beef with Jim Jones. I mean, the Jim Jones one threw me off. I was like, dang, why they inviting us to the bingo club? Oh, my fault. So anyways, as far as Jim Jones versus Pusha T, you know we had to end off with some ignorance, some very outlandish takes from each camp. So with that being said, that's essentially episode 151. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Once again, make sure to subscribe to NME Plus to get some fitness advice, exclusive gameplay walkthroughs as far as me playing Mass Effect, the entire trilogy on PC with mods added. So it's a whole new experience. You're going to see some stuff you've never seen before. And then, of course, the Notorious Mass Effect music project, where it adds more replayability to the entire package of NME Plus. And, of course, I have some more stuff down the pipeline that may or may not involve some vlogs. So with that being said, let's just say if you subscribe to NME Plus, there's a lot of content already there and a lot of content already being put together for the future, which is why this episode took a little bit to come out. So with that being said, that's essentially the end of episode 151. Thanks for tuning into the Notorious Mass Effect podcast, and don't be afraid to send me an email letting me know what you think of the show and what you want me to talk about in the next episode. Click my link tree in my bio to access my social medias and to keep up with my latest activities. If you want to support the show financially, click my Cash App link located towards the bottom of my link tree as it helps the show overall. Make sure to share this podcast and rate this 5 stars or whatever platform you are currently listening, as this helps the show reach more people so we can grow together and affect the masses. And last but definitely not least, especially since we just achieved the 13 million total download, thank you for tuning in to another episode of Notorious Mass Effect.